Welcome back, everybody, to another episode of my video topic. With this one is called. Let me. This is basically me doing a live stream on video editing using Blender 3.5. Now, here in a minute, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my pre-recorded walkthrough on how to do the functions and everything with Blender on the screen so that you can see it. But until then, I just had the chat rooms available for the first 15 minutes. Karma Love joined the room. She's a regular on my streams, so I'd like to say welcome, Karma.
Hi.
And now that I've got that done, I am going to get to the media source that I have available, and we can get it started up.
I can ask questions. Is that okay, or would I be okay?
Now,
I'm just going to be muted until.
Now, if you have a question, just let me know, and I can pause the video and everything so that you can ask the questions. And that goes for anybody who gets on here and wants to participate. So it's all right to say, look, I need to know about this, and I need to know about this, because then, like on OBS, I can hit pause and we can go over it with screen share. All right.
Yes, okay.
Alright. I'm going to stop the music and do my fade. Started in my previous episode. I'll start it over. Hello everybody, this is Roger Hanson, and I am back again to go further with the tutorial that I started in my previous episode. I went through and showed the basics on how to get to the video editor. I showed you how to put the video on there, and then I showed you how to cut and grab, as well as showing you the snapping. I went through and I showed the resolution settings, and I also showed you the output folder, as well as the file format and the container. Then I went through the video codec and the output quality, stuff like that, as well as the audio and whether you'd want it in mono or stereo. So today I'm going to go a little bit further and show you a little bit of the actual editing process. There's a lot more stuff that you can do with this, but this is just the basics. So it's only my second video, so I'm going to show you how I'm going to edit this video. Now I've got the same file. It's set up the way it was in the last video, and the video that I'm going to be editing is a game called Saints Row the Third. Now, there was a lot of damage that was done to this video because of gaming issues that I had. This was on my son's video or computer, and he overclocked it, and it didn't do so well with video. So I have to go through and I have to edit it, clean it up, and try to make it into a video. Now, I can also show you some other things that I do on here, but let me get started with the basics. Now, in order for you to play the video, it's pretty easy to do. First, make sure that your video is set at 0.01, or however you want to say that, or 1. And how you do that is you hit the shift, then you hit the left directional button on your keyboard, and it'll take it automatically to 1. Now, if you want it to go all the way to the other end, you hit the right directional keyboard button on the keyboard, and it'll take you to the end of it. This is set at 15 minutes, which is 27,000 frames, and you can find out that down here on the right hand side down at the bottom. It says that it's at 27,000, so you know that it's set correctly at 15 minutes. Next to that is your start, which is 1. That would be right here. Hit control or shift in the right direction, and it will show you.
Roger, are you getting it set up? Because
yeah, it's already going.
I don't see anything.
You gotta watch it on the video. Like, go to the actual stream.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Now I could put it on the background for this, but then I'd have to use window share.
No, I don't want you to do anything extra that's gonna be ridiculously out of the way. I was just wondering why I wasn't. Hold on, let me see if I can get it.
Yeah, it's not gonna do that. But yeah, you know where my profile is, right?
I'm on it now.
Yeah, just go down there to where I'm doing my video. It should be the top post.
Yeah.
But yeah. You see it?
It says it's unable to open URL. Okay, so open it a different way.
Oh.
Is it because I'm not plus?
Yeah, that's probably it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Go ahead and join it. It shows it to me. The other ones tell me I have to unlock it, and then it says I'm not even able to unlock it on my cell phone.
Let me see if I can do window share real quick. And yeah, what I can do is this right here. I can share the OBS. That way you can see that. And
okay.
Then I can pin it. Let me get it back on there. Yeah, there we go. Can you see that?
Yeah, I see your screen now.
Okay, so now you can at least somewhat see what's going on there.
Yeah, I can zoom in and out too, so it helps.
Okay.
Hi, baby. Hi, pretty kitty. Oh, I apologize.
Alright, so now I'm going to start with the video again, okay?
Okay.
Alright. Here in the current frame area, the start is 1, like I said, and the end is 27. If you want to change that, you click on it and you add whatever number you want. So if you want the video to be an hour, you find out what the hour is, which I showed in the last video, and you add that number right here in this area by clicking on it. Now to actually play the video, it's very simple. You click on the spacebar and you give it a little while. You can see that the marker is moving in seconds. So you do this. Now if you want to move it ahead of time, you right click on that. You right click on that and you can move it in any direction that you need it to go. Or you can go to the area that you want with your mouse and click in that area.
You make this video?
Or this, I don't even know what to call that, to be honest with you. This is a video game that I have to go through and I have to edit. It's whenever I did it on my son's computer, the little shadows where the faces and everything are on, that was caused because he overclocked his computer. So what I have to do is go and I have to edit through that. And I'm basically showing everybody the basic functions, like how to move the little blue thing that you see there on the screen.
Yeah.
and how to move those little green and red strips. The green strip is the video, or no, the audio, and the blue strip is the video. So I'm just basically using the video to show like a walkthrough on how to do all that functions
Why
and
are there
stuff.
two?
Because one's video and one's audio, and I have that one on the other side that's cut and moved to the side to where it's not going to be uh, the part that's rendered. No,
Oh.
that that area right there that's within that little square,
Uh-huh.
that's the only part of the video that'll be rendered after it's edited.
Oh, and that one is the other part that you're gonna get rid of.
No, I'm gonna use that one later on.
On the right side, you were
Yeah.
saving this one, and the one that's where this line is that you just showed me is the one you're getting rid of.
No, that one is being edited right now. The one with the
Uh,
blue line.
yeah.
And after I'm done editing that, I'll move on to the other strip that's over to the right hand
The
side.
right side right there.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll move that to the left and start editing it like I'm doing this right here.
I guess I meant why are there two screens? Because there's two of the
Oh,
same.
you're seeing my OBS. That's the only way I
Oh,
could show it to you with.
I understand.
So
That's why I was wondering if there was a difference between the two. So I can zoom in on one then. Okie
yeah,
dokie.
you can zoom in on one. The the only reason why you're seeing the OBS is because I've got this streaming on Minds Plus, so they're not seeing what you're seeing. So
Oh, it's different. I see. I see what you see, type of thing. And
yeah,
then I.
basically, like down here
Okay.
where this button is that I got it where it says play
But
media.
but look, yeah.
That's how I stop the video and have the conversation with you. And then, like, if you have a question, I'll stop it, and do that. And then once we're done, I'll hit play, and the video will play again. So
But all they see is the playing and stuff.
right, and
I
the
got.
conversation too. So
Yeah. Okay, I'll be quiet now.
all right,
Hmm?
it'll go wherever you want it to go. Now, like I said, this is pretty torn up, so a lot of this won't be used, but I can cut this out and make it into a video that I want it to be. I can actually go through and just hold on to left my left click button and just kind of scroll through there and see what looks good and what doesn't. Now I get to this point and I want it to be very precise when it goes to this, because this is where my cut's going to be. So I take my finger and I hold down on the right directional button and I go to a spot where I want it to be. Now when I usually make cuts, I want areas like this that's solid white. So what I do is I come here to this white before it cuts in like this, and I cut right there. Now before I do that, the one thing I want to point out is up here in my preview area. Okay, if you notice, I got that white right there, and I have around the sides there, and then I have the video. Now that could be because the video is bigger than the actual display size. So what I need to do is this. Come down here to your videos. That right there, it was highlighted. Both of them were. And the way I highlighted it again is I hit or I held down on my left click button, and then I went down and I use that square to highlight both of those. Now what I want to do though is I want to make it to where this video matches up with the edges of this squared area. So I just come down here,
Excuse me.
and yeah.
Okay, so the screen is all white, and not the screen, but just it. But like where you're doing it at, you had like a little box that just came up. Did you cut something?
Yeah. Now see,
Oh,
what it is I go along that blue line right there, okay?
Mhm.
I place it on the script, and then say I want to cut a piece of the video out. What I do is I take and I put my hands on the keyboard, and to make the cut, I just take and I clip on or click on K. All right, and it creates a cut right down where that line is running through the green and the blue strip.
Right.
And then hit my freaking space bar and it plays, and then or I can just scroll it along to where I want to make the cut, and I cut it again. But I take my mouse and I make sure that it's in on the side of that blue line right there, so that it highlights just that area. And when it does that, I can take and I can hit X, and it just deletes that little squared area that I've just cut out. Or I can just right click and go down to delete, and it deletes.
What are some of the benefits of using this? So, like, I've used Power Director and InShot Edit before. I've
Hmm.
never done or seen anything like this. That's why. What do you feel like are your most why it's so
Well,
beneficial?
the the biggest benefit about using any kind of program like this is the fact that it's an encoder. Okay,
Ah,
it's always important to encode your videos and get it encoded and set up like that. That's the first one. But then the whole thing with this strip system is like I can actually cut a piece out instead of deleting it. I can move it over to that area where that other strip is over to the right.
yeah, just so you can work with it later, type thing.
Right. I can actually move it over to the side, and I can organize how I want my video to come out, and like when my cut scenes are. I can put cut scenes in there and make it look good with transitions and stuff. There's a lot of stuff I can do with it. And the most important thing about Blender, or why I think it's important, is because you can do all this stuff and it's free. Okay?
What?
Yeah, it's completely free. You don't have to pay for it whatsoever. It's open source.
Oh, I think I'm gonna have to go ahead and indulge with that because, like, listen, man, I feel sorry. I didn't know. Like, I've never at all even heard of it until you. And I
Yeah.
was like looking, and like I did 1 year with InShot, and I didn't really like it because it was always an issue. Basically, if they didn't want your video to upload, your video wasn't uploading. So
Yeah.
so I started using Power Direct, and then I had stopped doing my videos for a while just because of some personal issues that were going on. And now, as I'm getting back into my groove, I was looking for, well, a Power Direct is time for me to renew, but I haven't. And I hear you always talking about you doing your video edits, and then you do the show on Sunday. So then I figured I'd be able to have the opportunity to learn something in regards. And you said the magic word, free. If it's free,
Yeah.
it's free.
Yeah. And just so you know, the video that I have I'm using as a demo, I've,
Hmm.
I've already got it uploaded on YouTube. And after this, I really shouldn't even be recording this, to be honest. I'm streaming it, but I shouldn't even be recording it because I've already got the demo, and I'll post it in the it'll be in the chat room afterwards so that you can go through it and kind of go through it, and it's free. I'll even post the first video so you can start from the beginning,
Yeah, that sounds great. Thank you.
and you can kind of do what I suggest is what every person I know who's done Blender has done, is just go through and do it step by step. Okay. And don't feel shy about going on YouTube and searching in the search engine. Just type in Blender tutorial, and there's tons of stuff you can learn on there. I mean, video editing is just the beginning, you know. So
It says start virtual camera. Does that mean you could record yourself within this as well?
uh, start virtual camera is for the VR goggles, where you put a virtual goggles on your face, and then you hit that, and then you can actually start recording what you see in those goggles. At least that's what my nephew told me. So this whole outfit that you're seeing right here is freaking OBS. Everything in these windows, that's Blender.
So it's separate. I see what you're saying.
So down here where it's blue, can you see my mouse?
Media source, yes.
Okay, that media source is actually the video that I'm showing right now, and you see, that's in OBS. So
so they work with each other then. Okay.
Yeah, well, OBS is pretty much standard if you're going to do streams and record stuff off of the internet. If you don't get OBS, then you can go with XSplit or Streamlabs, stuff like that. Which Streamlabs is actually just an extension of OBS.
Someone just said something about Streamlabs today. Moose said,
yeah.
Okay, that's the same thing. Oh, so you know about them. Okay.
So Streamlabs is basically the way OBS makes money. You know what I mean? They put OBS out for free as well. And OBS, you can get Streamlabs, their free version of it, for free, but it has more capability if you pay for it too. So
right, most of them do most things. Yeah.
But that's basically the gist. Now, let me see if I can get this started and kind of get through it a little bit more.
Okay.
Alright. Select just the video. Video is the blue, audio is the green. I want to select the blue area. Then I want to come over here, make sure that this tab is on strip, not tools, modifiers, or proxies, just strip. Then I come down here to video. No, hold up, let me get that right. I come down here to transform. Okay, now right here in this area where it says scale, you have scale X and then scale Y. I want to make it to where these white lines match up right here where the black ends and the white begins. So how I do that is I can hit this arrow button right here. See, it's actually the video that's doing that. So I do the opposite. I want the black to be gone and the white to only be there. So I come over here to this area and I do that. Now when you see that rigid edge, that means that your video is completely showing and that the black sides are gone. So I'm good there, and that will cover the entire video. Now if I would have done that with the entire video, I would have never had to contend with it. But in my next edit, I can just go ahead and do that first. I always go in and I make sure that my scaling is taken care of. If I do it on the X, it scales left and right, and if I scale on the Y, it's up and down. This is an important tool to know so that you can straighten out your videos and you can make it to where only the video is showing, not the side borders, because sometimes the resolution is done in like 1920 by 1080 and then other videos are made in 720p, you know what I mean? So 1280 by 720, and so you have to adjust that according to what you want it to be. Some people just leave it, but if you wish to do this, you can. So that's what I had to do there. And this, like I said, this white area is the area that I want the cut to be in. And what I do usually is I just come here, and like I said before, I make sure that my mouse is on the right side of this cursor, and I come in and I hit K, the K button on the keyboard. Now everything that's to the right is highlighted, everything to the left is not highlighted, and I'm keeping everything to the left, but I am going to be editing everything that is on the right hand side. It's always good to play it so that you know if maybe you're cutting into the audio, because if you're like me, you don't really want to mess the audio up to where it's skipping. You want it to be a smooth transition as much as possible. So that's what I do that for. And from the get-go, the video footage is messed up. So I take all of this and I just cut it out. Like, look at his head, it's completely black. This part's blacked out. This is the reason why I do not overclock, because I'm into video editing, and gamers that aren't into video editing don't care. So they just do it because they think it's a good thing. And when you go to edit videos, that's what you get. You get little black spots where the characters should be in the game. But all of this is pretty much damaged video footage, so I go all the way through here until I stop seeing a black head. I will recover this part right here, because out of all that video, the beginning and building your character seems to be the only good parts that I can use. Now, right here, Carmen, is where I was talking about. Remember how I was telling you about how you can cut scenes out?
Yeah.
Okay, now this is where I'm going to show you how you can just cut it and it's gone. And then what's left over there on that right hand side, I'll move it over to the part that's not highlighted with the orange trace around it. And you'll see me do that. You have a grab option where everything that's highlighted, you can grab it by going on your keyboard and hitting G.
Okay.
And you'll see it done. So here
I could do it on my iPad or my laptop, right?
Now, I'm not sure about the iPad thing. I know it's a bit...
I have a keyboard.
Now, it does work with the computer, and I know that it works with a scratch pad, or a sketch pad. So, if you have a sketch pad, you can actually use that in the OBS too. So, let me go ahead and show you this so you'll see what I'm talking about. It's just about ready to get to that part.
Okay.
I use my left directional to go backwards to find the beginning of this part right here. If I want to go forward, I use the right directional button on my keyboard. Now see, that one is... I believe that's actually supposed to be blacked out like that in the game, so I'm not... So what I do here is I come here. This is where I want to make my cut.
Are those effects transitions you added?
The left. No, those are all that's over on the left-hand side. That's just bad video footage, so that's got to go.
That's because it was so dark. That's why it was so dark. That's why you're getting rid of it.
Yeah, because it was messed up. My son had decided that he wanted to overclock his computer. And that's...
What does that mean?
It's where you go in and you overclock the CPU to where it runs faster.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah, it's not recommended, and they still think it's cool.
Like putting a motor on a bike, although that's kind of fun.
Yeah. Well, I'm finally at the point where you'll see it. Like, look down at those strips and everything, and you'll see
I'm
the
watching you. I see your arrow and on the play button. I see the line. I'm watching.
those two lines right there. You'll see the cut when I make the cut on those that blue and green strip up in the screen, and that's what I was referring to earlier. So let me go ahead and do it. Side of the cursor there, and I hit K. Everything in the center is highlighted. The part that's on the right side of the cursor isn't highlighted, so that is a good thing, because what I want to do is I want to delete all of that. Instead of me going down and clicking with my mouse and hitting delete that way, I can come onto my keyboard and I can just hit X and it is gone. After that, I come over
That's
here
when you
with my
push the
mouse.
K button. What you said, Shift K?
Yeah, no, on just the K, that is that's the cut.
Mm-hmm.
Then after you do that, if you notice that highlighted part that was there was highlighted orange, all I have to do is go on my keyboard and hit X, and it just automatically is deleted. So K for the cut, and then X to delete. So
Now what are you about to press to put them back over there? To put those other ones over there.
first I'm going to highlight, and what I do there is I take my mouse and I'll run it over the blue and the green strips right there on the right hand side, and I'll highlight both of them first. Now after I do that, I hit grab, or I do the grab, and to do that I hit G.
I remember that.
And when I do the G, what I usually do is I hit X again, and that becomes a directional, and there'll be a red line that stretches across those strips areas, and you'll see it running across. And what it does is it makes sure that strip just goes left or right, not up and down. And I'll bring it over to that other strip that's right next to it, and they'll come together as one video.
What would be the reason that it was changed directions? If it was recorded in a certain direction, how come once you move it, it might run the risk of changing a different direction?
Because you can put strips above that. You can actually take that strip that I have over on the right hand side and move it above this one, but that would be the only strips that you see. Okay.
That's why I'm going to put that other thing to hold it in place properly.
Yeah. Right. And you don't want the video and the audio to be out of sync either. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
So you want to keep your audio and video in sync, and that's why you want to make sure they're both highlighted, and then hit grab so that they're both matching up, and then bring it over. So let me show you here real quick in the tutorial. I hold down on the left click the left clicker button, and I freaking bring my mouse down over the video that's on the right hand side of my cursor. I highlight both of the audio and the video, and then I press G. After I press G, I press X, and that little red line down on the bottom appears, and then when that appears, I just take my mouse and I move it to the left. Most people don't do this, but what I usually do is I put it over the top of the video that's next to it, and because I have my snapping on it, it will snap that video to the end of this. So I turn around, I come back over here, and I check the transition, see how it looks. See, I don't want the loading right there, so I will just go ahead.
That's all the
and
stuff you're
take
keeping, right?
Yeah, that part, that one scene where it's keeping. Now I took out the loading scene that you just seen right there, and that's one part that I'm taking out, and then I'm gonna do the same process as what I just did, but at a smaller scale within that highlighted area. But that's basically what it is. You cut, you delete, you bring it together, and then you cut, delete, bring it together, and kind of, if you want to save something for, like I said before, you can move them over there to the right where that other strip is. And then, like, you see how much I've got there. That means I've got extra space in the 15-minute thing, so I can take that other strip that you're seeing over to the right hand side and move it over with these guys, and then I can continue editing that.
Oh, so you have to edit the smaller ones first before you incorporate
Yeah. Or I could just keep it together and edit as I go, but at the time I just felt comfortable about doing it like that.
Right.
You know, nothing's written in stone how you do it. The most important part about using these kind of editors is speed. You know what I mean? You got to be able to go through and do it on a timely fashion, because editing videos, I mean, I could be bogged down on doing a 3-minute video for freaking three days if I'm not careful. But if I get faster at it and better at it, then I can get through it in maybe, you know.
And see, I was wrong with me for 10 hours doing edits, and I'm like, this cannot be taking long doing this stuff. He's talking about a 3-minute video could take you 3 days, and I'm thinking about having because I have hour-long videos, 30-minute long videos, so I was thinking something wrong.
Well, there's things you can do with editing too, and like I do games like I've got there, right, but it annoys me because freaking you don't get to actually edit. You know, I know that sounds weird, but like there's a lot of cool stuff you can do in editing. You can add transitions, you can do tons of stuff, and the majority of the time people who do gaming, they don't take time to really put any good editing into it. It's just, you know, cut it and put it on the internet, and that's it. But
You like to do the edits.
yeah, I like to actually make good edits out of it and stuff, so. But let me get this going real quick. That out. And now right here, I just put my finger on the left directional button, and I press until I see that loading. And once that loading is shown, I start going to the right directional button until it is gone. Right there. And then I take my mouse and I put my mouse again on the left side of the cursor, and I hit K, and I repeat the process. I hit X to delete that little space. I take and hold down on the left click button on my mouse. I highlight both of these. I hit G, then X. The little red or orange line appears, and I just bring it over to the left until it's on the other video and everything's red, and I let it go. And now we have a clean transition. Now this works if snapping, which is right here, is on. It also works if it's off. So you can use that trick to make sure that it's a smooth transition and there isn't any black space in between or any gaps.
Officer 1138, please step forward.
Now, I'm not sure if the audio was messed up because of the video, because the video is not really in that good of condition, and it could have been damaged because of it. If the audio isn't syncing up with the game because of damage to the video, then there's pretty much nothing that you can do to fix that. I've tried a long time ago to do all that stuff, and it's just something that's really bad. But if it's because of the change in the frame rates, which is 30 frames per second, I can come here. I'm not going to leave it, but I'm going to show you guys what you can do on here. If you have any problems with this, you can come to effect strips and speed control and put it over the top of it, but then you can't cut. So okay, so we've made it to this part, and this is very important. This is there's two options you can do here to take care of that, to make sure if it's actually the video's audio that's off or if it's just the frame rate. The first one you can do is hit A, which is select all, and then hit X, which will delete everything, and then you can come in here and you can go down to movie. You can reselect this video and put it in there. Actually, let me do it at 1 though, and you do that by hitting shift and going all the way back, and then coming up here, going to movie, hit select all, or selecting your movie, going to add, and then select movie, and then start over. Now you can do that, or you can do it the way I usually do, which to me is the easiest way, and the easiest way is undo. So to do undo, you hit Control Z, it gets rid of that, it puts the old edit back on there, it goes back to there, just keeps doing this all the way back until everything is back on there. Now they have a limited amount that you can actually do, so there's really, there might be a limit on it. Now if you want to redo, you hit Control Shift and then Z, and it will.
What did you press to bring it over?
Now what I was doing there was I was explaining the undo. Alright, on the, it's not as great as what it used to be in the older versions of Blender, but you do have an option on Blender to where if you make mistakes and you want to undo those mistakes, you can do that. And how you do it is you hit Control and Z. Okay, and now if you want to redo something, you hit Control Shift and Z, and it'll go back through the mistakes and undo the last actions that you did. So like all those edits you seen me just do,
Yeah.
what I did is I hit Control Z and I undid all of those edits. And that was to show you how.
But what?
That was just show you how the undo works.
And so then, okay, you undid all the edits, and now how would you do it the same?
Now, if I wanted to put it back the way it was, I would hold Control, Shift, and Z, and then tap on the Z actually, and it would put all those edits back where they were. Now, sometimes that doesn't work, but most of the time it does. It's a pretty cool tool, and the reason why I brought it up in the video is because there aren't too many people who do these tutorials that like just tells you, look, man, just undo, use undo, because it is a really important tool.
Yeah, no, undo saves me a lot, especially when I'm writing, because I do a lot of writing. And
Uh-huh.
like, there's been times that I've accidentally deleted, and just being able to think quick enough to remember to do undo before I do anything else too damaging has saved me so many different times.
Yeah, and that's like common sense in pretty much every program you get on the computer, And it just amazes me that nobody ever brings that up on Blender. I mean, it's really important. So that that's why you were seeing all that, is because I was kind of demonstrating the undo and the redo in the video. Put all your edits back into place. Now, this is just a part of the bigger videos, so what I need to do is I need all of it to be at the very beginning, which all I do is keep tapping the Z, and see, that's my limit. So I've found out that I can't go back to the beginning, so I select all by hitting A, press X, delete it, hit Shift, direction button to the left, goes to 1, come up here to add movie, select the movie, put it in. So now it's at the beginning like it was. Now see, that, I know you can't hear the audio and everything on it, but what it was is, when I was telling you how to redo,
Yeah.
the redo didn't work. That was one of those times where sometimes it doesn't work. And
Yeah, you had just got finished saying.
that was one of the downs, or that's one of the downfalls to Blender's program. Like, that part doesn't really work 100%, but I just wanted to point that out to you so you knew. So what I did is I basically just started over, put the video back on there, and that was it. And for
So
me
you have to do everything you just did again, or just from where you left off at
no,
from the first?
I have to do it all over again. And you got to remember, this is just an example. Like, I'm not like literally going through and editing it. You know what I mean?
Right.
And when I use this, let me also make the original video isn't damaged. All that stuff I do, it doesn't affect your original video when you're doing it. So, like, after I'm done editing and all that, I'll still have the original video as well as this edit. Okay?
Oh, so you have two ones.
Right. One that's edited the way I
See,
would
my
want it.
other one, yeah, no, it doesn't work. I guess I kind of do, but not really, because whenever I do it, it only shows the video that I edited, but I guess I still have it in my camera log, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Now, keeping track of your original videos is important. Like, make sure you know where they're at, and maybe put them in a file somewhere.
That's what I've been working on. So I already have my date, I'll say my D date of me to have like content and stuff like that to be shown. And right now I've been working on categorizing all my content, like my videos, because I have different videos for different aspects. And like, I want to get some stuff off of my, like right off the clear view, you know what I mean? Because some stuff is unnecessary for the moment. And I was just, yeah, I've been attempting to figure out how I can kind of get rid of it on my devices, still have it where I know that supposedly iCloud is supposed to do that. But whatever, my iCloud's not the same, and it always syncs it. So it syncs it to iCloud. But then once I
Right.
delete it off my phone, it's gone. It's
Yeah.
not on iCloud anymore. So I don't want to
Now,
mess it up.
are you good at setting up filing systems on your computer and stuff like that?
I'm learning Notions right now, but I'm not. I don't like to say I'm good at it, but I don't really have. Like, I'm better when I'm shown something once. Me going in and doing it myself It just is more time consuming, which is not an issue. It's just a matter of having the time to allow it to consume me. And so it's just like I'm learning it. I know like the basic filing type stuff, like to where my files with my journals, my, you know what I mean. I don't want to say
Yeah.
like I'm a pro though. Like that'll be just misleading.
You don't have to be. Like, you know how to get to your documents, right?
Yeah,
Okay, and then you know where it says videos.
yeah.
Just go in there and make a folder, and put the name on there that you want it to be. And after you put the name on there, make sure that your edited videos go to that name, to that folder. Sort.
So I have my folders, and now I just will do it like that. What you're saying with my edited videos, because that's what I'm looking for now. So
Yeah.
I have videos that I edited, videos that are not edited, and I've been attempting to, like I said, just kind of categorize and split it up because I have videos even just for like regular day stuff. So okay,
That's how I do it. I even do that with my blend files. Like I've got them all categorized according to games, my storytelling folder. I've got all that. So I got like 9 minutes left on this video. I'm gonna let it play out and get it over with. Okay.
okie dokie. I'm gonna go back on mute because it might be a little racky in the background.
Okay. Figuring out if the audio needs to be synced, what I do is I click on just the video, which is the blue. I come up here to add, and then I scroll down to effect strip. I come up here to speed control and I tap on it. Make sure that your cursor is at 1, and this green strip will appear above the blue one. This is going to sync your audio and your video together if that's the problem. So let's find out. Take your see the clicking is all there. It's still off. So I know that it's the actual video that's the problem. So I don't need that, so I click on the green, I hit X, and it's gone. Now I could actually go and use Control Z to undo. And everything is back there. All I'd have to do is readjust my scaling like before, to where I see the indentures on the side. Now, you don't have to use that all the time. What that basically is if you are trying to change frame rates from say 12 frames per second to 30 frames per second, or 30 frames to 60 frames, stuff like that. What usually happens, like say if I come here to 60 frames, that here, let me actually give it a little bit more space. I'll undo that by hitting the Control and Z. Take my left mouse, create the box, highlight this, hit grab, then Y, and you'll see the yellow line coming up. It will make it to where I bring this strip up all the way straight and in sync. Hit G to make sure that the numbers match. They match. So I come back here, I hold down on my left click button, create the box, highlight this one, and I have that one done. Now what I want to do is I want to show you what happens if I switch my frame rate from 30 frames per second to 60. This is what will happen, and when this happens, the audio can't be stretched. It has to be the video. So in order to do that, you've got to make it to the end of here, click right at the edge where you see that, and where you see that little white there, you hit grab, then X, you'll see the red line going across, and then you use your mouse and move it to the left. Now since clamping is on, it'll show you when those two are even, a line will appear. So hit G, X, keep on going. You'll see that little white line. It shows that they're synced up. Now I need to move this up again, so I freaking grab both of them, or I highlight both of them, hit grab and Y, go up one more time. On here, I go back down, I just select the blue, and I come up here to add. I come down to effect strip, and I hit speed control. So now you have it in 60 frames per second. And it looks like I am having audio issues, so this will give you a chance to look at the audio part. You come down here to source on the right hand side, you come in here to where it's this part right here that I have my mouse over. It's a file path. You don't hit this top folder on top, you hit the bottom one. It will open up to where the audio is supposed to be. Select that on the video, put it in there, and then hit play. Okay, so I messed up there somewhere. You see if the audio is still on. Yeah, audio is still working. There we go. Yeah, I probably should have hit both of them together. Come here, add an effect strip and speed control, and it says, no, it says cannot apply to audio sequence strip, so it has to be the video. Like I said, this game was pretty screwed up, and I was just going to use it as an example, but that is how you use your video sync, or your speed control, and that controls the speed of your video and matches it up with the audio according to frames if you want to switch your frames over. And I probably shouldn't have gotten that far ahead. I should have just stuck with what I was showing you, but it came naturally. It's something that I needed to do. And right here this is a good example of what I was talking about with the undo. I'm using Control and Z and just undoing all the stuff that I had done before. And it's back to normal. So if nothing else, if whatever you take from what I'm doing here, just remember Control Z is undo, remember grab, remember X, highlight everything, X deletes it instead of having to do this and then hit this and then come down up here to delete. All you gotta do is hit X, and if you forget, just right click on it and it'll tell you what key to hit right there. It's a pretty good tool to use. It also says split right here, which is K. I'm going to keep the frame rate at 30 because that's the actual frame rate for the video. So now believe I'm at half an hour, so I'm going to end it here, and then I'll come back with another video to show you guys a little bit more. I hope you guys enjoyed and maybe learned something. Thank you. Alright, so that is pretty much the ending of that demo video. I am going to go ahead and put the video for that up on my my stream thing by itself, so that
Can you share?
so
Can you share the link to your station? Like, I know your stuff.
Yeah, I've got it. I can put that up there, so it's good to go. Let me kind of see. Yeah, there we go. I see what it is. It is showing Jitsi. I didn't know. So I did. Oh, it's my screen share. That kind of threw me off. I was like, wow, I'm doing that shit. All right. So let me get on there. There we go. I can switch off that screen share and put something else on there. But yeah, that is basically the demo that I wanted to use and everything for it. So I'll post that on there, and then I'll post my YouTube channel. Well, the video that I put on there, it'll take you straight to the YouTube channel that I've got. So, so you don't have to worry about all that. It's taken care of. Just if you click on the video that I post,
yeah,
then it'll take you to the channel. And I've also got my my Blender stuff that I'm coming out with on a playlist. So every time it's posted, it'll have a new video in the playlist to go with it.
Do you get paid significantly from YouTube, or?
Oh no, fucking YouTube's no. YouTube is I get more money off of mine's just doing the videos I'm doing now than I've ever got. I haven't gotten anything from YouTube because it takes forever for you to get on their monetization program.
Yeah,
So,
like for me, I'm not even able to go live on there. So yeah, I was just wondering if
I don't even mess with YouTube. I mean, I post videos on there, but I don't want nothing to do with their monetization program. They can take that and shove it up their ass.
they probably like it.
Yeah.
Ah, boy, let me be quiet. Yeah.
But if this helps you, like I said, I'll post it on my chat. It's in the chat room, the streaming live with the Roger Hanson one.
Yeah, the one that you're showing now.
Yeah.
I'll just probably be asking you guys a few things, because even like today, Moose did that thing and I was gonna go, but then it was like I have to download something else and do something else, and I'm like in the process. I've been moving all weekend. I finally got all my stuff in the house, literally 5, maybe 7 minutes before your show, and I was like, well, I at least would like to show up here because I that's something that I do consistently. And I was going to think about, because he was saying he'd be talking about stuff on Minds and he'll help with like tutorials, but they said they're going to replay it later, so I'll be able to watch it then, and then I'll just inbox them any questions I have. Because you guys are helping me to be able to think about incorporating Minds to utilize it for my streaming as opposed to just what, because like I do Bigo Live and I do that for my stream, but it never saves it. So I have all my videos saved on my phone, and then I was going to put it back on YouTube, but I'm shadow banned on YouTube, so I was going to start posting videos here, and I was just determining whether or not, because I like mine to be raw and kind of uncut, because then when I cut it, it kind of is like, it's not the real feeling, but at the same time, I know some stuff has to be cut, and then I have other videos that are just for edit, like, you know what I mean, stuff we went
Well,
somewhere and we did something, stuff like that.
like I said, I'll post both the first one and this one. This is my second one that I've posted, and I'll post both of those on the chat and start out with the first one and then go from the first one to the second one. And it basically, it even shows you what website to go to download the Blender for free and what kind you need for what device you're using. So you'll be able to just go along with that video, and it'll kind of guide you how to get to the video editing part. And then later on, if I feel like it, I'll do the computer graphics stuff too. But like I said, I'm no Blender guru, so I'm just kind of
Learning as you go.
yeah, I'm kind of showing people what I know when it comes to video editing. So
Okay, so I can look at your stuff to start off, and if I feel like I would like to go on a more in-depth look, I'll be able to look at other people, and I know what to search for. And
right.
then, yeah, it's like I have my plan of action, so I know what I have to do that I have not been doing. I already have that, and so I know how to incorporate it. So any information leading me towards my goal is definitely greatly appreciated. So thank you.
No problem. I'm gonna end this stream though. Okay.
See you later. Have a good night. Be safe.
You too. Hello everybody and welcome back to my stream. Today's topic is my storytelling stream. Last week I had Pecos Dave on telling his story, and this week I'm going to continue with my my project that I have going with my short stories. Last time I went over the plot for it, after that I said I was gonna cover the plot for, or it was for Alicia is what I did, but this time I said I was going to go over my Draco plot, but I changed my mind because I want to stay on the first short story that's going in the that's going in the first short story basically, and I'm going to cover the outline, kind of go over the story. Before I do, I'd like to welcome Karma Love. Welcome to the stream, Karma.
Hi, thank you.
You're welcome. And it's like I said before I started the recording for this, if you want to have a conversation, don't be shy. It's good to get some feedback or what you think of it if you want to talk about it. Okay.
Okay.
So this, well, I'll go back over some stuff real quick. In this project that I have, it's kind of different than what I've done when it comes to writing. First of all, it's plotted. It's going to have a plot and a theme, or no, an outline. I've always done the outlines, but I've really never done anything with a plot, a serious plot put into my stories, so I'm going to do that. And not only am I going to put a plot in it, but it's not going to be one story, it's going to be multiple short stories that are all connected together. and each short story is going to have a plot. Now, the way I'm doing it, my plot is going according to a plot format that's called Saved by the Cat, and it's a beat sheet. I don't know if you've ever heard of that before, Karma.
No, can you say the name again? Because my signal was sounding really choppy. What did you say it was called?
It's called Save the Cat. It's a beat sheet, and it has 3 acts, 3 or 4 acts, I believe. And what I'm doing is I'm going according to that format when it comes to a plot. And I can go over what I've covered and everything so far, so with it and everything. So the plot that I have is going to have let me see if I can pull up some stuff. I have it all set up and everything. I just have to be able to. Yeah, so I've got my outline set up for it and my plot set up for it. And what it is like you have an opening an opening image. And with that opening image, it's just like one scene that you make to start the story out. And for me, I made it about Lycia, which that's what the short story is about. Okay, it's a land called Lycia, but in the scene there's the main character of the short story, and he's I refer to him as the Overking instead of just King, and his name's Zuthra. And in the scene, he's sitting on his throne, and it's sitting up on a dais, and it's surrounded by pillars that stretch real high up into the ceiling of this throne room that's called the Divine Throne Room. So that's the opening image, and it's supposed to only be like 1 page long. So I have to make that opening image, kind of go over Lycia and the Divine Throne Room and the throne and the dais. And then I also am going to go over the pillars of the Divine Throne Room too. So,
do you have any visuals already or not yet?
Yeah, I've got the story basically written out and everything with it. Now, after that, there's also the throne on top of this dais, and there's steps that lead down from it, and right in front of them there's this pool, and it's I called it the Pool of Visions. And I'm gonna kind of speak about that in the story. I'm not gonna get too descriptive about it, you know what I mean? But I'm gonna kind of show the environment, what's going on there, and then I'm gonna go into the Overking, what the Overking is, and then about King Zuthra. And that'll be like the opening image, the first thing that's read in the story.
Are we able to hear a little bit, or you just rather do it all up?
I've got it. I'll do it later on, but like I'm kind of going through the process of writing the story and what I have to do. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, like that's basically the opening image, and later on I can get through that. It's going to be on a different stream, but I'll have that out there where you'll get more of an idea of where I'm going for, you know what I mean? But like these are the first steps that I had to do, you know what I mean? I had to set up my plot, and then I had to do an outline for my plot and say this is what I want to take place within my plot. And not everybody uses an outline, but I just feel more comfortable doing it, because even when I wasn't or even when I wasn't using a plot, I was doing an outline for my story and breaking it down so that I'd be able to write it out and have it where I wanted it. And that's basically what I'm going through right now, and trying to explain that. And then after I do that opening image, I have the setup. And the setup is about 1 3/5 of a page long, maybe 2/3, however I want to do it, however the story comes out. And in that, I'm going to explain the known planes of existence, okay? And within this realm, it's not going to be connected to Earth or anything like this. This is like a land far off that nobody knows about. You know what I mean? Like here on Earth, it's not even a part of it.
Right.
And within these planes of existence, there's 6 known planes of existence, but there can be more. You know what I mean? And I've named them the higher planes of Lycia, the planes of Protean, the cardinal planes, the Ophidian planes, the serpentine planes, and then the Saurian planes. So I go through and what I basically did is I sat down and I threw some ideas in my head, you know what I mean? And I started thinking about, what do I want within these planes? So I can give you kind of a description of that, you know what I mean, and everything. But in my story, I basically wrote legends tell of a time when man was first born into existence. He was from the land up high and slowly descended into the realms below. Within this higher plane of existence lived a mighty overking and his beautiful subjects. They lived in the land that was commonly referred to as the higher heavens of Lycia, where each man lived peaceful lives, each unburdened with the toils of man, and each with a desire for more out of life. Within the higher heavens of Lycia lived imams, sentinels, hunters, woodsmen, and all manner of creatures in the wild. No draconian lived here. This was a place only for humans. The beginning of their kind started here. The beings who occupy this land are no strangers to evil which lay outside. Warriors trained to defend the freedoms they have for the sake of their people. Most of the inhabitants have strong mental abilities which stretch further than that of the ordinary human. These humans believe in honor and stand close to the powers of light rather than giving into the darkness from below. And that's what I wrote out, just saying to myself, okay, what do I want to put out there for the higher heavens of Lycia? So I did that one. That's the first part of it. And then it goes on to part. I've got here we go. I've got to figure out what I'm doing here.
While you do that, how did you get inspired to do this?
Well, I've said this in earlier ones too. I was actually inspired to do these short stories mostly because of a combination of ufology and like role-playing games, you know what I mean?
Cool.
So it was kind of a mix into there. And I forgot to mention it too before in like the older streams, like I was influenced too by a lot of stuff that was written back when like H.P. Lovecraft was around. There was a writer who, I don't know if you've ever watched or heard of Conan the Barbarian, but
I've heard of him.
Yeah, he was a character that like still survives today, but he was like back in those days with H.P. Lovecraft. The guy who wrote his story was actually older than the guy that did H.P. or was older than H.P. Lovecraft, and they both wrote for the same magazine. And he had just like unbelievably great stories, you know what I mean? So that really inspired me as well. And that's kind of another aspect that I wanted to incorporate into it. So I go further into my description and I say, with powers of extraordinary abilities, they can lift their arm and command nature itself. Foresight is common among these humans, able to see in the future. Some can see seconds, minutes, and only hours, while others can see ahead in cycles. Now, cycles I wanted to make as years, you know what I mean? The entire rotation around the sun. So that's what a cycle is in my story.
Okay.
And then it says, above all things, the people respect all life, not just their own, but every creature that exists and draws breath. Though the high heavens of Lycia is untouched by any draconian attacks that occurred within the Lycian Empire, they still have the ability to travel freely among the planes and realms outside of the high heavens that they call home, usually traveling to places for a good hunt, trade with other beings, and teaching others about freedom, inner truths, and independence. Most of the time, though, they travel to other realms of splendor, adventuring to areas that most wouldn't dare go. Mapping out areas of the unknown is one of the highest honors to any individual within the higher heavens of Lycia. It is the highest form of intellect among the scholars within the realm, discovering the powers of the outer worlds in order to harness it and bring those powers within their grasp. That's the second part of it. And then the third one I wrote, the ground within the realms of the higher heavens consists of precious gems, diamonds, emeralds, and gold. Structures are built in strange angular shapes. Some reach high into the sky, while others shoot out like blades of grass in all different directions. These structures were originally a part of the landscape, but were hollowed out and made into places for the people of this realm to live. Wildlife still roams the countryside, and the grass still grows, but not as softly as that of grass in the lower realms of Lycia. The sparkle of grasses and soil reflect everything as the golden sun shines. At night, the sky is filled with a beautiful borealis of light, stretching across the sky with a wondrous amount of bright blue stars in the background. Gentle snow sits upon mountaintops high above and can be seen from the warm, tranquil towns below. The cold air on these mountains are dry, making life there easy to live into. The air itself is fragrance with scents like that of perfumes. Fountains of healing water are scattered throughout the lands, free to all who wish to use it. After the invasion of the Draconian, the high heavens of Lycia was untouched, but in place where the divine palace once stood, the city of Novar was built. Its mighty ziggurat gleamed in the beautiful sunlight of the higher heavens, and the people tell the story written on the murals of its walls about the mighty Zuthra. Now, a lot of that probably isn't going to go into the story, you know what I'm saying, but these are ideas that I threw together so that I could kind of get inspired with the story. So, yeah.
It sounds really good and it's intriguing. Like I was in the middle of doing something and I put my stuff down. I'm like, wait, I gotta finish this because it makes you just want to listen. It's kind of captivating. That's why I would like to hear
Right.
more.
See, this is like the highest. This is the highest realm. You know what I mean? So, and humans can travel within realms in this story. So, and there's six
And
of
is
them
there
that are
something?
known.
What allows them to travel? Is it just their mind projection, or is it some special technique in which they have to utilize in order to be able to?
Well, it's a combination. Um, well, first of all, let me kind of tell you about my story. My story, it's not going to like use the term magic. It's not going to use the term technology. To these people, they're both one and the same. They don't see a difference between the two. You know what I mean? So you're going to have a story that's filled with a lot of magic and a lot of it that it has technology incorporated with it. And some of the people within these realms are going to be traveling among the stars. Some of them are. Some of them are going to be living in that realm, like Lycia that I just described, and then and a lot of them actually in the story are going to be coming from really harsh, brutal environments. You know what I mean? Where it's hard to live and they have to survive. You know, things like that. So it's pretty. So far from what I've got from it, it's pretty good setup. I like how it's going. It's just I didn't think there would be so much involved in it because like when I did the plot, I really had to rethink the way I write.
And what ways? And what ways?
Well, first I have to trim the fat on a lot of the stuff that I come out with. Like I like to come out with big, with a lot of ideas and just throw it into the story. Then with the plot and an outline together, I have to actually say, hold on, man, I can hold off on that and use it later. You know what I mean? Because it's too much information at that particular time in the story. So I catch myself doing that where I actually give too much information, basically. So as I'm going through it with a plot and an outline, I'm starting to realize that I need to, kind of keep track of what it is I'm doing and the time frame in which I'm doing it, because like whenever you're telling a story, you can't be too descriptive. I mean, you tell the story, but you have to leave something for the imagination when it comes to the person reading. You know what I mean?
Right, so that they can incorporate and create, make it relatable, or at least to where they feel like they can relate and immerse themselves within the reading. Yeah, definitely.
And then like, you don't want to sit there explaining the whole story to them. Let their minds take control and let their imaginations kind of make a part of it. You know what I mean? Like I don't have to say I'm stepping out the door and then describe every inch of the way down the street. You know what I mean? Or what the house looked like, or what the sidewalk looked like.
Let them have the opportunity to figure it out, or at least create it for themselves, because then that makes it even more real for them.
Right. And that's kind of what I really like about the whole thing about it, because it really does bring that out for me, Okay, let me see if that is what I'm gonna do with the known planes of existence, and then with Zuthra, you got to remember in the opening scene he's sitting up on this throne, right? So what happens is he, let me see if I got the right, no, what happens is he's sitting up on this throne, and it's an opening scene, and there's that pool of visions that's right in front of him, and something happens to where he stands up from his throne, and he has to walk down to this pool of visions. And when he does, over by the pillars, which are stretched out all along the sides of this divine throne room, he has to, or these monks come out like dressed in hoods and stuff, and they walk up to this throne, or this pool of visions, with him, and he's standing in front of it now, and they all take hands and hold each other's hands, and energy starts coming out of the pillars, and from the pillars they emit energy into him, you know what I mean? And while he's holding these monks' hands, he's transferring this information over to them. So he's kind of like a conduit, which is transferring the visions from this pool from him to these monks. Well, after that's all said and done, what happens is one of the monks comes out, and he says a statement, and that is a part of the story that I have to add in, and it's called Theme Stated. And Theme Stated is basically where the main character hears like a saying at the beginning of the story, and usually it's in the setup, okay, and the opening scene, somewhere around there, like, but mostly it's in the setup. And the setup is what I was telling you about. It's usually, or this one's going to be like 1 3/5 of a page long, and he says this saying, and it's a theme stated is usually said by somebody who's just insignificant and really doesn't have any part in the story, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
but
like
later,
an NPC.
right? But later on in the story, Zuther is going to have an aha moment where he's going to remember these words being said to him, and it's going to change his entire outlook. Okay, so that's where I'm going to be placing the theme stated, and the theme stated is going to be this monk. After he's holding hands with these other ones, he's sitting over to the side, and he yells out, the act of providence is in knowing of things to come before they happen. And he does this every time they do this ritual, okay? So he's heard it all the time.
And what's his name again?
The guy's not going to have a name. As a matter of fact,
this is the one who does. Okay.
None of these monks are going to have a name or anything. They're mysterious monks that appear out from behind the pillars.
You got to make it into a movie too. That's cool.
So this happens all the time on a day-to-day basis, and while he's sitting there and he's staring down into these this pool of visions, he has visions of the past, sometimes visions of the present, visions of the now. It's just a pool of visions, and Zuther is staring down at this pool, and he starts having visions about how he had had gained his wives, and that gets me into the second, or the freaking second part of the setup, which is going to be the Great Seduction. Now, I had to tone that one down too, because I had to think through it pretty hard, because it was kind of tough to get going. And the reason why I did this part was because that actually was inspired from ancient history with Enki and Enlil from the Sumerians, and the Great Seduction. I wanted to incorporate that into it too, which they're a part of the ufology stuff too. But with Zuthra, he had to perform, and every other Overking before him, he had to perform what was called the Great Seduction. Okay, and in order, the reason why he had to do the Great Seduction is he had to have wives that he had to get through this Great Seduction. And how he did it was he entered their minds, and he would claim them as his wife by consummating the marriage, you know what I'm saying, having impregnate them and stuff. And he would choose the wives and enter their mind, and he would seduce them, like while they slept or during having visions, stuff like that. And the reason why he did it was because he had to worry about the purity and the survival of the bloodline of his family. That was more important than anything else, even above being Overking. So that's one thing. And the moment that he took them as their wives, they would give birth to his children, and one of those children would become Overking later on, and that was one of the things.
Wait, hold on. So even if he only inhibited their minds, like he came inside of their minds, they would still get pregnant just through that, or almost like Mary. Oh wow, that's wild.
Just through that. He didn't have to have physical contact with a woman in order to impregnate her. He could just, and being honest, he didn't even have to touch them. He could have just freaking entered their mind.
Where did you get this idea from?
It's freaking ufology and freaking D&D.
Right, that's just crazy, because this is I heard of this before, and I don't know,
history too. So
yeah, that's why I'm saying this is a real concept, and it's just amazing that you're writing a book about it. Go ahead, I'm listening.
Okay, so you have the Great Seduction, and then consummating the marriage. And what I did there is I ended up, let me see if I got, I got to pull up part 2. But with the consummation, what I do is I go through and I name off his wives. First he had a Lubu, and Lubu was seduced when he placed his hand upon her head while she slept, and in her dream he made love to her and impregnated her and consummated their marriage. Now, all he did was place his hand on her head. Okay, that was it. The actual act never even happened,
Yeah, I've heard about third eyes. Remember we were talking about that, and being able to transfer energy through touching third eye. And I never knew about the hand touch. I know if you do it, I know this type of stuff is definitely possible with concentrated energy through, like I said, the pineal gland. But in regards to using your hand, no. I knew we can transfer energy using that, but I didn't know we could consummate and have intercourse through that. That's kind of hot.
Now, the second wife, her name was Senti, and she was seduced when he entered her mind while she was going down to the river to bathe. Now, what happened was he seduced her into a hunt because she was a hunter, and that's when he impregnated her within a dream when she would rest at night. Like, it took multiple days for her chasing down this wild animal, trying to hunt it and kill it. And each day she'd get tired, and by the time the sun was getting ready to go down, she'd camp and lay down. And when she went to go lay down and rest, he would seduce her, and eventually he impregnated her while she was asleep on the hunt. So that was the third one. Now Tiana was the third. No, the second one was Cinti. Tiana was the third one. Now she was different because Tiana was seduced through a really unusual circumstance where, because of her and the people that she came from, she and her people were, it was the females that were the dominant of the two between males and females, and they would usually torture and kill their men when they weren't useful. They would at first I wanted to say that they only kept the female babies when they were impregnated, but then I thought about that. I was like, I don't think any kind of society be that stupid, you know what I mean? So yeah, I can make it to where they kill the men and stuff when they no longer become useful. But even then, at first, in my mind, I was like, yeah, there's no men involved whatsoever. But then I well, hold on, they got to procreate. And anybody in the right mind would know that procreation is important. So that's when I had to go, and I had to kind of go back over that and rewrite it to where I could fit that in. So, they would use men for cannon fodder in battle, or working the mines, or procreation, whatever. But once they were done with them, they would torture them, and they loved to torture their men with freaking whips and shit like that, and until they were dead, and they enjoyed that. So
wait, hold on, wait a minute, time out. The women used to beat the men?
Yeah. No, I mean, this ain't in real life. This is my story.
No, because listen, there are cultures that talk about secret societies actually being headed. I've been reading, I wish I could remember the name of this documentary, because this is not the first time that I've heard this stuff. And women were actually the heads of these secret societies. There's this one particular one, I'm gonna have to go through my history, and they would do stuff like that. And that is kind of what caused I don't like to say the turn, but to where men's desire for dominance came in, because we women were actually the ones who were the superior, and they used to have men and take them kind of slaves, which would explain some men's fetish with being in bondage and wow, and you got that in your story. No, that's real. That's why you're saying it's not in real life, but it is in real life. Sort of
the big inspiration for me on this one was off of Forgotten Realms. The other day when I told you about Baldur's Gate, that's a part of Forgotten Realms, and in Forgotten Realms they have these characters called Scourge Maidens, and Scourge Maidens were like that too. They lived off of hate and anger and resentment, and they wanted nothing to do with men. It was a society that was built on just women, you know what I mean? And that their characters in the game is actually pretty cool. So what I wanted to do was incorporate that kind of character into this story, and that's where I came up with Tiana. But she was rough because I had to have Zuthra, who is the Overking, and he's up here, in the higher heavens of Lycia, and he's supposed to be all goody and everything, and he becomes attracted to Tiana. So I had to figure out the best way of incorporating her into it. And even though she was like this and her people were like this, he was obsessed with her. Like he was attracted to her, and he wanted to have her as a wife. So what he did is he used her bloodlust in order to freaking seduce her. And how he did it was he made himself appear to her as one of her slaves, and he allowed her to torture him. And after a while, through her lust for blood, Zuthra was able to consummate the marriage and impregnate her with his child. So,
wait a minute. So her lust for blood, is it like the taste of it, or does she like to murder people?
She loves to murder people. I mean, towards the end of the story, it gets even worse with her. And I can cover that here before long. But she's one during this phase of my story series. She's very important. That's pretty much the way to explain it. She plays an important part in this part. So in the story, I talk about the great seduction. Then I talk about consummating the marriage between Zuthra and his wives, and then I go into the bloodline. I start explaining, the bloodline and Alubu and Sinti and Tiana. I start elaborating more on them, other than the fact that he seduced them. What kind of people they were. Tiana, what I was telling you about her society, where it was dominated by women. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that is what I basically had to do there, and I put this outline together to where I could do it in that order too. So first I'd talk about the known planes of existence, then I'd talk about the great seduction, then consummating the marriage, then the bloodlines, then I would get more in depth with Alubu, Sinti, and Tiana, so that it's outlined. And I'm alright with it, you know what I mean, with the way it is and stuff, but like I said, there's a lot of things that I had to rethink whenever I was doing it, because I was wanting to put too much out too fast, if that makes sense, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, you were putting too much information with it. Absolutely, yeah. I understand.
And then I had to also incorporate the theme stated. Now that's hard. When I was doing all of this, and I know it doesn't sound hard at all, but it really does. Like the theme stated, when I had to make that, I had to make it to where it actually gives him that aha moment. And when he has that aha moment in the story, that's where everything changes. Like if the story's going downward with him, he has this aha moment and it starts going back up. You know what I mean? Things start getting better. And then it's the opposite. If he's having a good life and he has that aha moment, boom, his life starts going bad.
Well, what causes this?
It's the theme stated. he has that moment of clarity where, aha, you know what I mean? Or that's if it's positive, you know what I mean? Like if things are going bad for him and he has that aha moment, things make a change and it starts going uphill for him. But like, say he's a bad person, you know what I mean, and he's just doing all this rotten stuff, and things are going good for him, you know what I mean? Then all of a sudden he has that aha moment and things start going bad, you know what I mean? Now all of a sudden all this good stuff is starting to bug him and he's freaking starting to change, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of what the theme stated is about. Kind of like Scrooge.
Yeah, like and he sees all the different ghosts, and then he realizes, hey, I might have to make a change. I was the one who was doing the wrong thing. That's so dope.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to do that kind of stuff in short stories, and I'm gonna tell you right now that that's tough because I can sit and I can write a story all day long for as long as I need to, but I've never tried to do short stories until now, and I'm talking about like 16-page short stories.
So is this one about finished? Because I would like to read it. Where do we find it? Is it like Amazon or is it in the
Well,
bookstore?
right now I'm actually writing it out. I've got the raw draft put together on it, but I still need to go through it and everything and get it written out to do like the first draft and get it set up and going good. So like I'm in the process of writing this.
Right.
But now after I do the theme stated, I mentioned the catalyst, right? And the catalyst is, let me make sure I'm right, is basically where I start talking about the imams that I mentioned, and then about merchants within these realms in the kingdom that Zuther is part of. And I'm done with that part, but I get into the imams and I start talking about the realms and the merchants and the warlords and how the warlords pillage and like the merchants trade goods. And in this story, I'm making it to where like they have a real tight control over trade, and they dictate what's being made and who can make it, and who people can buy from and sell to. So they have a real strong hold on merchandise, and people who buy and sell stuff. You know what I mean?
Basically, the British.
Well, they're guilds.
Well, London.
they're all ran through guilds, and like you have to go to a guild in order to get something fixed. And if you go to somebody who isn't a part of these guilds, then and if you're caught, you could be killed for it, basically. And then there's going to be warlords that destroy settlements who don't follow their orders and pay tribute to them, stuff like that. So, I also want to get more into like the whole idea behind Lycia and the way they think. You know what I mean? Because like I don't. What I wanted to kind of put an image across is like the Lycians don't see things as good versus evil. You know what I'm saying? They believe in like balance between darkness and light. And this is even in areas where there's brutality and there's freaking harsh environments and stuff like that. They still see it as a balance between darkness and light. So they don't necessarily believe it's good and evil. And where I got that concept from was the Sumerians, because they kind of believed in that way too. You know what I mean? Like they first of all, like the Sumerians didn't believe that humans went to heaven. Everybody when they died were buried and they went to the underworld. You know what I mean? the only beings that went to freaking On were the gods, and that was it. And it wasn't when they died they could freely travel back and forth. But
Yeah.
I wanted to kind of incorporate that kind of belief, you know what I mean, where there's darkness and then there's light.
Yeah. And darkness really does not exist. It's just a lesser light. There's no such thing as darkness, just the lowest frequency of light.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So then in the Catalyst, that's when a new character emerges, and I call him Obtu, and he's a Draconian. And Obtu is a reptilian priest of the Draco. Now he travels to Lycia so that he could sway humans into following the ways of the Draco. And that's where I'll start introducing the Draconians into the story, but they're not going to be like focused on in this short story. They'll be in the next ones. But I wanted to introduce them into it so that people are aware of them by the time the next short story comes along.
Right.
And as he comes in and he starts swaying humans into following the ways of the Draco, he starts influencing some of the moms, and those moms become self-proclaimed satraps. And
what's a satrap?
Satraps are a satrap, first of all, in real life is like over in the Middle East. Satrap would be the equivalent of a king or an emperor.
Okay.
So, like these imams, they're like the holy priests for Zuthra, okay, with real strong abilities and stuff. And Obtu comes to Lycia and he starts swaying humans into following the ways of the Draco, and he eventually influences some of these imams, who then becomes self-proclaimed satraps, and Zuthra is forced into like decreasing their power, and then he would go and he'd start replacing moms with people that he could trust. And as time went by, responsibilities of the imams only consisted of like delegating between trade merchants. Now right there is kind of like falling into Obtu's plan, because many of those merchants were conspiring with Obtu in illegal trades. Okay, so now you have these imams whose only responsibility is dealing with these merchants, and a lot of these merchants are being influenced by Obtu as well. So that automatically becomes an issue in the story.
Yeah, I was about to say, does that not make them not want to feel like dealing with the moms? Because in that regards, if they're basically seemingly being to become obliviated, or at least to where they have less importance in regards, and they're attempting it sounds like he's attempting to fade them out and bring in, like you said, people he can trust, but he has them dealing with people who are basically aware of this concept or mindset, and that's who they're dealing with directly. Is that obviously would create a problem, because wait a minute, why are we dealing with these people? You said they're basically nobody's. Isn't this what you
not
believe?
only that, but you got to remember, like, these trade merchants are dealing basically in a black market too with Obtu in illegal trades, and Obtu is not only dealing in like drugs, he's dealing in drugs, he's dealing in slaves, he's dealing in black market shit. You know what I mean? Like
Mm-hmm.
the really bad
Trafficking,
stuff.
all the bad, yeah, the naughty stuff, right?
Right. So these merchants are working legitimately on the surface, but behind the scenes, they're also working in the black markets. And as well as dealing in the black markets, they're also having contact with these imams, which gives them the opportunity to influence those imams into following Abtu in the ways of the Draconians or the Draco. You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So
Mass manipulation.
Yeah. So like Zuthra is basically actually falling into Abtu's plan. You know what I mean? Of trying to expand his influence up into the hierarchies in the realm. So, right there, I wanted it to be like that. And then, like I said, the illegal trades consist of like human slave trade and genetic research, which I do want to get into the genetic research with the Draco, because that's where a lot of the ufology comes from, because the Draco are the reptilians, and I'm gonna bring out some of that stuff with ufology about the genetic research that ufologists believe in real life, you know what I mean, with like the stories they tell and stuff like that. And it's going to be about human slave trade, genetic research, and then drugs which convert humans into like mindless followers of whoever has it. They'll just mindlessly follow them and do whatever they want them to do. And
Vaccine to me.
yeah, and I call that Soma. So
Salma.
Soma, yeah.
Like Hyatt.
Well, Soma. Yeah.
I was just making sure I'm hearing the names correctly. I mean, I get it. It's just, that's how I relate it. So, Salma Hayek. Okay, cool. Salma. Call it Salma.
Soma.
Soma.
Yeah.
Soma.
So, most of the imams and merchants are influenced by this drug. So, what they do is they get the contacts with the imams, and then a lot of the imams turn into self-proclaimed satraps. Now, they end up becoming influenced by this drug Soma, and those that are still doing the trades and the illegal stuff and siding with the Dracos and all that, they aren't influenced by it. They're just greedy, you know what I mean, and they do it. They agree with doing the trades with Obtu, and that's just purely out of greed. So that's what I wanted to do there when it comes to Obtu and stuff like that. So
Good idea. Mm-hmm.
So basically, I went through and I did that where I got to the merchants and then Obtu, and then it comes to the debate, and that's about 2 pages long. And what happens there is I was telling you about Tiana and the way that
the bloodthirsty one.
Yeah, and how he seduced her and impregnated her and made her his wife. Well, in the debate, what I want to do is I want to make a betrayal, and it's going to be with Tiana, because Tiana, like I said, comes from a society where it's ruled by women, and the fact that he did this, it actually didn't make her feel good. It pissed her off, you know what I mean? So in her mind, she wants revenge on Zuthra for what he had done. So she's sitting in the background, she's waiting for the right time. And eventually she betrays Zuthra and sides with Obtu and the Draco. And then she turns around and orchestrates an uprising that's going to take place among the merchants and the self-proclaimed satraps within Zuthra's realm. So that is probably as far as what I want to go right now, and I can come back and do another thing on it if you want to, and see what you guys think about it. So since you've been so quiet, Moose, what do you think? I know you're there. Moose, he's just listening. But anyhow, what do you think? Do you like the story?
Yes, I'm so interested. That's why I'll keep asking you. Like, I would like more, but you say it's not complete yet. You say you come back and do some more. Can you read a little bit? Can you read it just like a little while?
No. See, that's the secret of writing.
Right, you don't read it while you do it. I know. I'm writing stories too. So I mean,
that's the secret of writing. You got to keep people in suspense.
I understand. It's just like it could be my nighttime bedtime story. You can read to me. I think you should start doing that. That'll be nice. And you could just read. Oh my goodness, and just get like like. It was a cool fall evening. The wind was brisk, and I'll just be sitting here like, yeah, thank you. You're gonna have to make my stuff hang up for me because I'll definitely probably, pass out. That's what I'm saying. You should do it. Incorporate it as a story time.
Well, I can go through and kind of read you the beginning of it, and it's not all put together yet. You know what I mean? Like, there's still things that I have to do. Like, I have to put actual conversations into it, and I have to make it more believable and stuff like, or not believable, but
relatable. But yeah. Listen, you don't have to explain even all of that. I feel like just the fact, you know what I mean? Like, you can see where you're going. You know what I mean? I mean, if you're paying attention, you can see exactly where you're going, and it's not at all a hard concept to grasp onto. So, I mean, like, yeah, I would like to hear some more. You say you can read the beginning for a little while?
Yeah.
Okay,
so, like, right here, it says, within the lands of a far-off place, Lycia is a kingdom that spans 3 spheres of the known plains. Within it are streets of jeweled splendor and golden sunshine. These are not the only lands of Lycia, though. There are many diverse environments, cultures, and civilizations that dwell here among the different planes of existence. Lands that are unforgiving, primal, and filled with wild beasts. Jungles that reach up to the sky can take a person without ever leaving a trace of that person ever being there. Planets so unforgiving, the ground itself has the power to kill. Within the center of the divine throne room, within the center of the divine throne room, I messed that up. It says within the center of the divine throne room, a throne sits upon a dais. The dais rises about 200 feet above the floor, and each side of this dais has steps that lead up onto it. Transparent crystals were used in order to create most of the things within this throne room, making the environment bright and full of reflections. Pillars stretch high within the room to a ceiling that is so high it can barely be seen. Rumors have it that these pillars don't even connect to the ceiling, and their mysteries are but a wonder. They too cast off reflections of a mystical blue aura of beauty. Strange symbols are carved into these pillars and the dais as well. Energy flows along the surface of these pillars, swaying like snakes swimming upon the surface of the stream. The bright reflection, the bright reflective glow of the throne, dais, and divine pillars cast off of the walls and down onto a mysterious pool of visions below. Visions bounce in and out within the waters of this mystical pool. A blue aura hangs over it, and the water itself never sits still, as if it is boiling in low temperatures. The water itself, though, isn't cold at all. Still, it produces a mist that rises above itself into the divine throne room above. And that's it.
You can see it. And it's horrible. I'm sitting here, I'm picturing the throne, I'm picturing the mist, I'm picturing. Okay, fine. So next Monday, then more.
Yeah, I can do some more. Unless I get somebody that wants to tell their story. I'm going to do storytelling where I can find people who's willing to tell their story. I want to add that into my streams as well. So if you know anybody who's willing to sit down and tell their story, they can start at any time period in their life, whatever, and just tell everybody about their story and end it wherever they want to. That's something that I'm looking forward to if anybody wants to do that.
That sounds like it'll be cool.
Yeah, kind of like what Pecos Dave. I keep trying to say it right because I miss.
You saying it right?
Pecos.
Pecos, yeah, Pecos. Because I keep him saying Pecos, Texas, because he says it with a little southern drawl, and so it's just you're saying it correctly.
But that's kind of one thing that I've always been wanting, to find people who are willing to tell their story. It doesn't have to be exciting or anything. Just sit down and tell your story.
Yeah, who are you? Where do you come from? And how did you make it to this point? Or whatever point they feel as though they'd like to stop at, correct?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I've got 30 seconds before an hour and 5 minutes. I am going to end this stream. Alright?
Alrighty then. Well, I'll see you around soon, and I'll see you tomorrow.
I appreciate you and Moose showing up. So thank you guys for showing up and listening.
Alrighty then. Have a good night. Be safe.
You too. Alright, so I am off of Jitsi, and I will stop recording now and stop the stream.
Okay, hello everybody. Welcome to our weekly Minds Roundtable live stream with Roger Hanson. My name is Tan, and we have on the stream Pico's Dave and Karma Love joining us. So it's going to be an exciting live stream. We got more people than 2 people last time, so welcome everybody.
And that's because you guys definitely failed to communicate effectively.
Oh, we'll get it.
Of course. We're here now. That's all that matters.
Yep.
Okay, since this will be, Dave has been on Roger's live stream a couple of times. Karma, have you introduced yourself to the stream?
Just now?
Before?
Well, I just say hello. So hi,
Yeah,
guys.
do a quick intro, your background, how long have you joined? Since this is a Minds Roundtable, quick intro on your history with the Mind. When you joined, how long you been, how active you've been on the platform, things like that.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I joined Minds in June, and I've been just more so absorbing. There was a lot of useful information being posted for a very long time, so that was the main gist of it. To be honest, I never really started opening up until Roger did a stream about the Sumerians, and if I'm saying it wrong, I apologize. But anyway, once it started with that, Hey, there's some weirdness. Does anyone else hear that?
Yeah, that's just static. It's been coming through.
Oh, okay. It was like a real, yeah, it was really obnoxious. That's what I was wondering. But so yeah, it's really, really, really loud. And
Window's coming from my side. Let me mute myself and see if you can hear it still.
okay, it's not there now.
Yeah, it's
No, I
cool.
didn't hear anything. And even when you were talking, there was no sound. Even after I said it, there was none. I was just bringing it because if everyone can hear it, then everyone can hear it. That's the only reason I said something. But anyway, so yeah, I was on here and I was just like learning stuff. And then like I see now you hear it again. And then I talked to, and he did that chat, and he was really like cool and nice. And so I just kind of, I would like to say clung to him, but like his information is definitely very useful. Learn a lot on his streams. So it got to the point to where I know also too people get more the more support they have, then they can have, you know what I mean, they get benefits. There's essentials, excuse me. And so I started showing up just to basically help him kind of, you know what I mean, get just so that we just so he could do his thing because he it's useful information, even the stuff I don't understand like the games and stuff like that. I mean I still listen because why not, he was cool. So just support the platform. Eventually I'm going to start doing my shows. I do shows but I don't do them here, so I was eventually going to start doing it here. I just haven't yet.
Okay.
If
Cool.
you,
I see that you post. You post some. You have some decent post
Like quotes and stuff
history
like
on
that,
your
yeah.
channels. Yeah, yeah. How?
No
What's your like?
affirmations and stuff.
What is your what's your posting schedule kind of like, or do you have a schedule?
Okay. So for me, I base it off of based off of the synchronicity. So I usually, and on mines, I haven't been doing it as much. But when I post other places, it's usually based off the synchronicity. It has to be some type of sync. But I'm gonna, I'm just now focusing to incorporate mines because at first I literally was just using it for the information I was learning. And then when I started getting involved with like Roger, I was like, oh wait, you know what? Maybe I'll incorporate mines into my thing. And like I just started getting more. I like just like looking into it. Not really anything to where it's like yes, mines, but it is now. And like I said, recently, just because I felt as though I was reading, you guys were talking about like tokens and all this other stuff, and money's cool. So sometimes anyway. So I was just like, okay, I'll just at least make the attempt. So it'll be like synchronicities, 222s, 111s, 1111, 1010. Yeah, all there's so many synchronicities, 234, 1234. Just you name it. It's just, but for mines, I have yet to decide the time if I'm going to do it simultaneous, like at all times, at the same time on all my platforms. I really think that's not lame, but the only reason I feel like it's lame is because there's so many synchronicities, and then I can hit so many different points based on. So it's just like it's in the works. But yeah, it'll be a time strategically, but I have yet to determine the time strategic for mine.
you you tell us when, and I guarantee you I'll help support you. I'll get on there and freaking start talking to you. And
Yeah.
Oh, you mean for like the shows? I was just talking about like the affirmations and stuff. See, with the shows, I'll probably just gonna do my pre-records that I already have because I have a lot. I do energy reads. I don't do tarot because I don't believe in tarot, but I have made my own energy cards, and I use the energy cards in order to assess energy properly. And I mean, it resonates this time. It resonates
well,
at times as well, but usually it's some.
if you have the courage to get on camera and stuff, I'd be willing to give you like an hour or so on my channel where you could just do your own show.
Yeah. Like talk about what you're doing on your channel and things like that. I was just curious because I
That'll
don't
be
have a.
great. Yeah, I definitely thank you. That's awesome. I definitely would like to do it like, you know what I mean, when I'm better prepared. I could do like I don't even have a white candle. It was a full moon, so I did the full moon last night, and so now my white candle is used for the full moon energy and it's burning down. I have to clean the cards with white candle, but I did do a reading last night, so I'm gonna post that, and I was considering posting it on mine, and I'll let you know. We can like whenever it's a good time for you, and I can just attempt to plan accordingly. I'm moving this weekend, so right now I'm a little busy.
Well, I mean, just tell me when, like once a week, whenever you want to do one episode. And it doesn't have to really be you. You can, like, take a looping video of a candle and put it in the
And you can
background.
start doing the live streaming or like video podcasting / live streaming like Roger's doing. I
Yeah.
could
Yeah,
get you some money if the money is interesting to you.
but see, that's what I was thinking about doing just because he's been doing this. I never realized I could do that here. At first, I thought it was more like X. And like, I thought it was more like that to where I could only post like those type of posts. And then I started seeing you guys doing this. And I'm like, wait a minute. Like, I'm literally learning as I go. And it's not something like I started getting into it when you got, like I said, after Roger. Like, after Roger was so cool the first time I was on his show, like I'll check the chats now. Like before, it was kind of just like I don't know what these people are talking about, or I'll just read it as I go, and that was mainly it. Like they're not talking, you're not relating to me, so it doesn't matter. But then when I started being involved, you guys were relating to me, so I was like, oh, okay, now I check it. You know what I mean? I check it simultaneously with me checking X or checking Instagram. But you know what I mean? It's just the truth, and so I'll do that now, and I wanna figure out how to do it. So yeah, I'll let you guys know when I'm better prepared. I definitely think it's going to start this month, like in the next week or so, because that's what I have on my schedule. So I'll just make vocal about it.
Now,
Okay.
I do want to mention something to you, okay? And I keep telling everybody on here, it's not a bad thing to get Minds Plus. Don't let people try to dissuade you from that because it really does pay out. It's a pretty good setup. So, like, if you want to get serious about this stuff, it's $60. I mean, and you got an entire year.
$60 a year.
It's
Yeah.
only 60 a year. Oh, I can
Yeah.
manage that. I can manage it, but
But-
I just
But you do
Well,
have to
I-
wait for $100 to cash out.
I want to ask you, Roger. Since Plus is the nice thing, but I think Pro will get you even more payback. Have you looked into that at all?
Yeah, I was talking to Moose about it, and to be honest, I mean, like, once I get like set up with a server and stuff like that, that might be a good option, something to do. You know what I mean? But I really, benefit-wise, I don't see really the big advantage of having Pro other than having your own website. And then, like, right there,
No. I thought not. You don't necessarily have to your own website. It'll give you your own subdomain off of minds.com. So it'll be like rogerhanson.minds.com. That'll be your website, and
Yeah, but-
you can customize that site. It's basically your channel, but you have more
but
customization.
there's still things that you have to take into consideration. I mean, like, yeah, they'll host me, give me my host name and stuff, but does it have to still represent Minds? You know what I mean? Like, when I go and I post something, am I going to be able to post it on a website that's mine, or is it going to be something that represents just Minds? You know, because I'd want to be able to freaking have people on Google be able to find my stuff on their search engines, and then I'd have to have people,
and not just mine.
you know what
But
I mean?
he's saying both.
So, I mean,
Minds.com right now is already indexed by Google. So any
well, the encryption thing is what I'm talking about. That's where it all gets kind of tricky. 'Cause, like,
encryption? Encryption. The end-to-end encryption is only on chat, not on the
Well,
site.
if I take my content and I try to share it, like, say, on Facebook, okay,
Yeah.
all the people on Facebook is going to see is an emblem of Minds, and it's going to say join Minds to see this post. Basically, you got to click on it, go in and join your account.
Oh, I see. It's up to you though. Some when you post it, you have the options of making it like publicly available, and or only logged in user can view, or only private, only you can see, or things like that. You
Yeah.
have control when you post. But look at Moose Pro channel. He has a pro, and he has a pro channel, and it looks like it's off of minds.com, but I don't know if it's his own.
How much do you get paid? If you don't, if this is okay and it's okay, like well, per post, like, what is the like? Let's be realistic. And I mean, because I was thinking about even signing up. I remember, like, they have like Twitter, but it's not Twitter Blue. It's like X, whatever it is now. But it's like it costs money, and you have to have 500 followers. Like, I'm nowhere near 500 followers, so I'm just wondering,
Who?
like,
Oh, what?
Oh,
What?
you
I'm here
automatic
now. I was talking about that before, but I'm asking you here.
you automatically start making money once you get Minds Plus or Minds Pro. Like you don't have a minimum for doing it.
Amount of followers, right? So it is
Right.
No, you don't need a minimum
I
following.
got you.
No.
That's why.
Also, Roger, so with Pro, you get paid for traffic as well, right? For people visiting your page.
Yeah.
As you don't get that with Plus.
I get that with Plus too.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
I see.
I
Okay,
do.
okay.
As a matter of fact, I was getting ready to pull that up on my extra channel or on my
Mhm.
screen share
Okay.
thing here. This is what I made just for last month.
Okay.
Okay, I made $30.14.
But there's nothing for page views, though.
Well, hold on a minute. The page views. Let me. Okay, I gotta get on the right tab so I can go on. So I've got Minds content for 31.24. Boost Partners is for 15. Page views is 0 because Minds is greedy and don't want to give up the dough.
But that's what I'm saying, though. If you have a Pro account, that would change.
Now on my analytics for just regular Minds, okay, for my page views, I can find out how much my earnings was for page views, and that's 0 too. But it tells me that I made $1.14 on August 31st. Yeah, for August.
How many page view did you have in the past month? Can you see that?
I had.
Page or traffic?
I mean, that's a good question. I'm not quite sure. Yeah, page views. I had 823 page views.
800 in a month.
Yeah,
Okay.
and total page views is on all your channel assets. A page view is registered when a unique page is
It sounds.
viewed
Excuse
and
me.
does not include
Excuse me,
feeds.
guys. It's
Yeah.
really choppy.
Oh, it is.
On the stream?
You guys sound like.
No.
Yeah, it sounds really bad. Maybe you guys can hear each other really good, but I don't.
I see. That's a
Picos,
good
can you
point.
hear them? Is he still here?
Because can you hear us? Picos.
Maybe he had to do something because he
I think
he
the audio is
visits
fine
us
on
at
the Jitsi. It's just maybe the stream is.
It sounds better now. It sounds way better now. Like when you guys were talking about them printing stuff, like the money and how much money and the streams and the views and stuff. Like it was just like,
It was choppy.
yeah.
You never broke up to me. I just had trouble finding the window and tab that you were in because I'm working on other
Could
stuff.
be your internet connection, Kama.
Yeah.
Okay, well.
It's good point. But okay, if Dave says, right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's good now.
You got pretty much the views and stuff, but like they have a little question mark that's next to it.
Right. So Roger, I'm reading up on the Pro page. It says you will get $1 for every 1,000 page view.
Yeah. Thank you.
But I suppose with Plus you get nothing. So as soon as you get, I guess if you get more followers and maybe run ads and stuff on your page to hype up your page view, then the Pro account.
The highest page views I got for August is 60 page views. Okay, and that. And,
that was you guys' show last week, right? That's lit.
Boost your content, man.
I want to ration that too, because that can go quick. I mean, you can go boost crazy, but I'll tell you what, if you boost your content and you just use all your pips, you're gonna lose them. I mean, I know because I got mad at mines and decided I was like, fuck you all, and I went in there and just started boosting stuff.
When was this?
This was back, like, what was it? It was before I freaking did the Mines Plus, but I got so frustrated because nobody was on there and nobody would even freaking talk. You couldn't get nobody to make a comment and shit, and I'm like, what the hell, dude? I started getting all crazy and shit. I was like,
I've had mixed results with boosting.
Oh yeah,
if it's during a time where there's heavy farming going on, meaning people scamming the system, you're not going to make anything anyways. But if they've done a cleanup and they've kicked out all the troublemakers, and you boost, you can sometimes make back more than you put in. Especially if you got good content. But yeah, whenever it's in high shenanigans time, don't expect much to happen.
Mostly I noticed that too, like whenever there's like these spam messages that pop up in your comment section and they're happening all the time, there's that's not really a good time to do a boost. And I also tried that boosting your profile, and it helps on the whole profile being boosted so that people know you're there, but like it doesn't really help like getting your tokens back, you know what I mean? So
is there a way that you can make it to where like I can like and comment? Because you had something recently I attempted to like and comment on, but it basically said that I don't know, like I had to pay for it. Is that
because like, he's posting on his Plus
because
channel.
You got to be rich to freaking.
So I feel you. That's how my page is set up.
What are you posting on Plus? You know, you need to do it strategically, right?
I'm posting straight up porn, dude.
Okay. I see. All right. It goes on the pay channels. Yes.
He said he's not posting it in his chat.
She has to pay to watch
wait, hold on. You had the robot porn? Hold on. What kind of porn?
I've got the censored version on regular Minds if you want to watch that. Now, actually, that's on regular Minds Plus. Now, I do have a membership area where you can go in and watch the uncensored stuff, but that's going. You can pay it
there you go,
either in money or in tokens.
If you got robot fetish, then you have to pay.
I do. That's it. That's what the robot porn is. So you guys have been holding back on me.
That's karma love, man. I can find some robot fetish stuff if you want. just so I can get a little bit of that money.
I was hoping to make some, but you know.
You're making me think of Bender talking about robosexuals.
Blender.
Air conditioned.
A Bender on Blender.
Robot will be her technician.
Oh, jeez. This is totally taking a different direction.
He said this is not. He's like, this is not what I planned for. You guys tricked me.
Oh wait, I wanted to ask. So, Dave, have you ever tried Pro? Have you ever tried?
I thought you were gonna say robot.
I've looked at Pro, and every time I've looked, it was way out of my price range.
I see.
I mean, even when the tokens were down super cheap, the amount it would have costed to buy the tokens was out of my price range.
Okay, what was it? Right now it's at what is it? This $40 a month or something?
Yeah, it seems. I was looking at lifetime. I don't like to do monthly things, and I know it's been up over. Well, I know it was super high last time I looked for the lifetime price.
The lifetime thing too.
Okay, $40.
Like, yeah, but
$40 for a lifetime?
How do you get the
$40 a month?
How do you get those tokens? And are they off chain or on chain? You know, I mean, what do you pay? Do you pay with your off chain tokens?
Do you pay? You pay with money.
Well, no, I mean it
and
gives
then
you the
still,
option.
What's off chain?
Oh, the tokens would be too much. I don't know if you have that amount of tokens. Like 20,000 mines token per month. Oh, for lifetime.
Yeah. And
20,000 mines for a lifetime pro membership.
but
You guys
is
got that kind of tokens?
but is that off chain or on chain?
Any token, any mines token, where it doesn't matter where you have it, off chain or on chain.
So, see, that's
But if you have a large number of tokens and you maintain them on chain, you get more benefit, I believe.
I can't convert it. I've tried a few times. The fuel cost is just way too high.
Gas cost is too much. Yeah.
The gas cost, yeah.
But this is.
Do you take notes on stuff like this so you can tell the people and then you guys can adjust accordingly?
Yeah, it looks like Lifetime's not available anymore.
That's probably a smart deal. That was actually stupid for offering it.
Dave, you said it's not available. It's still on their.
Oh, there's Lifetime. 20,000 mines tokens.
Yeah.
Well, I got 889.6. I'm nowhere near there.
Yeah.
And even at 7 cents each, that's still pretty damn expensive.
Yeah.
That's something else.
Yeah.
7 cents.
$40. $40 a month.
I just gave up on it, to be honest with you. What I did is I connected my YouTube with freaking regular Mines, and then I started posting other stuff on Mines Plus. So not only do I have stuff going over on Mines Plus, but I have my stuff from YouTube making my tokens for me on regular Mines.
Okay. Well, I'm just curious if anybody has tried, even for a month trial, to see what kind of benefit you get.
Yeah, I'm thinking about doing that now just because of what you guys are talking about.
But you got to build up your followers, build up a decent number of page views that you get monthly, and then you can try it. Otherwise, it won't be worth it.
It's just a waste. So do my views count? Like if I keep going back to my page?
No.
I'd be on there all day.
Oh, you can keep hopping to various cafes in your town and try to visit your own page, but that's
that's not gonna.
Oh, I can do it like that. Then.
That's not gonna work.
Too much.
They've got freaking robots that detect that stuff now. So
yeah, I heard them saying someone was talking about farming likes or farming views or something.
Yeah, and like when I was talking about WLCs on there, I thought it was just common knowledge that everybody knew what a WLC was. Like I do it all the time, and it's not really manipulating anything. It's just like freaking group of people get on a group on Discord, and like if you watch my video, like it and comment on it, then I'll do the same for you.
Yeah. That's like, kind of a common. I mean, it's somewhat discouraged because it's not authentic engagement, right?
Well,
but it's I've seen people do it.
Eventually, you can't help but get to know these people. You know what I mean? It's like you get on there, you say a good video, blah blah blah. You don't even have to watch the whole thing. Just make sure that it's on and it's viewed, so they can get the view. Yeah. But I mean, after you do it for so long, I mean, you just get to know these people. And
exactly. So that's the difference between us doing this as a get to know each other favor kind of a thing, as opposed to the bots farm doing it.
Yeah.
Right? They're doing it consistently, and they're doing it in bulk a lot.
Yeah, it's automated.
Right?
It's completely automated.
I see what you're saying. So I can do like I've been doing, like I'll come support you just because I rock it. That's not weird, that's right? Exactly. Yeah, no, that's how. Okay.
And hey, if someone will do me the decency of commenting on one of my posts, I'll usually give them a thumbs up.
Yeah.
Same thing.
There you go.
And just remember,
and that's fine, I think.
Just remember the most important part of it. Okay, is I need the money. Okay, I mean, I need the money. I want to get rich.
All right.
Rich off of mines.
That's It's also in mine's. It's also in mine's advantage that
Yeah.
you can get rich off of mines too. Right? It's just like people getting rich off of
Right.
YouTube.
It's like
Yeah,
it's like taking a
just-
hot dog and putting it
It's
on
a-
a string
yeah.
and then just like
It
running
says something
it.
about the platform that you are able to get rich off of it. But, no, I mean,
I don't even
not-
really know how to
it,
meet people.
it by
I think
legitimate
on
means.
that.
Mine's is kind of in its quality and popularity are almost inverse. The
Yeah.
more the token's worth, the lower quality the site is because all the farmers show up and screw everything up.
Yeah.
But when the token's low, you actually get some pretty good content out there.
The thing too is like if you could get rid of all these inactive channels, I mean that's what I really think is one of the big issues with mines. Like they've got all these inactive channels that haven't even been around.
Bots,
All the old farmers and people trying to crypto scam people trying to sign you up and thought bots and whatever. Yeah, the site's littered with those.
Yeah.
do you still see a lot of them, Dave? I think it was a lot worse a couple of years ago. It hadn't gotten a little better, don't you think?
I think so. I occasionally go through my blocked list to see who still exists or not. Because your blocked list doesn't automatically remove people when they get deleted. And you've actually got a limited size block list. So I go through and make sure the people I've got blocked still exist, and when they don't, I take them off my list.
Thanks for sharing and reminding, Karma.
Yeah, no, okay, but I have another question.
She
because how
just knew
come
that just now.
Is that
Yeah.
because it says here that I have to I have to do it on my laptop. I'm not able to
Hey,
do it on the phone. It's like
you don't even need to watch that. You're a part of it. Just don't even worry about it.
but when it
That's
says
true.
the upload, he's like, please ensure you have sent the correct amount to unlock it. But then it says it's not available on my phone. So I have to do this stuff on my laptop.
No, what it is I'm on Minds Plus. Like,
Yeah.
You have to watch this on my.
But how
No.
can I even sign up on my phone?
Can she remind? Can she remind without
Yeah.
being able to watch it? Oh, that's weird. That
That
might be a
is,
bug.
No, I cannot. I
Yeah,
cannot
you just
remind
did.
that.
That's why I said thank you.
I liked it. No, some of these are not. See, some of yours are open. Others, some of them are not open. Other ones are open. Like
Oh,
the Jitsi
that's-
one's not.
The ones that are
God.
open are the ones that are regular mines. I try to keep as much content on the regular mines channel as I can. Now, most of the stuff that you're seeing there isn't important. It's just video games. I'm completely.
I told you I wanted to see you stream. So are you gonna take my idea for tomorrow and stream some games before you start talking, or do you have like a strategic format for it?
Dude, I watch so many, or I play so many games. That's like old hat shit for me. You know what I mean? Like
This looks like Spyro. That was Pokemon.
I would rather sit and have a conversation with you guys about video games and stuff. Like me and Dave, we've been talking about the emulators and shit and cool stuff like that. I love that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I used to contribute to the attract mode front end a little bit, mostly with how-tos and what have you.
Ah,
Yeah.
cool.
And like people don't know much about emulators and stuff, and like I've tried out all of the emulators I could find in the last year or so, and here before long I want to freaking write review or make reviews on some of them, because there's some that just plain out suck, you know, and then there's some that are great. And like when you go on these websites and they talk up like Xenia, for example, you know, that's for Xbox 360, and you get on there, you got to be careful because of the freaking options in it, you have to use C++ just to get into the freaking options and change stuff around. And for people who don't know much about C++, that's dangerous, you know? You can mess up your emulator. So,
Honestly, I don't even know what that means, so I would definitely be learning something.
yeah, see, we got, there we go. So, Red Hat, yeah, see right there, you've got Karma, Love, and Deborah. I still want to talk to that Deborah. She spells her name Debua, and I know she's got to be picking on her name or something, because that's got to be Deborah, but she spells it Deborah
Where are you guys looking at?
on
Where
the
do you see that?
notifications.
Oh, on your notification.
Yeah. You know, that's the thing that I enjoy about it, you know, and like when it comes to games, there's a lot of topics. Like last week we were talking about the freaking what were they, like Walt Disney World and all that, and how they're trying to make them into real video games in real life. You know, to me that's a cool topic. Like they even have high scores, and you can keep a high score when you go to these places, and then like a year later, if you go back on vacation there, you can start off where you left off and still have your high score. You know, you're walking through this theme park playing a video game. It's just crazy.
Now, if you haven't looked, a lot of the new Disney shows, the Star Wars ones especially, the way they film them is basically a big video game. They have a whole bunch of NVIDIA GPUs, and the camera acts like a mouse. Those actors are actually walking around in front of screens, not blue screens, but real screens. And the whole background on the show, it's basically a video game environment. And it looks like those characters walking around in it.
Yeah. I can do that on Unity with Blender. I can take and create animations on Blender, put it on Unity, and then pretty much make an entire movie out of a video game. It's pretty interesting. My son got me into VR chat on Steam, and eventually I started trying to figure out how to get freaking Blender, Unity, and VR chat all hooked in together.
Which platform is this VR chat on?
It's on Steam.
Oh, on Steam. Okay, I see.
Yeah, and you go in there, you can literally create your own world. And it's pretty interesting. Make textures and stuff like that.
Oh, that's a concept.
See, I haven't really gotten into 3D modeling. I've spread myself so thin with what I do. Now, it's hard to get myself to pick up something else sometimes.
I haven't been able to do it in a long time. The sad part about it is I use Blender mostly to video edit, and to me, that annoys me. It annoys me that I have to spend so much time on video games, to be honest, because like this right here, this is real content, you know what I mean? We're all getting together and we're having a conversation, you know, and all these conversations we've had together, that's actual footage, you know what I mean? And that means more to me than getting on a video game and playing it for freaking 8 hours. It really does.
I do my video editing with Caden Live. So.
I don't even know half of the stuff. I know Adobe Prime, and I know Blender. I know OBS, XSplit, stuff like that, but I don't try to get too adventurous because there's so much stuff out there. Like Wondershare, I tried that. That was horrible.
Have you tried DaVinci Resolve?
Now, DaVinci is what I heard is DaVinci is actually supposed to be a part of the whole Wondershare thing.
Oh.
So I've heard of them. I've never done them.
Kden Live's just basically made for KDE if you're a Linux user. So it's an open source. Just drop the pieces in, and it looks like some of the pro stuff that I saw the pros use when I did work at the recording studio. But I never did play with all those Adobe products.
Yeah, I'm skeptical against them too. Now, KDE, I went across them whenever I had my Linux, because you've got that freaking, I forgot what the area was, where they have, like, you type in what you want and it shows it. And then you can install it in your computer or leave it off there. The store or something like that. But I've never messed with it. I tried that Wine, and
oh no,
I mean,
it's like a Windows emulator and Linux.
Yeah, and that's some horrible shit. I still, to this day, cannot figure out how the hell anybody used Wine.
Right.
Oh, the saying I had for a long time was, if wine is the answer, the question was stupid. But if you look at those links I've been dropping, you'll see the next from the bottom, Lutris. Lutris actually is a launcher platform for video games, and it's really powerful, and it's a little bit buggy, but it's actually pretty good overall. What Lutris does, it has these. I don't know if you've dealt with Steam and Linux lately, but what they've done with Proton on Steam, which is custom wine for video games, it is actually running really smooth with a lot of games right now. What Lutris does is it'll take games from just about any source, Windows games, and it'll make it really easy to launch and play those games with Linux when it works right. Now, it works right about 80% of the time.
Let's see.
The rest of it, you got to fight a little. Usually, all you got to do to fix it is choose a different wine engine. You just kind of right-click and choose a different version, and it tends to work fairly well. But I've spent a lot of time with Lutris there.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you, I'm happy when I see a game that comes out for Linux and it's native and it's, a big title from a major company. But I found it only works with Linux temporarily.
It does?
Yeah, as the libraries and Linux start to get updated, Linux rapidly evolves because there are so many people working on it. I found that when a company releases a game for Linux, they don't update the thing. They put it out there, they'll probably patch it for a year or two, and then they walk away from it. Sadly, I found it's actually easier to play a Windows game on Linux once it's reached about 3 to 5 years old than it is to play a Linux game on Linux, because the company has abandoned it.
Yeah.
And Wine actually kind of makes it to where at least the Windows version is playable. It took a long time for me to come to that sad realization.
Yeah. Now,
Is Lutris similar to Wine?
Lutris is a launcher. So, what is it? There's a very popular emulation front end for Windows, I'm not remembering the name of, where they have game engines you can download and put in. Lutris works kind of in the same way, where you can just kind of like right click and say, I want these additional versions of Wine. And it's not restricted to any one source. There's a lot of different options. You're usually better off sticking to about 3 to 5 of them if you know what you need specially like it. I know Diablo runs best. I'm talking the original Diablo here.
yeah.
Runs best with a really old particular one just for it. Most of them, if you're running the latest Proton, you're usually doing okay.
See, that's why my son. That's why me and my son don't get along when it comes to video games, because he talks shit, and like when it comes to this new Diablo they came out with, and I told him, I was like, look, dude, that's all special effects. You know what I mean? Like, you play the original Diablo and you'll get your butt kicked. And he tried it one time, got his butt kicked, and he's never freaking talked to me about it ever again.
Well, I think I've done the right thing. Instead of Diablo, I got my 8-year-old hooked on Torchlight, and he loves Torchlight. Torchlight was made by the original Diablo developers who got pissed off at Blizzard, left, and made a clone of Diablo, basically.
Yeah.
And Torchlight, all three of them have been good. The first one was a little disappointing because it wasn't multiplayer, but they went multiplayer after that. So.
Yeah. But yeah, that's the kind of stuff I'm into, you know. Now, Moose asked about the link, so I shared it to him. He might actually be on here. I'm not sure if he's going to come on.
Oh, yeah? Cool.
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
He said he was interested.
He can come and talk about gaming with you guys.
Yeah.
But I wanted to...
Well, if he shows up, let's just bombard him with questions about Pro. Or
yeah, man.
You know
Pro
what I mean?
and gaming.
Yeah. Like, freaking that's...
But, switch back to mine stuff for a minute. I wanted to ask you guys, I think I shared on my channel this week interview that Bill had with some guy where he says that Minds right now has 50 million users.
Yeah.
You guys.
Well, see, he tried to say that shit with Joe Rogan too, and I'm like, full of shit. He does not have 50 million freaking people on this platform. There is no way.
All right, so you don't think it's real, huh?
Nah, I don't believe it.
I noticed on the Pro page at the bottom it had a bunch of icons about who has talked about Minds and Minds Pro.
Yeah.
And I also noticed that nobody that they were using to advertise, that was talked about, actually used Minds. Joe Rogan doesn't really use Minds, but he was down there.
Joe Rogan.
I don't see a presence from them on there, but they talked about Minds. So.
Yes.
All these people have talked about Minds, but nobody actually uses it out of this group.
Does he even have a channel? Maybe he just has a channel and he's not active, or maybe he's cross-posting.
Joe Rogan, dude. Okay, let me tell you something about Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan is a freaking idiot. All right, that dude. Okay, he was an excellent comedian, don't get me wrong. Alright, he was great as a comedian, but this guy was also an MMA fighter who got his head hit just a little bit too much, okay? He starts talking and making his podcast, and the first thing that comes out of his mind is that freaking the Senate has to be freaking gotten rid of. He's like, as a matter of fact, let's just go ahead and get rid of Congress altogether and let people vote over the internet. You know what I'm saying? He's like, we need to have this set up to where we can just vote on the internet, not even fucking... And that was the first thing he started promoting, you know?
I'm not voting yet. Oh, I haven't gone.
I mean, he is just freaking out there. And then, well, there's some things he does talk about that I do agree with, but, like, he just... For one thing, he can't take a side. You know what I mean? He's always thinking he has to straddle the fence, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And I just, this thing with DMT, we were talking about that the other day, and the freaking what do they call that again, Karma? The cerebral thing, the gland?
The pineal gland.
Yeah, the pineal gland. You know, and him and freaking, what's his face? He's the one that freaking talks about the early dryas all the time. But Hancock and him are like getting on the internet promoting DMT, saying that it's gonna make you a better human. You know, you're gonna evolve into this higher being by taking a drug. You know, and I'm like, come on, dude.
You like to hear this? You remember that video, that movie I dropped in the chat, the link to? Why
Yeah.
were they talking about DNC? Like everything we talked about on our show that, or in your show that day, it was so wild because, like, yo, everything that we talked about, all the way down to the DMT, I'm like, you have to be kidding me. And I just stumbled across it. Like, it's so crazy because we were talking about it, and then I stumbled across the fact, like, we were just that drug. Like, I
That's.
had never heard of it until you said something about it, and I didn't even know
I
it
was
existed.
just talking to you about mainstream stuff. This is what the majority of conspiracy theorists talk about. I mean, and I even mentioned Carl Jung to you. You know, stuff like that. I mean, it's all there. I've heard it so much, I've got it memorized. I don't even have to have freaking notes on that stuff. Because, I mean, it's everywhere. Like, if you're gonna get into it, you know, you got to know what you're talking about, and this is what these guys are talking about. So
I found Joe Rogan's channel on Minds, and he hasn't been active since 2020.
that's good.
I just
He's in outer space.
He's got 139,000 subscribers.
Yeah.
But,
and he doesn't even get on mine. That's wild.
Well, see, he was famous before he even started doing his podcast. Like, I don't know if
Yeah,
you
I
guys-
heard his name before. I don't remember how I know his name though.
Phil Hartman, when he ended up getting killed by his wife, he was on a TV sitcom with him, and that's where he got a lot of his popularity from. I
Phil
forget what
Hartman,
TV
you mean
radio.
Saturday Night Live.
Yeah,
T-
that's what I do know. Saturday Night Live. Joe
Yeah.
Rogan is on Saturday Night Live. Jeff Rogan. Isn't his name Jeff? It's Joe.
Joe.
Joe Rogan was on TV radio. Like, you're from Canada, you know some of the people from when you were younger. You remember an old show called Kids in the Hall?
Yes. I don't
Okay.
watch them often, but I've heard of them. Yeah.
The guy that started that was actually on TV radio, and it was like a radio station, and he was in charge of it. And then Phil Hartman was like the news broadcaster, and Joe Rogan was the maintenance guy that did all the wiring and everything.
Okay, I see. So this is way before Saturday Night Live?
No, he did go out into Saturday Night Live first, I believe. I could be wrong.
I
And
used
then
to
he-
watch Mad TV a lot, and then Saturday Night Live, but they kind of overlapped each other because it was like 11 to 12, and then Saturday Night Live started. So then it was like, and then Saturday Night Live was a bit more explicit. So my mom was like, Sometimes, so when I grew up, it was just kind of already in my head that Saturday Night Live is naughty, so I don't really engage with it as much. I mean, like, I've watched it before, but I don't know.
Are they even showing it anymore?
I feel like like these people, like these celebrities go there. Like, I know, like, Kim Kardashian, that's how she met Pete. And then, like, somebody else I just heard about on Saturday Night Live. They still do that. I feel like, there wasn't Elon Musk, like, just on there recently, like, last year. He was pushing Dodge. I don't know how everyone else says it, but I say how I say it, but Dogecoin or whatever. He was pushing that, like, last year or the year before last? I think it might have been the year before last, I'm not sure. But yeah, those people still do it. I don't know about, like, more recent than that. I know Pete Davis and Kim is, like, my most recent knowledge of knowing Saturday Night Live still exists.
You know what's the messed up part about Dogecoin?
What's that?
Mine's tokens are worth more than freaking Dogecoin.
Now that's wild. That's so wild. But they were going, like, when I first got into Dodge, man, I got Dodge. They were like,
You know why, right? Oh,
Why are they?
Dogecoin was not really a coin. I think somebody took it over and started something with it, but originally it was just a meme, whereas mine actually has something behind it.
Yeah, you can get it in exchange.
It is a meme coin. I read about that. It was started as a joke.
Yeah.
The fact that it actually started to be worth something the more it was worth, the more the jokes came out. They just started tagging more memes on it. But yeah, the entire coin was originally meant to be a joke, and
Yep.
yeah, the joke's on everyone else.
Right, because now it's like number. I think on the like when you look on the wallet, on I guess on the chains or whatever, it's like
Yeah.
number 6 or 7. It's high up there. I don't know if it's 6 or 7, but
Yeah,
it's really
but
high.
don't fall for that though, because like I actually went in and bought some cryptocurrency last year, and I kept records of it. And like, I went back after I finally gave up on doing the records and compared what I still have today to what I started out with, and it's like right there at the borderline of cutting even. So, you know what
I
I mean?
mean, at least you did not lose.
Hey Roger,
have Doge,
switch back
I
to
had
your
ADA.
room. I just sent you a link to the GitHub.
Okay.
So Dogecoin now has a code base. So they actually have something real behind it now. Before it was just a meme.
I have some Doge. I had ADA and like XLM, but like it was because before I used to go on this one platform and they had a bunch of stuff like that they would tell you about like the different crypto like Polkadot and stuff like that, and I would actually like listen to them discuss it to determine whether or not it's an investment. But I usually I make a couple of dollars and then I take it out because my crypto is my least of my investments. Like I have investments in stocks, I have investments that I trade with throughout the week, money I trade with throughout the week. But like because my crypto is like my least lucrative, just on an overall scale, I kind of take it in and out. Like I have some stuff that I let sit in there, like Shiba. I have that, and then there's this other thing. It's like Doge, but it says something else next to it, and so I have like a lot of that. And then like I don't know. I believe in crypto to the extent if you pay attention to the charts. Like, and I do watch the charts because I trade. So that's how much I'll know or how much I'll be willing to, you know what I mean, participate. So could mines turn into like mines token? Could they turn into crypto tokens, or like no, it does not work like that?
Well, Mark, if he was here, this is where he'd break in and start explaining to you the difference between tokens and coins. Okay, a token.
Well, I don't think they're looking to do that in the future because if you turn, there's a whole bunch of monetary regulations in the U.S. that they have to go through in order to get it to be a currency, right? And could be a lot of headaches that they are trying to stay away from.
I would love to be able to trade mines. I think it would actually benefit. That way I could get on there and freaking buy and sell and trade it and not have to deal
And
with.
probably boost the platform too.
Yeah.
I hear what he's saying about the regulations of guards.
You know, because like I've got extra cash sitting around. You know what I mean? It's not like I can. I mean, if I got my wallet set up, I've got freaking all that. You know, if I can freaking invest in mines in that avenue, it only helps mine. So
Yeah, you can buy mine's token. It'll just be a utility token until you can put it on chain, and then you can. I don't know what you can do with it once it's on chain.
I can literally go on Coinbase and buy on-chain tokens.
Right.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, Moose is here.
Moose is here.
Cool. Hello.
You hear us?
What's up, guys?
There he is. What's up, Moose?
Hey.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good to see you guys.
It's good to see you. Now
Cool. This is the first time I've seen you and I've heard you. Could you introduce yourself to the live stream? Quick intro. How long have you been with mine? That kind of stuff.
Okay. My name's Moose, I guess. That's what people call me.
Sure, that's fine. We'll go by handle. That's fine.
Okay, and then I've been on mine since 2017 on my main account, and I kind of changed over to the Moose account because I'm kind of political, I guess, and I say some things that I wouldn't want my family or friends to be affected by, so I didn't want to use my real name. And then I've been a Minds Pro member since I think April of this year. But I've been a Plus member for almost a year now, so I'm just barely getting like traction this year.
We're actually gonna bombard you with shitloads of questions about Minds Pro, dude.
Yeah,
like you.
Because we were just talking
walked
about
into
Pro at the beginning of the show, and you have a Pro account, so we'd love to hear your thoughts on.
Don't run away, dude.
No, I'm listening. The baby's about to go to sleep. I'm listening though.
Oh crap! All right, maybe take care of your baby first and then come back.
Take care of your baby.
Yeah.
I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah.
Mama's got her, but I'm gonna put her to bed real fast.
Okay, man. No worries.
That was cool.
That was hilarious. Cool. Great. He's a great sport then. He's willing to join.
It was like don't run away.
Okay,
dude.
so
yeah.
Roger, you don't mind us going a little extra long on this, especially we have.
No, because this is the weekend roundup, man.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Like we're all having a good time, and that's what we were actually talking about before. You know, just having a good time where we can kick back and chill out and get to know one another. So I was even thinking about, like, if nobody showed up, I was still gonna at least show the freaking chat. You know what I mean? That way, if somebody did come in, they can listen to some music and watch the chat. So I'm really surprised we got everybody here.
Yeah,
Moose even showed up.
Cool. Yeah.
I'm sitting here updating my resume, doing all the little tweaks like that.
You getting a new job?
What are you doing? Sitting in your boss's office, updating your resume.
He said he was
That's exactly what
said that last year. That's so funny.
No,
I'm still at work right now. I've been working on it for an hour and a half.
I'm gonna run to the restroom.
Good.
All right, you guys can ask any questions you want. I'll answer anything.
Yeah.
Anything.
Let's go. Roger, shoot. So we want to ask him a lot of questions about Pro. So ever since you've got on Moose, you've joined the Pro right away, and what kind of benefit or turnout or what are you payback have you gotten from the investment?
Okay, so this is gonna be an up and down thing, because you see, I didn't join originally with the Pro. Okay, I was on here since 2017, and then I thought the Pro would give me a website, right? So in April, when I made the anonymous account last July. So when I made that, I thought, oh, I'm gonna wait, and if I get some traction, I'll get the Pro, right? And when I got the Pro, I thought I was gonna get a website. I thought
that's what Roger thought too.
Yeah, I thought I was gonna have like the producermoose.com or something.
Right.
And that was my whole thing. I was gonna have all my pictures under there, and I was gonna have it all like as a big portfolio that I could show other people.
Right.
And so that was a letdown right out of the gate. And then to earn anything, I've had to spend money. So my account says I've made $583 so far, right? But I've probably spent $300 on top of that boosting content.
Yeah.
And while I'm boosting content, I'm getting blocked. So I'm actually shooting myself in the foot because I'm boosting content, and all these people don't want to see all my content all the time.
Okay.
So
you're being blocked by the Minds users who do not want to see your boosted content. Okay.
Yep.
But the boosting helps with your page views, helps with the revenue for the Pro page, right?
I don't think so. I don't think so, because the Minds Plus, like if you boost the Minds Plus thing, it goes to everybody. It doesn't go to just Minds Plus users.
Right.
So 50 people could see a blank screen, and then one person might see it and say, "Oh, that's cool," or they just might scroll by. So lately,
I've noticed I'm blocked all over the place. I have boosted a lot of content, and there is a large minority group on Minds. It just automatically blocks anyone who has a plus on their account or
Yeah.
the boost. And I'm talking, I've run into people that looks like we would get along great. We're on the same page with nearly everything, and I go to, way I find out I'm blocked is I go to give them a thumbs up and cannot interact.
Wow.
Yeah.
Really?
Most annoying thing on Minds, you go to give someone a thumbs up, and it's like, I'm not allowed to say, I'm not even allowed to say that was a nice post. Like,
Yeah.
Because they blocked you?
Well, they're pissed off. I mean, they're literally pissed off. And then you mention it to frickin' Bill, and he's like, "Oh no, nobody's treating the average Minds channels like shit. They're all getting along, holding hands and frickin' sing come whatever the hell that is, you know." Like everybody's just doing great on the regular Minds platform. They're not pissed off at all.
Now, I'm going to tell you, the reason I went plus to begin with was I got tired of seeing the vent humper every time I logged in. Everyone remember the vent humper?
Yeah. Yeah.
I got tired of seeing it. I went plus just to not see it.
The vent humper when you log on. I don't remember seeing that.
I'm not.
I got.
I don't know about a
logged in.
vent humper.
Yeah, someone got to troll. They got like 800 tokens or something phenomenal like that. And it was like from a cartoon where it looked like the guy was humping an air vent.
Oh, he's involved.
He put like an entire 800 tokens down on it. So
He's involved.
It wasn't going away.
He doesn't do
Maybe
that
it's
no
because
more.
he knows you work on air conditioners. Maybe he's supporting.
No. Hey, check this out.
Telling you.
The dude came back, and now he dresses off like he dresses up like a freaking Nazi, and he freaking masturbates on the freaking camera.
Shut
dude.
up. No, he
I'm
does
not lying to you. The dude is freaking sick. It's you.
What kind of
Yeah.
what kind of twist?
I can't remember what his username was, but I remember it had something to do with poop.
Yeah.
Oh, are you kidding me?
I
These people-
blocked him, and somehow he got unblocked, and I went on my regular thing, and there's a freaking dude dressed like a Nazi with a mask on, masturbating in the camera.
Right now?
No,
No,
not right
not
now.
right
He's talking
now.
about this. Like, right.
That's the kind of shit that I think should be automatically like off the platform. We shouldn't have to even be subject to that. But
you know,
You're
that's
subject
good. That's
to
a
any
good
platform.
segue. That's a good segue into this thing I wanted to ask you guys' opinion about, which is the new silent voting, because apparently it helps you streamline the stuff that you see on your newsfeed.
it's
What do you
killing me, dude.
Yeah.
Killing me. My engagement is gone. I have I've boosted 400. Like I've given away 400 tokens in the last week. I've gotten maybe 1,000 views.
I see.
I've
Well, is it
given up
because
on Boost.
but you can see it in your engagement stat, not just because you don't see the number of downvotes on your post.
It's because once somebody downvotes your page, they don't see your page no more.
Oh,
You know,
I
so if they downvote one of my posts, they're downvoting pretty much all my posts now.
But why would you want people who downvote your post to be still on your
Yeah,
page?
I'm the same way. Like, I don't want everybody seeing my stuff. Being honest with you.
I understand it. Sorry.
I mean, I don't. All I want is I want people who are seriously wanting to see my content. If you don't like my shit, don't watch it. Don't look at it.
But I guess Moose's point is, even if they downvote your page, they're still visiting your page.
Like,
So you
yeah,
get-
they like other posts. Like, they may not like the picture of like the lady in the red robe or whatever. You know,
Right.
she might have too much cleavage, so they
Right.
downvote it, right?
Right.
Yeah.
But then the next picture is a picture of some guy like praying or sitting. You know, just something
Right.
different. But I want to
Interesting,
bring
so-
up, guys, I have a big problem right now with this place because I'm bringing people from all over. I'm bringing business owners. I've actually like put in a lot of money into this, and none of my affiliate stuff is going through. None of it. I've
Yeah.
emailed Bill. I've emailed Jack. Like they keep like sending it from one person to the next person. Now it's at Ryan, and
Okay.
like, I mean, that's when they change the platform. Like they're gonna change it soon. They're gonna change it so that way the likes aren't where we get our money from, or we get our stuff, right?
Mm.
So it's going to be affiliate, and if their affiliate shit's broken, then how are you going to get paid, and how can you trust that?
Right.
Yeah.
Because now I've invited over 10 members. I've invited 3 that are plus members. I even made another account, made it a plus member, because I was like, these guys are just bullshitting me, or it's actually broken. And so I showed them it's broken, and they're literally not doing anything.
How are you showing it to them? Do you record a video and you send it to Bill, or do you actually, do you know how to log a GitLab ticket strap up their GitLab repo?
No, I've never done that.
Talk to
I've
Mark.
talked to
Mark
Mark.
Mark
Mark
Edworthy.
Edworthy. Yeah.
He'll
All right.
I can help you as well. I can help you
He's-
log a
he's-
GitLab ticket as well.
Yeah, Thon's good with it too, or Tan.
Because
I keep
yeah,
calling him
yeah.
Thon.
Because I've noticed that I have an account on GitLab. I clone their code repo and I tinker with it a little bit. And whenever there's a problem, I log a ticket straight into their GitLab project, and I often get pretty quick response and action on the issue.
Okay.
So,
Okay. Well,
yeah.
their response to me was that once a user signs up and they're not connected to my account, it doesn't matter. Like they can't go back and connect them to my account.
Oh, I see. So you mean they
I'll do
signed
the
up
GitLab.
without using they signed up without using your affiliate link?
No, they signed up with the affiliate link, but it did not work. And then I did it because 2 people that I know personally did it and told me because I sent them the link,
Right.
and then they signed up. So I said, okay, this isn't possible. Like, you guys are lying to me. So
Yeah.
I signed up another account.
Okay.
I paid the $7 for 1 month, and I still did. I have no record of any of that. I have no there's a list that shows you who you've referred, and these guys aren't on my referral list, and it automatically subscribes you when you sign up under your referral. You will know because you'll be signed up for who referred you.
Right, okay.
So it's
They should be able to track that in all, in their local internal stats. They should have have traceability of all that, right? So that if you're saying something that is true, they should be able to show that from their stats, right?
I don't know. I
Yeah.
hope so. I mean,
Yeah.
that's what I would
He's
hope.
saying he didn't
They're the
know who
ones
to
at the
talk to about
business.
it.
Sorry.
No, I was just telling him you were saying you had no idea how to address it. That's what your concern was, how to be able to get it reconciled. And that's why they're saying Mark is the guy to
Right.
talk about that.
I'll search GitLab to see if there's any issues logged similar to what you're experiencing. If not, just describe it on the general. Oh, I think you left general room. Let's just put some verbiage of what the problem is in Roger's Roger's live stream room, and I just copy paste it into a GitLab ticket.
Yeah, I get a little heated with some of these people online because I take this place seriously. I take it
Yeah.
I don't know. I want to be around people that are winners. I want to be around people that want to do something better, not just
Yeah. But the
mediocre
other thing, Moose, is because I've seen your interaction with the other folks
I
in
know.
general.
I need to calm
and-
down.
Yeah, no, the thing is, mine's is a melting pot of different types of people, right? And then once in a while, you're running to people whose verbiage is not up to your liking. It's just a different way. I think that how you that thing that you spoke up about possible racism from your view. It's probably
Right.
just a misunderstanding of the reading of people's messages, right?
And I get that, but it's more of a perception thing. Like if we walk into a room and I've got some dude I'm trying to sell mines to,
Mm-hmm.
and that's the kind of stuff he sees, like if I see that somebody else could be offended, I really don't give a shit what people say. Like I mean, we could sit here and have a conversation. However, I'm fine with it.
But
I'm
that's an education thing that you need to tell your people that you bringing onto mine that mine is
it
made
is a
up
melting
of,
pot.
yeah, it's made up of a whole bunch of different people. When I joined up to mine, I encountered some really shocking people that I wasn't used to encountering. But it's and
But
then
see, in the
you
general,
separate yourself from that group of people. So I think on mines right now, I'm not seeing those bad interaction anymore. But I know that there are people on mines who are very, very questionable, right? It's just like it's a different silos of group of people on the platform that you just have to disassociate yourself with and just do your own thing and let them congregate
but
on
see
their
what
own.
he's saying is for the same reason like I left general. It's because this is the general chat room. Why am I being? And then this, I had, like I said, I've been on mine for some months before I really started being active. And then when I started talking, I was getting called Nig. I don't appreciate that. If you have a problem with me, you can address it respectfully because I'm not going in here calling you honky cracker, white, stupid,
Yeah,
like
yeah,
none of
yeah,
that. Like, I'm not doing that.
yeah,
So
yeah.
there's no reason for you to be calling me a Nig. If you and then what is the problem with me? Oh, because other people talk to me. No, I don't play that because I can get real nasty too, but I'm not doing that, so I just walked away. But I get what he's saying. This is the general chat. Get your shit together and figure it out. Get you your own little private racism chat room, and you do that racist bullshit there. I promise I will not show up. But
Exactly.
when I come to general, I feel like I should be welcome. Am I not welcome? They don't make it a welcoming environment to be calling me a nig. Triggered a nig, like I said,
But Mark
go to the
Mark
corner store
defended
and
you,
say it.
right? So again,
No,
general is made up of various kinds of
Roger
people.
defended me. Roger defended me.
Hey,
Roger was
I totally see where you're coming from, and I just want to say that general chat should be like walking into a grocery store. It's
yeah,
a
nice
public area.
welcome.
It's
Right.
like when you
Respectful.
walk in, like if you see this kind of like crazy shit, people get kicked out of the store. They don't just
Thank
sit there and have all this crazy shit going on, right? And it's
Thank you.
it's
There
like
should be some type of control. Exactly.
it's just a level of respect that we should all
Yeah,
have, and I understand that there's
true.
like
And
little kids on here, I think,
you should
and they're
speak
not
up.
supposed to be. But
You should speak up for your right. I mean, it's the general room. It's for all, right? And then, okay, so Karma left, Moose left, and now the people who made those statements, they've already left. I
No.
don't
I
think
still
that serves
listen.
any purpose. You speak up, get the wrong right, and stop people from doing that again. And so if you leave, well, what do you expect? That they're gonna keep doing the same thing?
But
They,
see, I should not feel like I have to leave. I came to join general because I learned so much. Why
yeah,
do
you
I have to
shouldn't
feel?
have to leave.
You
You
know what I
shouldn't have
mean?
left. That's what I'm
I know
saying.
I'm still in the chat. I
Right,
just no longer post in the chat because
right.
what it was the problem. No one's calling anyone a nig anymore. Now that I shut up, no one gets called a nig. When I talk, we use nig. When I don't talk, we don't use nig. So I
No,
just
that's not
find
that.
not to that.
That's not because of that. No, that's not because you're not talking, comma. I think the people who made those kinds of statements, they've also left the room.
No.
yeah, I had some dude call me he said I had a Jew nose the other day, and I was like
What?
I don't even know what the fuck that means.
That's
Like I
just
really don't.
wild.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, we get some crazy shit, and I think that's where you're saying
Yeah,
we shouldn't leave the room. We should just laugh about it, know that this
No,
dude's a
no,
fucking
no,
idiot,
no. I
kind
don't.
of
I'm not
tell
gonna
him,
laugh.
put him in his place.
I don't mean
Move
that.
on.
I
You
don't
don't need to
mean.
move.
No, I don't. I don't mean that you should just laugh about and move on. If somebody actually really offend you, bring it up, like you did, and And if it gets, I mean, again, also on the other side of the coin is this is a free speech platform, right?
Exactly.
Right. So there's some balancing that the admins have to go through to see whether if it's offensive or okay,
Yeah.
offensive up to what certain level, right?
And then that guy
Yeah.
did come in and say, "Be kind." And
That's
I'm
Bill. He's the CEO. He's not that guy.
It's like you guys got to be nice or whatever. I don't know who these people are, so I didn't know, like, But he did come in and he was like, "Yeah, guys, be nice." But
Yeah.
whole thing, I don't mind people having freedom of speech and expressing themselves. My whole thing is they're like, "You're triggered," and I'm like, "I'm triggered because I'm asking questions, but you're asking me questions. Well, why do you write in capital letters?" So
Yeah,
then I
no.
respond to the
No,
answer.
no. Well, the admins and the mods are people too, so sometimes they make mistakes, right? Just like that Dan, what's his name? Danzilla guy who banned Rogers, right?
Yeah, for
I think he
defending
made the wrong
people.
call, and I called him up on it, and Bill stepped in. So that's
And
the
then
kind
I
of
just reconciled.
I
right?
do
That's-
want to say that shows a lot of character too, Tan. I mean, you really stepped up the bat for me, and
no. I mean, I'm not doing it because I'm your friend. I see something
know.
that's not right, and I speak up, right? And I think
that shows
I
character.
consider myself
though.
I consider myself a friend of Dan as well. I mean, we've interacted nicely in the past. I think it's just something this time. I think he just went over the line.
I'm just saying it as a showing character. I mean, there's plenty of people who wouldn't have said anything, just let it go, and
No, but that's the kind of attitude that I want us all to adopt, right? If something's in the room, it's not that just because somebody's in there for a long time doesn't give them any clout over you guys.
Yeah.
If you see something that's not right, speak up, right? Speak up for your right. If it seems wrong, then definitely you have to speak up. It's just not be quiet, stay quiet about it.
But it's crazy because now it's like no one's posting. It's almost like if we're not allowed to be racist and rude, we're not going to post. And it's like, really? That's the energy we're bringing. Like, that's wild. It's like we're going to go to our racist corners, and you're just going to miss out because it's like, really, what happened to all them informative
You
posts?
just
Like, no
let
one's
that
posting.
stuff subside. That's all it basically is. It was a bad experience that happened, and everybody's gun shy, and eventually that'll fade away.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll all get better. But what I want to know is how we're going to make some money from this. Because
That's what
honestly,
we're talking to you about. You're supposed to be the man with the plan.
Yeah, that's right.
well, the thing is, we need people, dude. We got to have people. We got to have because these bots, literally,
It's right here.
like
It's
I
right
wake
here.
up.
You know what I mean?
What do you mean?
It's we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What, 5, 6 people here now?
We got 5 people here.
5 people
I mean,
here.
yes.
you know, is it Tan or Tan?
Tan.
I'm
So Tan's 2 people if he wants to be.
That's 2 of me.
But
Yeah.
I'm going
There's
back
different
to
angles in
Than.
me.
I'm going back to Than. I was saying that before you got in here because, like,
That's fine, man.
his
It's
name's
fine.
Tan. Don't get me wrong, but dude, listen to it, Than. You know what I mean? Like the mighty warrior Than.
Yeah, you have to
Yeah,
give him like a
come on,
big
dude.
axe or something, like a sledgehammer.
How
Mhm.
dare you speak
And a
to
huge
me
like
like
breastplate.
that?
Yeah, breastplate.
I am
Okay,
mighty
back on topic, guys.
Okay.
I just want to know how to make money.
Because this is not
off
the
of mines.
ADHD
Well,
crew. Okay, okay. We'll
I
see.
could tell you guys. Oh, sorry.
No, you got it.
I can tell you guys like on 2 accounts because I have my regular name still, and I just post photography. That's it, and I post maybe 2 or 3 times a day. That one will make $1 a day to $2 if it's like a banging day. If everybody hits the like button or whatever. My Moose account, it makes $2. Or actually, it makes about the same. It makes like $1.50 to $3. And one day I made $15, and it didn't it didn't explain. Like I had like 60,000 like views or something in one day. It was like a spike that came out of nowhere, and then I never got it again. I was like, I don't understand this. And so I had that, and I told Ryan about this because I had a 30-minute call with Ryan, and I was trying to figure this shit out. So I post like maybe 50 posts a day on my Moose account, and I make pretty much the same as on my named account. Now, the named account has 3,400 subscribers. The Moose account has 1,700. But the Moose account, I boost every single day. Every single day, I'm boosting at least 20 tokens and at least like $1 or something. So, I mean,
you have direct contact to Ryan.
Oh,
Well,
everybody does.
everybody does.
What do you mean?
I had a 30-minute conversation with him.
You had a 30-minute call. You called him, or he called you?
Like, we had it on this thing.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
on chat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the same thing. Where it's a video call, right?
Yeah. No, that's fine. But we don't usually directly contact. Like I don't have.
Well, no, it
Ryan.
was a pre-planned. Like, you have to sign up for it.
Oh, I see. You got an email about from Ryan that says he wants to get your opinion on how mine is going, kind of thing.
Yeah,
and
he did that to
you
John,
let
too.
loose on him on.
He did that.
You
to
unloaded
John.
on him.
Sorry,
on-
I didn't know you didn't get one. I thought it was.
No,
No.
I did.
No,
I just didn't
we're
reply.
old dogs. We're old dogs. They don't
Okay.
fucking care
Okay.
about us. Especially
okay.
Bill. Bill,
Yeah, they've sent me-
I gotta behave.
Bill responded. I've never seen Ryan. Well, yeah, Ryan did respond on general chat room.
Well,
But
I
do
got
you have?
that 1,000 tokens for the live stream contest, but I was never told how.
Did it get sorted out anyway? Like Bill got involved.
I got
in
1,000
the-
tokens.
There you go.
It's because
okay,
he
you
bitched
did,
the
so you
most.
got it. Okay.
Because he finally got them to freaking get off their butts and do it. And they're like, fuck
No,
it.
but they're
we're just gonna give it
responsive,
to
right?
them. I mean,
Right,
Somewhat.
but
You
like,
know this
how
stuff.
do I know I won? How do I know how I won? Like,
exactly.
come on, dude. Like, I want to know how I'm
You would
doing
like to
this
know
so
the
I
Yeah,
can
it's-
do better.
It's a secret
Right,
algorithm,
exactly.
man.
Do it again.
But I think we all in here believe that you won. right.
we can all raise our hands.
Yeah, we all vote for Moose winning the live stream. I think it's
I mean,
believable.
I appreciate it.
They don't want it because then
yeah,
people
okay.
in England would know the term city. Yeah. Mark.
What's Mark doing?
He made a he commented on my comment, I guess, whatever I was telling him about the city in London.
Okay.
Because we were talking about language and stuff.
We don't get along very well because he's all about legalese and I really don't give a fuck. Like,
Really?
I'm all about doing what's right. Like, I'm all about doing what's right. I don't care about arbitrary laws. I don't care
Right.
about bullshit.
He's
Like,
all
anytime I
legal
talk
stuff,
about the
yes.
token, he's always like, post the same thing. I'm like, I don't give a shit about your rules and regulations. Like, people buy the token for a reason. You're not buying the token so you can just sink your money, right? You eventually want to make something, right? I mean,
Right.
come on, man. It's like you can sugarcoat the donut however you want. You can make it a cake or something, but it's still a fucking donut on the inside, you know?
Yeah.
Okay, Moose.
Sorry.
Have you tried? Do you have your tokens on chain?
Xanax? No.
Uh,
Have I done what?
what?
What are you saying? No.
No.
Somebody else speaking?
No, my goodness.
Hey.
Just do not.
What is going on here? We got
He said the wrong thing at the wrong time. No, we don't care if you did or did not. You don't
No,
tell us
I was
that.
joking. I
He
don't.
was just
I-
joking. He was thinking. He thought he's like, "Have I had my Xanax?" No, I haven't had my Xanax. And
No,
he's
because
just
I only
joking.
smoke weed. I'm just like all hyped up right now.
No, no one's talking
Okay,
about your
Moose,
habit.
I was asking whether you have your tokens on chain or off chain.
Both.
Oh, you have some on chain tokens as well,
Yeah,
Cool.
I have some liquidity too. So that's how I play the game.
right?
So this is how I like maximize my strategy.
Mhm.
Is you got to have at least some liquidity in like $100 or whatever.
Right.
And once you do that, your liquidity, it gains that multiplier just
Yeah.
like your regular account. And so I did that, and then I waited till the token dropped to like 4 cents or whatever, and I bought in like $500,
Okay.
and I just let it sit, right?
On chain,
I let it
right?
on chain,
Did-
and then you hit the liquidity button,
Yeah.
and whatever you put in, you have to put in Ethereum and Mines tokens. They have to be equal because they ride together. They ride that line together, and so you put in like $100 or whatever, and then you start gaining tokens automatically.
Yeah. Okay,
So-
Roger, you should be taking notes. You should listen carefully here to
I
this.
tried
but-
to do
okay,
that, but
but-
that's too crazy.
All right, Moots. Did it cost you an arm and a leg to transfer your tokens on chain in the first place?
No, you never do that. You
Okay.
never, ever do that. That screwed me. Like, I got so pissed off that I quit Mines for like 6 months because I went to transfer them on chain and it cost me exactly what it was worth. So I paid all this money for nothing, like literally nothing.
Right.
And I was just so like frustrated. I was like, forget this shit. So don't ever do that.
Okay.
The way I do it is through Transact. It's you can I use MetaMask.
Yes,
You have a
I have
MetaMask
MetaMask as well. Yes.
wallet, and so you have to buy some Ethereum, and then you swap the Ethereum for the Mines token, and it should be a very low cost right now. It was only like $3 the last time I did it. It was very low cost. Literally you're not losing that much. And then you swap it over to the Mines token. But the thing is, if you leave it in, you just leave it in your account, you gain tokens, right? But that's nothing compared to what you get for liquidity.
Right.
Because liquidity, it's basically a long-term investment. You could take it out, but it's better if you just toss it in there,
Right.
and then just
Leave
take
it.
a little bit out at a time or add to it, and it's like 10 times what you would get if you just left it in your account. So that's how I do that. Okay, so right now I have $500 in there. At $500 in there, I'm making like nine tokens a day, just doing
by
nothing.
sitting there doing nothing. Okay, so Rogers, you should
Doing
pay
nothing.
attention to this. This is what I've
Okay.
heard as well, and Moose's is like a practical example of how it's
Yeah,
working.
See, when I go to do the Ethereum though, they want freaking gas for freaking.
No, that's
doing
what.
the
But
transfer.
that's what he's saying. You don't do that. You
No,
don't
I mean
trans-
like I have to go on my Coinbase and actually take it
No,
off
no,
there.
don't do that, Roger. I'm telling you, Coinbase, what they do is they screw you because the price is $16.20. They charge you $1,700, right? And
Yeah.
then they charge you this $20 fee to transfer it over to MetaMask. Just buy it on MetaMask.
Yeah,
Buy
There you go.
it on MetaMask.
I'm gonna send you the
Just
link right now.
Get rid of
I've got
Coinbase.
MetaMask. I've got
You
it.
do.
Yeah, I just
Then you're
never
good.
use
Then
it.
cut the middleman. Don't ever buy on Coinbase unless you have to. And then
No,
you
I
swap
just-
the Ethereum right there.
I just use freaking MetaMask for trading. I don't even pull it off of Coinbase, or you know what I'm saying. I just use Coinbase for buying and selling.
But you connect your MetaMask wallet to Mines, right?
Yeah.
Do you have it connected?
Yeah. No, actually, I have my Coinbase connected to it because MetaMask.
Connected to MetaMask, and then you can do whatever Moose is saying. You can do just off of MetaMask,
I can do that
and
because I don't. For the longest time, I haven't ever relied on my crypto when it comes to mines. I mean, it's always been cash. That's all I care about. I'm okay
Well, this
with.
is how you get your cash, is what I'm trying to
man.
say.
yeah,
Because you got to get to that $100, right, to get the cash.
Yeah.
So it's like, to get to the $100, you kind of got to pay to play if you want to get there faster.
Well,
Like,
I've already cashed out twice. That's within on the 3rd. 2 days from now will be a year. I've cashed out. I've made 275 so far. If I count the 50 that I've still got in my wallet.
well, I
But
did
that's-
586 or whatever. I can take the screenshot and show
Oh,
you,
I'm
and then I
fine.
have
believe you.
88 in it right now too, and so like I'm almost there to do it again. So I'm telling you, like, a winning strategy is just to put some money in there. If you have it, if you have it, just toss it in there and just leave it and collect the tokens every single day, right?
Yeah.
And then boost whatever your best post is and just boost the hell out of that. And then you'll get all these likes. And then, you know, people will remind your shit. And then if people in this little group start reminding each other's stuff, then, like, you get a little more traction there.
See, that's what I was saying. Like, we've got, like, right here, I mean, you know, we start sticking together and networking. Somebody was talking about that earlier, and I'm like, you know, you don't have to manipulate nothing. It's just a matter of freaking, you know, if you know people and you guys are returning the favors. Like, I like and remind your shit, you do the same for me, and then I do the same. That's what it's all about.
That's what the community's about, right? I mean, that's what community's about. It's not manipulation. And as long as you do, like, you know, you comment every once in a while, you say something like, hey, you know, or quote the post or whatever, and then you just take the post over to your page. But, like, really, that we can do that. But, dude, I put a contest on for my Freedom Gardening channel, or my group. There's over 700 people in there. An entire month went by, and I got 2 entries. I gave away 175 tokens for 2 entries. Yeah, it was embarrassing.
It's those private things. I did the private thing. I've got freaking house party. I got freaking my MILF stepmom for the game. I've got freaking The Adventures of Macaco on there, and this is like animated porn, dude. You know what I'm saying? For private, for anybody who wants it, and nobody freaking wants. I've got one person who actually did it, and this is after a month and a half. Okay, I turned around and I did this censored version for House Party, and people are liking that, but they don't want anything to do with freaking the private stuff. And I've told them over and over again, you can't give this stuff away, man. You know what I mean? They don't want it. Sorry. And like,
do you have any subscriptions on your channel, Moose?
No, dude, not one person, bro. Not one person. I even tried to put up a like, I wanted to teach people how to do Mid-Journey, right? I wanted to teach people how to do the AI art. I wanted to give them everything. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can.
Sorry, my headphones was like, it was cutting back. So I wanted to teach everybody like how to do that, right? And I put a $20 price tag on it, because if you actually, you know, if you value it, I mean, it's worth more than $20. Like, you know, the knowledge I have to give you and stuff. And not one person did it. A lot of people were like, oh, it's a great idea, you know. But the thing is I find that people are not motivated to do anything. I've offered to give my best friends, I've offered to show them how to do mines, how to make money on mines. I've like, they literally have all the time in the world, you know, some people I grew up with. Not one person has taken me up on it. Not one person has taken like any initiative, even in the business out here. Like, it's crazy, dude. It's crazy. People just don't really like, they don't have a drive, dude. I have that tiger inside me. I'm always hustling.
Okay. But do they have Facebook? They have Instagram?
All these fuckers have Facebook. They're sucked into Facebook so hard. And it's like, just getting them to click the link, just getting them to come over to Minds.
Right.
Is like,
I'd love to have freaking comments on my freaking stuff. I don't care about any of that. If somebody would at least make a comment on mine, I'd be happy. I'm starting to get it now that my friend John came over, you know, and he's reminding and making comments. But like, me and him's been networking for freaking years, so we kind of have an understanding, you know what I mean? I do his shit, he does mine. But like, on mines, man, it's like you're in the middle of a freaking barren desert, man. Nobody wants to freaking comment. They don't want to remind. They'll give you a thumbs up. That's it.
No.
Yeah. Okay. So what is your
profile?
Sorry, go ahead.
what was that, Dave?
If you'll look near the top of my profile, and I haven't updated it recently, I have a pinned post called Good Citizens of Minds. And I have different categories of people in there. But basically, the best way to get on that list is to interact with me.
Yeah.
And I it's basically a yellow pages of people who will comment on your stuff, is what it boils down to.
Yeah.
And each time I post one, I post a link to the old version. And people do fall off of it. So, and I add new people as I go, and basically the best way to do it, to get there, is to interact.
Yeah.
And I've gotten those have been some of my most popular posts since I've been on there. That and my little autobiography, which needs to update, but that's not happening until some things change in my life.
Yeah. That's actually a good idea. They do that on, what is that, Patreon? At the end of it, they'll freaking, at their videos and stuff, they'll thank people for, donating or being a part of or joining their Patreon and stuff. And that's actually smart.
I had one of those posts myself, and I accidentally pinned too many posts, and because I literally post way too much, I could not find. I couldn't find it. I was scrolling for hours and I could not find the post.
I found a
I gotta
secret
remake
to that.
it.
I found a secret to that, Moose.
Search for it.
What's the secret?
Go into your profile and put it in the About Me. Like, that's where I put my schedule. So if people freaking go and they see my profile, they'll see my schedule and everything that I do on there. So
okay.
And then it's a lot. It's better for me because, like, if you notice, I do a lot of posts, and when I go down that list of what I have to do on what day, I can keep track of it. It's just really helpful. Because, like, I post a lot of shit, and I've actually slowed down. I was doing like 8 posts a day for 6 months.
Dude, I do a lot. I do a ton of posts, and I don't know. It's just because I generate so many images every day, and like I really don't know what people like on mine. Like I literally don't know what people like. They just click on shit and they don't interact. So I never really know like what they like about it, unless it's a hot chick. If it's a hot chick, they're like, "Oh, I'd bang that girl," or "Oh, that girl's hot," Like that's how I get people to interact with me, is posting like women.
I do that.
It's clickbait. No, are you prepared for Jehovah's return? You put a hot chick on something like that, and then have.
I do that with Chemtrail all the time.
Are you ready for the return of God now?
Like Chemtrail, I don't know if you guys ever watched him on the freaking Mines, but like he posts some of the hottest chicks on freaking there, dude. I've seen hot chicks on mine, dude, but he like hits it right on the freaking nose. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, dude, I know that, dude. I know that chick.
I've had to unfollow him because I scroll mines at work, and he's crossed over the line of what I can have on my screen.
Yep.
So I've actually, even though I really like following the guy, I've had to unfollow him for my own security.
Well, he doesn't use the NSFW tag on his post?
Not always.
Nah,
he might now.
He doesn't. And my wife's walked in and she's like, "Whoa!"
Man.
Like, what the fuck? He's a trip. He's a crazy old man, dude. I'm like, fuck.
I just follow the political stuff.
Oh, the political stuff.
The political stuff, the conscious stuff, the stuff that's gonna, Unless you guys got some guys in some Speedos, that might be more my Speedo, Like,
I mean, I can generate that, but I don't want to.
No, I don't want an AI version.
I can put myself in a Speedo, but you'd never come back.
Let's test that theory. I am subscribed to you, so let's test that theory.
Oh, Robot, he was on here, man. If he was
Oh,
on
now if
here in
Robot
a
was on here,
thong,
hands down, that would have been right
she
up my speedo.
she even put the video on so that he could see what she looks like whenever
That
we
is
were all
not
three on there.
why I did
Uh,
not do that. I
I was
did
like,
not.
oh hell no!
I
I was
really
like,
put me on blast. We're live now, just so you know. You want me to come back tomorrow?
I gave you guys 2 accounts down there in the chat, Lady Red and John G. And if you interact with those 2 every day, like those are 2 of the people that when she left the platform for like a week, like my engagement dropped dramatically because she's like, when she reminds one of your things, like people like it.
and whenever
Yeah, Lady Red is pretty popular.
I've seen her on here, I go by her. I usually, whenever I do it, I go by like everybody who subscribed to me, and I'm subscribed to them, and like they're regularly active on my notifications. Like if they notify me that they've liked something, I'll usually return the thing, but then I'll go into the timeline and kind of double check, see if there's some stuff I can check off, and she's always on there.
Oh wow, Lady Red is even a pro, huh?
Yeah, she's a big dog.
Cool.
That's what I call him.
She says she likes it. She says she's doing okay. I've asked her a couple questions, and she's never been like unhappy with what she's getting.
No, I would be willing to do the pro, but like for me, I'm kind of old school on like the whole business thing. Like, you know, when I invest something, I don't just want to make my money back. A good investment should at least pay you back 2, maybe 3 times the amount you put into it. You know, so if I'm investing $60 a year, I'd like to make at least 80 or $180 back. You know what I mean? And that's like old school ethics right there.
I think you can, though. I know you can.
Well, I know I can. I know now that you can do it. You know, but I know on Minds Plus that you can do it. So,
but one thing that confuses me is if you go to the Minds Pro page right now, it says that you can get paid in Ethereum, Bitcoin, cash, or tokens, and then it also says how you still get a website. And so I'm confused because they told me that you weren't going to get a website, and that's what I bought it for.
Yeah.
So that's the one thing that we have to like push them to get clarity on, because if they're going to change everything to affiliate marketing, it's going to be an MLM. It's going to be a pyramid scheme. And if you guys, like, if they don't clarify things and they're not really giving what they're offering, we're going to be basically bad faith actors.
Right. Don't get me started on that. I told Tan like last week when we were talking, you know, he's just on here for, you know, getting to meet stuff and everything, and I was like, well, I was just the opposite. I first came to Minds because they said I could make money off of this stuff. You know, I got an email in my email address saying that I could earn money by making posts and stuff like that. I came in here and it just like, that was the whole purpose for me coming to Minds, you know. And as time went by, it just seemed to freaking be one thing right after the other. I remember when I first got in here, they had Stripe, and then I didn't know what Stripe was. I knew what PayPal was, and I was kind of hesitant because I didn't know what Stripe was. Well, I learned about it, so I finally got it. But then they go and they freaking say, well, we're going to switch over to cryptocurrency, you know, and you can make money off of cryptocurrency. Well, come to find out, it's a token. You know what I mean? It's not a coin. So I'm like, what the hell, dude? And finally, the only reason why I got Minds Plus was because I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I've been on this thing long enough. I'm going to give it a try. So I gave it a try, and I started actually making money. And basically I had to give up that idea where freaking I can get something for nothing, you know what I mean? Because that just doesn't exist on the internet.
Well, it does if you're a scammer.
Yeah. I'm really surprised though about all the stuff that I've had to actually learn by doing all this stuff. Like, I didn't want to learn about cryptocurrency. I didn't want to hear nothing about that shit. You know, now I know what Dogecoin is and like what the cryptocurrency is that you need to avoid and things like that. I remember in school they showed me how to do stock markets and economics. You know, they'd sit you down with a newspaper and they'd say keep records of the stocks that you wanted, and don't only do it by the month, but like do it from the previous day to the next day, and you compare them. So I did that with cryptocurrency, and I mean, it's pretty messed up. I mean, people that fall for that shit, like, you always hear the jokes on TV about people trying to make $1 million off of freaking cryptocurrency. Well, it's true. You know, if you're not big into cryptocurrency, you're going to make exactly the amount of money that you put into it. It's never about you making more money and actually getting more, because the prices are always fluctuating.
They always do. They always fluctuate. But I can tell you that when the Mines token went all the way up to 11, that was when I think I made like 1,500.
Yeah, that's also when you need to pull it out. Just don't.
I know I did. I pulled out.
I
pulled out a big chunk of it. But that's the thing, is like it could have went up to $3 again, and then I would have missed out on that. You never know when it's right to take it out.
That's the whole thing, though. Like that's what makes cryptocurrency different than the freaking stock market, because the stock market's more reliable. It's been around for a really long time, so there's people who can really guess stocks and they're really good at it. But like, cryptocurrency is a whole new level. It's brand new. There's way more volatility, and like you're literally gambling on a day-to-day basis. You know, I can have $15 in a crypto coin one day and it can drop down to $10, then shoot back up to $12, and then up to $20. You know, and this is within maybe 4 days.
I got real good at playing the stock market. I figured out a trick that kind of worked, 80% of the time. And my last several times, I just bombed out and I stopped putting money in it for a while. I kind of got the dejected feeling from making too many bad choices.
Yeah.
But I've made more on stocks than I've lost. Just my last few attempts at using my method failed, so threw up my hands for a while. I'll get back into it.
With cryptocurrency, all I did was the percentages. If it doesn't draw interest, I don't want nothing to do with it. That's the first thing. Like, it has to actually draw interest, because if it doesn't, then I don't want nothing to do with it. And then the second one, I have to keep an eye on it for at least a month, maybe 2 months before I even buy it, because I want to see what the volatility is in that coin. If I'm okay with it, then I'll go for it, and I won't. In computers, they call it data dumping, and you can do the same thing with cryptocurrency. They say, you can dump a crap loads of cryptocurrency in, or you can just feed it, and that's what I do. I'll put a certain amount each month into it so that the interest keeps going up. And that's how I do it. But I don't ever put a lump sum of cryptocurrency in at one time and be done with it, because you don't gain as much over a period of time. Now, if you do it in increments, you'll gain more interest. That makes sense.
Yeah, but Roger, definitely take Moose up on his advice about using MetaMask wallet connected to mine.
Yeah,
Get some on-chain tokens going so you can earn liquidity while your token is sitting on the on-chain wallet.
I'm thinking about it.
Doing nothing.
Well, see, I was thinking about that, and then I was thinking about that stuff that Mark was talking about buying into mines. But then I thought about that. I'm like, isn't that isn't that a fund me? Where you put the money in?
Buying into mines. Oh yeah, like invest. Actually, it's like buying a share.
Yeah.
Of mines, right? And then you get like annual profit sharing kind of a thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You have that option too. I don't have that option living in Canada. I can't do it. But
well, I don't know what the payback is on that. I mean, like, do you have to wait until the fund me is done before you can find out if they can actually buy mines? Because that's
no. I thought there was something offered a while ago that you can be a owner of mine, be a mine owner or something
right.
like that.
That's what I was thinking too. Mm-hmm. I haven't heard much about it after it stopped being posted on the profiles.
Mm-hmm.
They were saying like, be the first. You have this rare opportunity.
And they're also working in it. Oh, so you just reply that you're interested, and they will notify you when it's open for sale, kind of thing, right?
Tell them I want money. And like the liquidity thing, the only reason why I backed away from it because it was so confusing on how to transfer freaking the cryptocurrency over. That's right. All it was. And
yeah, I think you got hung up with the transferring of the off-chain your off-chain token onto on-chain.
Yeah.
And I think Moose just sorted it out for you there.
Yeah.
I think you should though, because if the faster you do it, the more tokens you'll have to promote your page, the faster you'll get paid.
Yeah.
I mean, that's my strategy.
I can put a little bit of change on my Uniswap. There's nothing wrong with that for me because like it's a good tool anyhow. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like you should have at least petty cash on there to where you can use it if you need it.
Mm-hmm.
So I have no problem with all that because I've noticed that even on the wallet for Coinbase, it's completely separate from the actual page. You know what I mean? Like they're not connected, so you have to literally transfer cryptocurrency off the page onto your wallet. And
you mean the one Coinbase wallet or the Mines wallet?
Coinbase.
Coinbase.
Yeah. Like they have a wallet that can go on your browser.
Yes. And similar to MetaMask, right?
Right.
But you don't have any of those wallets connected to Mines right now?
Oh yeah, I've got. I'm thinking it's the Coinbase right now, and Uniswap. I was gonna hold off on it and maybe do something with it, but Uniswap just pisses me off. I gotta actually read and shit. You know, I mean. Oh, there's Do Better.
Oh wow, I got Do Better.
Man, what the hell?
We got Chris.
We got a party going on.
All right, we got a party. I was thinking of getting up, and then you got more people joining.
Hi, hey, Do Better. What's up?
Hey,
Sorry,
now.
I'm passing out the link to everybody.
Yeah, I got the link from Moose. What's going on?
Not much. Glad you're here.
Sweet.
We were just talking about how to make money off of mines.
Get rich.
Well, I just posted about the live streaming. Like, when are they going to put monetization? They haven't really gave an answer. They're kind of PR about it. PR response people.
Wait, would you say that?
They
the
haven't
live
figured
stream?
it out yet, I don't think.
Yeah, I said they asked a question if would you live stream on Mines, and I was like, yeah, if y'all make it more noticeable, make it where there's live chat within the stream, so you don't have to scroll down to type a message and you're not able to see the screen, and then add monetization with some kind of analytics. So
I think they're definitely heading toward that. It's just something. This is something that just is just so fresh out, right? It's just a new feature that they're even developing.
yeah, that was their responses. Yeah,
Yeah.
those are definitely great suggestions. Just kind of not
Oh, wow, John.
not very easy to implement.
All right, we got some.
What up, John G?
We got some big guns joining
doing,
us.
guys?
I'm just gonna bow out, guys.
No, you're good, man. You're
Stay
good.
right here,
Stay here,
man.
bro.
I'm scared now.
Actually, I'm really looking forward to the conversation to come, but I got to get out of here. My shift ended an hour ago, and I got over an hour to drive to get home.
Well, dang, I just got the notification. Sorry, bud.
We're glad you're
And
here,
John, I
Picos,
just got
Dave.
through telling them you were one of my best followers. You're awesome.
Cool, thanks.
Yeah, John's the man. All right, Dave. Thank you for the talk, brother, and drive safe out there.
You be safe.
It's Houston. There's nothing safe about it.
Oh,
That's the truth.
we're
All
glad
right,
you were here.
Rogers, I'm going to
You
let you
later.
take over as well because I have some errands to run myself.
Okay.
Well, good talking to you briefly as it was.
Oh, it's fine.
Thank you, Chris. Likewise.
Yes.
See you guys next week.
Good night, guys. Be safe.
Glad you're here. And thank you very much, Tan. I still say that I should start calling you Fan again because I like that. Okay, so
All right, man.
I'll
See you
see you
next week.
later.
Bye.
But yeah, we were basically talking about a lot of that when it comes to like the cryptocurrency, and it took. I was explaining how it took me a long time to figure out that the cryptocurrency was basically a coin, and what the difference, not a coin, but a token, and what the difference between a token and a coin was, and Do Better was talking about what he wanted to do with live videos. So, I mean, if you want to continue with that, Do Better, go for it.
Yeah, well, I'm just bringing up whatever I was talking about. I don't know how
Yes.
that got brought up, but anyway.
But yeah, on the live stream, I have my issues too on it, like that live here. That's kind of sketchy right there. If you go on their main page and look at it, and like they say that they are cryptocurrency kind of set up, and my question is if they're doing the cryptocurrency, then why are they wanting me to pay for their services? You know what I mean? Like, I'm
Right.
they've even got the cryptocurrency and everything listed down below on their mainstream and or on their main platform.
Right,
main
and are
page.
we earning any kind of live peer for streaming?
Nope.
How do you
Well,
earn
we're
live
doing
peer?
it through Minds. Minds
Right.
is the ones that's doing it,
So-
but like not from
Mines
Live
is
Peer.
paying for that, I believe. Like they have to
Yeah.
pay for that service. So it's
I
not,
think right
it's
now
not
it's
free to them.
free. I think right now it's free because they opened it up for testing for us. But yeah, I think essentially it would be a paid type of service. But like you're saying, I don't understand how it could be a crypto and charging for the service, and then how are we're not earning by being part of the ecosystem, adding
Yeah.
to the blockchain, basically.
See, that's kind of what my whole thing about that is. And then me and Tan and Mark were on there looking at it, and they have like 8 people who are actually, I forgot what the situation was, but they have 8 people doing the job that freaking like Twitch has 120 people doing when it comes to the cryptocurrency and the on-chain stuff. So like I didn't even know that until freaking Tan mentioned it. And
You talking about mines?
no, live peer.
Oh,
It's
okay.
just-
Live peer.
I'm kind of skeptic about that in the way
Well,
they are.
mines is basically about a 8-person team too.
Yeah.
Right. I think it's probably closer to 20 or something now, I think.
Oh, really? Really?
Yeah.
20? Oh,
Like in my more recent discussions with like either Brian or Jack or something, I think.
well, that's better than I was thinking, but yeah.
Yeah, it's getting up there. I think they've hired some more people, I think.
Cool. Definitely need it.
Yeah, definitely.
I know.
Because I think that, the streaming at Mines, I think that with this initial phase, I think it's going to be like free for now, but I think the intention will be to put it on to like Mines Plus or Mines Pro at some
Only.
point here.
Yeah, you would have to have Mines Plus or Pro to be able to live stream. I think that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, and maybe like with Pro, you'd be able to have more capability, maybe more people on a stream or something. Maybe they could do something like that. Because I know they're always looking for reasons, reasons for people to join Plus or Pro. Maybe doing something like that.
I have seen an uptick in the views though since I started live streaming. I mean, there is a big difference. So, I mean, in that aspect, I mean, if you're able to live stream on here, I would take advantage of it, because I've gotten $30 just off this month alone, and it usually takes me about, I'd say about 2.5 months to get $30
Cash money from like
cash money
from where are you getting the
from Mines
revenue?
Plus.
Mines Plus revenue. Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. Yeah,
I
Cool.
mean, I have seen the advantages to it, but
I know they're redoing the Mines Plus monetization. I had like a chat with Ryan like a week or two ago, and then we had like the
town hall.
town hall like last week or something. And,
Yeah.
I'm not
Don't
real
you?
keen on some of that because I mean just doing away with the like monetization.
I don't like that
That's
at
how
all.
I get a
dude.
lot of mine.
It's kind of it's like a multi-level marketing scheme, like we're
Yeah.
a pyramid scheme now because we have to invite somebody in order to get
Yeah, I
45%
kinda
cut.
I kind of got that feeling too. It's like, I mean, the only way to make money is to get people to use your link to get,
And then I just told everybody that was here earlier, it's not working right now, John. There 3 people signed up for Plus under my link, and not one of them got credited to my account.
I may have to do it in the right manner or something like that. Use that link or something, not just do it on their own.
They did. I gave them the link. They clicked on the link. That's how they signed up for Mines. That's how they found out about it. 2 people, they said they swore up and down they clicked the link. Then I signed up for it myself under
They
the link,
also have
and it didn't work.
They also have to be active for at least I think it's 48 hours or
no, I heard it was 30 days. Like
is it 30?
Yeah, 30 days. Like,
All right, cool. That might be it because I think there's one that's like probably at least a month, and then there's one that's barely a month.
I know there's
okay.
some metric of activity. They have to be active for a certain amount of time before they recognize it as a confirmed invite or whatever like that.
Okay, cool. But see, they don't tell you that. They don't tell you that on the thing. They just say you get your 45% when someone pays for the year or whatever. You know?
Right. That's
So
part of the breakdown in the communication. That it's a frustrating part of it, and yeah, I don't know what to say about that.
Because I think the other method for monetization is just with the super mines, where you'll get if you're a plus member or pro, you get some of the super mines with the either the tokens or cash, and that'll be one. But then I think the idea is like they'll basically try and at least if you do it by like the $7 a month, they'll try and give that monetization to you through super mines, or like if you do like the $60 a year, which I do, they'll somehow do that to you or something like that. So I'm not sure I really understand that, if they're just kind of passing that through. But
yeah, I don't understand the whole monetization model of the live streaming. That should be a whole nother monetization model.
Well, see, like, I think I posted it earlier today in the chat, and I think, first of all, I think with like the analytics part, I agree with organic reach 100%, but I think they also should add in freaking clickbait rate. You know what I mean? To where we know what the click rate is on posts that we make. How many people are just seeing it or clicking on it because of boosts or because it's being popped up on their profile compared to people who are actually watching it. You know what I mean? And I think that would be a big difference in the analytics too, because these boosts are just way out of hand. I mean, they're boosting everything. I go into a group and just because I make my groups freaking public, all of a sudden I got 50 freaking boosts. You know what I'm saying? Come on, dude.
You can turn that off now, Roger.
I gotta go private though.
No, you don't. You can turn the boost thing off now, brother.
You can?
They just updated it, yeah.
I'll do it. I mean, because I think it's getting out of hand with all that stuff, If you can't give people the views that you're promising them, stop giving them that many views. I mean, it's that simple. I have no problem.
Yeah, because it's not helping us, dude. It's hurting us because nobody wants to go see my gardening group and go see some chode or some like bikinied woman, like I don't know, man. It's not working for me the way they're doing things.
Yeah. They're telling everybody they can give them like 1 million views and shit. And they know damn well they don't have 1 million people on here.
Yeah, and they're talking about there's 5 million people on Minds. Yeah. There might be 5 million accounts that have been activated and created or whatever, but there's not 5 million active users.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if they've ever really published like how many of those accounts are active in a given month or something.
Right. If there was 100,000 people, I would be shocked.
Yeah. Same here. I'm really amazed with like the fact that the chat is actually still got people on it. To be honest with you, you know what I mean. Like the profile or my actual Minds account is like a barren ghost town. I've got people that will like my posts and stuff like that, but I get no comments. I got one person that reminds my stuff, and that's because I've known them for a long time. And well, you guys have been reminding it here recently, but other than that, I mean, no activity whatsoever. And they have those groups. I went in to check my old groups because I haven't used them for forever, and I went in there and they were just completely out of sync. People couldn't find like old groups that they had. They just literally vanished. So Bashy and them had to go in and fix all that. That was like about a month ago. So there's a lot of things that really do need to be worked on and fixed. Like, I can't give in to that whole idea that there's 5 million people on mines. It's just something.
No.
I don't agree with that
And
either.
John, have you looked at the Mines Plus or Pro page lately? It says that you can get paid in Ethereum, Bitcoin, something else, and it says that you can get a website still for the Pro. And they told me that you can't get a website for the Pro. So like, I'm so confused at that.
Well,
Right.
I think they might be getting away from the website for Pro. I think Ryan may have mentioned that. They may just not have updated the Pro website.
You want to see something interesting? Check out
But
this
it's
company.
new.
So,
It's new. They updated it since the last time I looked at it. That's why I'm like, why are they updating it with false information?
maybe they're not talking to each other or something. I don't know. Give me something like that. Yeah, it's just. I mean, yeah, I don't know.
Now, do better. Was there something you were trying to say?
No, that was the my video started playing and
Oh, okay. I thought you was
was a
talking.
person talking to me.
I didn't know for sure. I heard.
Yeah, I got
something
you.
in
No,
there.
no worries, no worries. I was trying to stop it quick as I could.
Yeah, just with the plan changes for Mines Plus, I'm just not sure because I don't know if like the base membership really, or like people that are the Mines Plus members really understand what's coming. And I'm not sure how they're going to react once they realize that just posting something to Mines Plus, you're not going to get that can lead to like pretty much no monetization unless someone opens up Mines Plus account to unlock it or something.
Yeah, exactly. Like none of us are going to make any money anymore.
I mean, because I don't know what the incentive other than maybe the idea that someone could do that. I think that's kind of a fruitless effort to some degree. I don't think I would go out of my way to make a lot of posts like I do, with the photographs and all that kind of stuff. But if I'm not really getting much for it, other than just the standard tokens or whatever. I mean, I do have my bank account connected, so I get cash for it. But
Well, see, like, mine's actually was one of the first platforms that I've seen who've made these kind of mistakes. And I went to another platform that was fairly young that kind of did the same thing Mines did back when they got into this crypto stuff. But the only difference between Mines and them was the fact that they were like maybe a year old when they did it, and their name is Fruit Lab. I don't know if you guys ever been to them or not, but
no.
They're 1 year in, or they were 1 year in, when they freaking decided to get this great idea that they're gonna change over to cryptocurrency instead of the platform that they had. And from the experiences that I've seen go through, that Mines went through with having at least a few years of being on the internet, from what I've seen, I told them, I was like, it's a mistake. First of all, you've only been on the internet for like a year long, and you want to make something that big up, and they didn't want to hear it. And I was like, the first thing you're going to do is you're going to give up on Fruit Lab, and you're going to freaking do a freaking another level. You're going to make it Fruit Lab Pro or Fruit Lab Premium or something like that, and you're going to charge people for it, because as you gain cryptocurrency from the mining, the value of the freaking token gets smaller and smaller, which means the people who actually are doing the mining, which is us, are going to gain less and less. You know what I mean? So the value of the token is actually going to go down in value. And they just didn't want to hear it, and they ended up doing the same thing that I told them that they were going to end up, going with a premium. Like we've got Mine Plus now, and now we got Mines Pro. You know, and all the time that original platform is just a piece of garbage. I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, it's horrible on just regular mines. It really is. But I when I got Mines Plus, I thought things were going to be better, but it's not. I've had just as much frustration with Mines Plus as what I had when I had regular mines. The only problem was I wasn't getting money for it, you know. And I thought it was a miracle that I got payouts 2 times now, you know what I mean? But if they're gonna keep paying me, then I'm gonna just keep on putting up with the bullshit. And then when they stop paying me, that's when it's over. I'm not paying for this stuff.
I mean, the way I'm reading, like the plan for, you know, the October update is, it's gonna be harder to get money.
Yeah.
I mean, I do okay with the, you know, the monthly payout, or like the, you know, how much I make a month and stuff. So I don't really have any complaints there with the current system, but I know with the newer system, it's going to be much harder to make anywhere near that.
Yeah, and it sounds like it's going to make it a lot easier for the people that they're trying to make it harder for. Because they're just going to be inviting each other into the system.
Yeah, and it's probably going to be, I'm almost guessing, I can almost see there's probably going to be some way to game the system.
Mm-hmm.
You know, someone will figure something out, like some little Ponzi kind of thing or something.
Well, I know.
Pay each other or something. I don't know.
I know from what I've seen of Fruit Lab, I mean, and this is just my opinion, but I think it was a scam, you know, because like what they were doing was guaranteeing that people were going to have their wallets, and they just got it like maybe, I'd say 2-3 months ago, after saying that they were going to get it for like 2 years, and in the meantime they were selling gift cards. You know what I mean? You can go to buy freaking Steam $50 gift cards for your freaking, what they call them, pips, which would be the equivalent of a Mines token, you know.
Right.
And people were just falling for that shit over and over again, and now you go on that website and it's garbage. I mean, they literally destroyed their entire freaking platform because they decided to go that route. And I'm just saying it's a miracle that freaking Mines is still here, to be honest, from what I've seen. I mean, it really is.
Yeah, I agree. I see a lot of glaring negligence and lack of communication, and then whenever somebody calls them out for something that isn't really talked about much, they kind of just brush it off or totally ignore it, really.
Yeah.
So
I don't think they want to deal with it, to be honest. I mean, it was like Bashi just now recently started talking on the help and support again. Like, she just stopped talking. She's like, fuck it. You know, like, yeah, fuck off.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. And she used to always talk. She was always on there responding and stuff.
I honestly don't think that after this change comes, that I don't think there's going to be the old guard. Like, I'm not going to sit here and waste my time if I don't get paid for it.
Yeah.
John's not going to do that.
I mean,
I'm not going to sell people a broken product. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I'll stick around for a while. I mean, I like the idea, you know, for Mines and all that. So, I mean, my initial reason for joining Mines Plus was mostly for supporting the platform, and you know, I found out, you know, I can make a little money on it as well. So that's why I'm keeping there. But we'll have to see how things go.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff too.
With me, like I said, like I've got to renew my Mine's Pro, or my Mine's Plus actually tomorrow. I think, no, 2 days from now, because that's when it starts back up. And I was really teetering on it, you know, and I went out and I looked at the other stuff, and I mean, there's really nothing out there. I mean, like, everything I've checked when it comes to making money is crazy. Like, I went and checked Bit Shootout, and that's just a that's a joke. I mean, like, the way that they want you to pay for their services is banned in the freaking United States. You know what I'm saying? Like, that coin payment thing that they've got going there.
The library or whatever.
Yeah.
Or not, no, that's Odyssey.
That's Odyssey. I forgot the name of it, but
yeah,
you can do the Scriber or whatever they call that, and then they have the other one where it's cryptocurrency. You can go in, you can pay for it through that, but you can't freaking sign up for it because anybody in the United States is ineligible for it. And I thought that was kind of shifty. So
yeah, I had a lot of hope for Mines to be a place where I could actually become like a content creator and earn some kind of income, and not necessarily like quit my day job, but some kind of supplementation of, you know, my income. But it's really not been. There was one little blip when crypto went, you know, red hot or ice hot or whatever, white hot,
yeah,
where, you know, I got a little something, but then as soon as the market tanked, it's like back to nothing.
Yeah.
So
remember when the Mines token was like, you know, $3 or something there.
yeah, I cashed a few in, so
that would have been nice.
my few years of effort turned into something. But then after that and the thing was that it was up for like 3-6 months maybe.
Yeah.
So I had that much time to figure out what am I gonna do, you know what I'm saying, all this money, like, but then I had worries, like, if I do cash all of it, then it's like gonna raise some kind of red flags, it's gonna be stuck in litigations forever, because I literally had some crypto that I traded and they froze it because it was over $1,000 or something. I was like, what in the fuck? And that was before mine, so that gave me caution when I had any kind of actual money to even do anything.
Yeah.
So it's like it's anonymous, but at the same time, the motherfuckers still control it.
Yeah, they do control it. And I just wanted to bring up real fast, I boosted over 500 tokens in the month of August. Over 500 tokens. I'm going to go through this and I'm going to tell you how much I boosted in cash, dude.
Wow. That's a lot of tokens in 1 month.
Yeah. Just in tokens, that's a lot. I think I did 30. One a day for 30 days.
I think I might have pushed about 150 or 200 this month, but that's like a rare month for me.
I'm big on organic reach, okay? And
me too.
People give me so much shit over that, and I'm sorry, but I'm not gonna freaking get superficial freaking views because you know, when you get on your scheduled videos and posts and you see freaking views already on there, you got to tell yourself that's pretty fucked up, man. Nobody's seen this yet, you know. How the hell am I got 250 views on something that hasn't even been posted yet? You know,
shit ain't working. And I've reached out to be a tester. I've got like a computer, iPad, multiple Androids. I had a iPhone at one time, all the things that I could test with, but they don't communicate. So
yeah,
and it's not I mean, I know that I've said some choice words and gotten pretty irate with them. but it's their own fucking fault because they have neglected to communicate, and that leads to frustration. So they got what they got from what they deserved.
Yeah, I went through that phase too, but I guess mine's freaking just beat me into submission. You know
Exactly.
what I mean, that's that's basically what it is. If it shows me results, fuck it, I'm okay. I mean, I hate saying it like that, but that's basically it, because I don't really like having conversations about that stuff with them anymore.
Right.
You know, I mean, like back when they had that Minds Help Center on the groups,
Mm-hmm.
they got so mad at me because I kept coming in there and making comments about the issues that I was having, and then freaking I'd always bring up that stuff about organic reach, and the guy that was in charge of it kept giving me shit because he's like, that's not important, and then freaking, you know what happens, they go in, they put freaking organic reach into the analytics. I'm like, why do you think that's there? It's because it's important, you know.
Right.
They kept running their mouth saying that it's not important, you know. And now they're talking about thumbs down and thumbs up, and
it's ruining everything too. And I just counted everything, $39. So I put in 39, and for the month of August I only made 81.62.
Yeah.
The worst month I've done.
Yeah. And see, that's goes back to what I was talking about. You need to make at least 3 times the amount, and that's the old school. That's old timers, okay? And I'm not talking about the internet. I'm talking about business, okay?
You know, I've been the Minds Plus for a long time, and I've gotten paid out one time.
Wow.
Once.
Mm-hmm. My uncle, he's my dad's cousin, so he'd be my second cousin. But Bernie, he taught me at an early age. He's like, he took me to the store and he freaking showed me something that was on the shelf, and he said, this is $5 on the counter, right? And I go, yeah. And he goes, you know how much that's worth? And I said, no, $5. And he says, no, it's not. He's like, you divide that by 3. So you divide by that by 3, and that's how much it's worth at wholesale price. And he says, now what you need to do is you need to freaking get something at wholesale price, and you need to make a profit. And he's like, that needs to be at least 3 times the amount of what you paid into it, at least.
Right.
Okay? So, and people don't really comprehend that business model no more, you know what I mean? They think that freaking they go in, they just promote shit, you know what I mean? Go on YouTube and hit that promote button and spend more money than what you're actually freaking getting out of it, you know?
Exactly.
You know, I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna wait until I get freaking what I think it's down finally to 1,000 subscribers before I even get money for it, and I'm just gonna keep hitting a promote button because I want that video to do good. You know, they're making money off of me.
Yeah.
I gotta wait 5 years before I can even get money from them. And just nobody, they don't comprehend the way things are actually supposed to be. And all you got to do is say, freaking look, this is how I'm going to do things, and do it that way. You don't have to cave into that crap. It's not really all that complicated, not unless you make it complicated. You know,
Right.
if they don't pay me what I want, then I'm leaving. That's it. I'm not gonna debate with them because I've already done that. And like I said, they beat me into submission. I'm done. The only person that's helped me on this whole platform has been Mark and Tan. Those are the only 2.
Yeah, there's a lot of good people on Minds, like as far as the actual members.
Yeah.
Us.
Yeah. Now on us, there's a lot of great people on here. I mean, well, Moose is one of them. He's freaking, and like, I know everybody has a problem with freaking chemtrails, but dude, I love the crap out of that dude. He is crazy as dog shit.
Yeah, I haven't had any problem too much with him.
Yeah.
There was a couple of things where he got a little spammy,
Yeah.
and I might have blocked him, but I actually, enjoy that he is waking people up. It's just there was a behavior that he was doing that was like, okay, I'm not gonna watch all that. But yeah, he's pretty cool.
Yeah, I haven't have not had a problem with him, but just I mean, I don't agree with everything there, but that's fine. We all have our differences there.
Yeah. And Retro Cheat, when it comes to gaming, mine's gaming, he just vanished. He's nowhere to be found anymore. And
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
He got pissed and left.
yeah,
He put in so much work into the platform
So
and the
much
Mines,
work. So much
the
work.
Mines token thing that he was doing.
yeah.
Yep.
And Retro Cheat, he's still there. If you guys ever need help with all that, have you guys tagged Retro Cheating?
Retro
Oh yeah,
Subscribe to him.
retro game cheating. He's cool too. He always interacts.
I go to him. He's really good, and he'll do everything, not just retro games. So
I think there was like a chat we did with like Chris and myself and Ryan did a chat. I think it was like the game test play or something was on there too. Seemed
Yeah.
okay.
no, I'm not mistaken when I say this, am I? But didn't somebody take Minds Gaming and change it over to GameTuber or something like that? GameTube or some shit like that.
No, not that I know of.
Some group of some kind. But well,
I think maybe that might be his brother, because he's a gamer.
yeah,
Gamer something.
I
That might be his brother.
I had it in my groups. I just can't. Oh, GamerTube. Yeah,
I
but
think that might be his brother.
that's
Brother's
got-
account or something.
Yeah. No, I mean, if they kept it going, that's fine, But I mean, they don't even respond anymore or nothing.
Yeah, he gets busy and he works. He's got a business, I think. So
Yeah.
it's not like he's only Mines, but yeah.
They should be.
Speaking of,
He has been away for a little while.
Begging for likes over here. I put my live stream up. If you guys don't, if you have time later.
That reminds
Check
me,
it out.
before we get off here, man, if you guys want to make any plugs, freaking go for it. Anybody want to
I have everybody here.
No,
I
I mean,
have
like,
John G, Do
I'm-
Better. I got you, Roger. I got Karma Love. I think I do. I
this is a-
subscribed today.
Check out
This
the
is a stream.
Mine's Boost stream.
No, hey,
This
this
you
is
can
a
check out
stream.
and see your actual boost in action.
Okay, this is a stream. So what I'm saying is, at the end, I'm gonna say, if you guys want to give a plug, man, freaking tell people what your
Oh.
profiles are.
Right, that's what I was doing just then. Go check out
Okay.
the Mines Boost feed on YouTube and
Oh, that's
Mines
fine.
and
I'll
other
stay
places.
anonymous.
Okay. What about you, Karma Love? You got anything?
Not right now. I'm still building my channels, I'm just floating around. I'm good where I'm at, actually. But thank you, Moose. I saw you. You gave me some likes and stuff, or I think they call it upvotes here. So thank you. I appreciate it. I'll attempt to do the same thing with you, but it'll tell me I have to spend money to do it. So you might have to pay.
Oh, don't worry about that. I just sent you 10 tokens, okay? I just gotta type in the code.
How do I do that? What is this? I get requests to do a supermine, and it'll be like, oh, you can get a token. I'm listening to you guys talk about it, but I don't even know what like to do with them or like.
That's what we're here for, is to help you out, okay? So if you ever want to go over that, just ask me or ask Moose or Do Better or somebody, and we can help you go through it.
Okay.
Yeah,
John, do you have anything you want to
messages? I think.
Just if anybody's interested, just check out my channel. I like doing like nature photography. I do have a drone that I fly every once in a while. I do have a couple books I've written, that kind of thing. Most of them are for free. They're either like ghost stories or science fiction, that kind of stuff.
Would you like to say the name?
What was that?
Would you like to share the name of your books?
They're on, I think, at least I usually pin one of them.
Okay.
I kind of rotate some of them around. And I have links on my page to, I think, was it Smashwords is where I think I have most of them there. They are on Amazon, but I think most of those are not free. But there's also at Barnes & Noble, just like the ebooks and that kind of stuff.
And on Apple Books, I have Apple Books.
Yeah, it's on Apple as well. It's under my real name, which is under. It's like John T. Gaffield, Gaffield is my real name.
Okay.
So I have that under the book under that on Apple Books and all the other stuff, and I believe they're all free on Apple as well.
Okay. Well, since we've had a really good chat, I'm going to go ahead and end it here, and I'd like to welcome all of you guys to come back, okay? Because we're going to do this every week, and it's just like this. We hang out and we just talk about, current events, stuff like that, and what's going on.
Okay.
I'd
love to have every one of you back.
Cool, yeah.
Yeah, this is a good roundtable. You did good today, Roger.
I appreciate it. I got to thank Thon too, or Tan. I
would like to have more conversation with everybody, get to know more people. I'm all about actual communication, not just this tech stuff.
Yeah. So like when you do these streams, just send maybe a chat out or something like that, and
I can do that.
So I can look for it. And stuff
you can. I think you can tag me, or send me a Minds chat. Either way.
And I think I learned about this one because I think Moose responded to one of my posts, and said that they're streaming here. So
he replied, tagged me and stuff.
Yeah, I saw you guys were live or online, and I was like, "Oh, dude, you guys are, two good people to bring into the same room," because they were talking about the monetization and stuff, and we were trying to figure out, how everybody could win from it.
Yeah. I look forward to some kind of monetization if they're at it. That would be awesome, and it will definitely draw a lot more people.
Yeah, because I think it'll be interesting how when they make the switch in October, how the membership kind of deals with that for Minds Plus, and I'm guessing that it's probably not going to go so well, but I'm not sure. But I think maybe if we can kind of maybe at least on our own kind of come up with what our recommendation would be for an alternative.
Yeah.
Maybe for a next step. When this one kind of goes down in flames, we can help guide it to something better.
Well, some people
I'll be prepared for something.
Right.
Damn, dude. She
John's
just
ready to
salute. All our time
See
here
you later.
comes out of it. Let's move on.
You're scaring me, John. Should I pull all my money back out?
And I was just about to subscribe. Now I'm like, no mind plus. Okay.
Well, I'm like freaking getting ready to get a new subscription like in 2 days. I'm like, oh hell, I should have listened to John.
I think it'll be. It may not be as bad, but I just don't. I didn't see that many ways to make money on the new system, other than like the boosts and like getting new members to join Minds Plus or something like that. And that's
a system that they can make money with what's present. not having to have new people. But they were saying that a lot of the people in there are not genuine people, like basically just accounts. So yeah, that would be
Yeah,
the
dead
issue.
dead accounts.
Hmm.
So
Well, I just found out about mines. And I guess I thought it was June, but I just looked. It was May, but I didn't start. Really, I never really started interacting until June. So it's
well,
literally been what is that, 3 or 4 months for me, and then for you guys to tell me like, yeah, it's just I don't know. I take in it all. I take it all in, and I figure out what I do and what's going to be most
I've
beneficial.
I've seen mines like go through hell and back multiple times. All right, I
Yeah.
mean this is a weird freaking website.
I agree, man. So fucking Twilight Zone shit.
It's
Mhm.
every time I think I'm gonna give up on this fucking place, I keep getting sucked in. I couldn't tell you how many times I said I'm done with this freaking place. I am done with it. And
Part of it for me is, y'all know what shadow banning is, right?
yeah,
Well, it's not like hiding your stuff.
yeah,
It's a whole lot of different little bitty bullshit things
yeah,
that are meant to be to frustrate you individually, because they have deemed you unworthy of their platform.
yeah.
So they're gonna say,
They're
we're gonna
targeting
make
you.
it hard as we can for this person, so that they get frustrated and they just leave on their own accord.
Mm.
So that's why I'm like, oh yeah, you want me to leave?
I'm gonna show my face more. Yeah, right. I'm gonna
Right.
have to sit in your
It's
face.
that stubbornness. That's
Yep.
the only thing that kept me coming back is I was stubborn.
Yeah, a lot of people have it mistaked about shadow banning. Like they think it's, oh, they're just hiding my stuff and nobody can see it. No, it's a lot more than that.
Yeah, if someone's picking on you, deliberately picking on you and saying,
Yep.
"Hey," but that's how it is.
And
to me
it's
on
not in
YouTube.
one specific way. It's a bunch of little bullshit.
Yeah.
And they can brush it off as, oh, it's just a glitch.
That's
Have you
why
been following me, or like I'm just because like you're literally speaking my life right now? Like that's
well, I mean, that's why I'm
so
against the
wild.
downvote. Like they're all preaching for bringing back the downvote, but I know what that's involved. That's just straight up bullying. You know what I mean? It's a
I mean,
freaking.
it don't bother me much. I mean,
But a downvote only is the problem when you saying how you cannot see people. So like the
Well,
downvote's no big
that's the
deal.
whole
But
key behind it. You see,
yeah,
like
right.
YouTube gave up on that whole downvote bullshit because it had absolutely no value, first of all, and second of all, it was people just bullying. I mean, that's all it was. It was, if you wanted to screw somebody up, you just downvote their shit, and then they get less views, and you end up getting screwed. And
you're right.
I never
You're
knew it
right.
affected
There's
the visibility. I never knew that. I just thought it was.
well, that's something that they just implemented. So it's a new thing.
So it's like the more downvotes you get from that stuff, the less likely it is you're going to get views. So,
But like, you don't understand how miserable you have to be with your life to literally sit and say, "Hey, let's go out of our way to make sure no one looks at this."
They're like
But then
that.
it also too, it's like that's because it's worth watching.
I
Yeah,
talk
me
shit.
neither.
I talk shit to downvoters on YouTube now because I know I can get away with it. I'll be like, "You dumb motherfucker, are you stupid?" I'm like, you have to be one fucking loser to fucking sit and downvote people on a freaking video.
YouTube has gotten to the point of taking 2 days to upload like a 15-minute video for me, 20-minute video, and I have a Patreon as well. And even on there, like I've had videos that I've been attempting to upload since July, and it's so crazy because the specifics in this video. I mean, like I know I'd probably get some followers, get a couple dollars, and these won't upload.
I'm not going to exonerate myself about the downvote. I may have done it a few times out of anger, you know what I mean? But I don't freaking. It's very. I can't even remember the last time I did a downvote on anybody. I just. You've got to be one freaking piece of work to just go around downvoting people.
Yeah, the only thing that I would downvote is like the lolly type stuff and any kind of, I don't know,
I just ignore the stuff I dislike unless
Nasty
it's
shit.
directed to me. Like
I
if
mean,
it's
usually what I
directed
do is I
to
talk
me, then I say something. But
Yeah, report it to.
I report things like spam and all that kind of
Yeah.
stuff. Or if someone that harasses, I mean that kind of crosses the line for me. It's like I
Yeah.
have reported people if they, like the first
but
time
if
I
they're all
hear
friends
someone,
with
they're
the
like
people, it doesn't
directly
matter.
attacking me. I'm like, yeah, screw you.
Well, if I report the people and they're all friends with them, or you find out it's them and their aliases and they're on their burner accounts, then it really defeats the purpose, because that's what I've encountered. Because in the chat, they were like ridiculously disrespectful for absolutely no reason, just because of my presence. And I mean, it was absurd. And I actually spoke upon it. And then it was as if I'm being like, oh, the word is triggered. I'm triggered because I'm asking to be respected. But if the shoe was on the other foot, is it acceptable for me to call it triggered? Absolutely not. And so it was just, I just pulled back and I was just like, look, let me take my breath with Roger.
I personally don't agree with the word
great.
triggered. You know what I mean? That kind of goes with the whole safe space shit. You know what I mean? Just say it like it is. It pissed me off. I ain't triggered.
But it was
over shit.
disrespectful. It wasn't even a matter of being upset, because literally, I feel as though if there was not an already to where you feel some type of way, you wouldn't be saying those things. Like, you feel the type of way. That's why you're using these words.
I mean, they've got a definition for everything now. I mean, you were triggered. No, you were pissed off. I mean, that's just what it is. People say stuff and freaking, what happens? You have a tendency, I should say that better. I should say, I have a tendency of getting pissed off when people freaking attack me. You know what I mean?
And see, I wasn't even mad, because I feel like it's their own ignorance. Like, but at the same time, once you start calling people on their ignorance, now they are quote unquote triggered, because how dare you insult me about being an idiot? Well, you are an idiot. What do you want me to pretend you're not? Like, I don't understand. But see, that's how I play on their own intelligence, and that makes me the quote unquote bully.
We can bring that stuff up next week, because I think
We've been here
it's
for like
getting
hours.
pretty late for you guys. I know if it's almost 8 o'clock here, it's got to be late where you guys are at.
Yeah, well, I'll see
Yeah,
you
but it's the
tomorrow.
weekend. But
I mean, if
It's the weekend.
Yeah,
But
it's not a
his
problem
show
for
usually
me.
ends at 7.
I'm good.
7 EST.
if
so
you
yeah,
guys
he's good as
if you guys
a
want to
service.
stay on, we can stay on. But I mean,
I'm leaving. I'm going to leave. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm well over my time limit, but I definitely appreciate the opportunity, chit chat.
Yeah. Well,
cool. Good to meet y'all.
yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely nice to
I
meet
think
you.
I subscribed to you if I got the channel correctly there. So.
Yep.
Yeah.
Likewise.
Oh yeah, and anybody that's on here, if you guys subscribe, definitely I will be doing the same thing. I tend, like, every Rogers channel that's been on Rogers, I make sure that I subscribe to, because I support Roger heavily. If you guys can show up to our streams, well, his streams
Oh,
are
yeah,
every
it's-
day.
it's getting
at
where you're gonna be.
6 Eastern Standard Time. Yes.
I'm gonna start calling
Make sure
her
you-
like my co-host and shit. 'Cause she's always there,
It's
man.
so
Like,
cool. We have so much fun. We talk about conspiracy. We talk about weird, crazy stuff. We talk about robot sex. You name it, we talk about
Let's
it. So
go.
It's definitely
I love it.
Yeah, I know.
Nice.
we even talk about
Yeah.
history and stuff too.
Yeah, I was trying to join last week, and then yesterday I had so much going on. I just got my license back, so I was
Oh, cool.
crazy running around.
Gotcha.
Yeah, finally. Yeah,
That's-
that was huge. It sucks not being able to go around driving. Being able to
said
go
you got
whenever you want.
license back. That doesn't mean you cannot drive. I mean, nothing. I was just saying.
No. Yeah, I'm just saying. When I didn't have my license, it sucks so bad not having it.
You have to learn how
Yeah.
to back roads. I feel you. I know.
But yeah, man. I mean, if you guys want to keep on going, we can keep on going. I just
No, I've neglected duties and I have stuff to do. But I'll see you tomorrow. You know that.
Okay.
Have a good night,
Cool.
everyone.
You
Right,
too.
take care.
Too.
Yeah, like tomorrow I'm gonna be doing a topic on gaming and stuff, just games and what kind of current events is going on in there. If you guys ever want to check that out,
Cool.
But,
Send out the link, I guess. So.
yeah. I'll put-
Sometimes, I'll be busy in the evening. But
Yeah, and tag me.
yeah, I can tag.
Cool.
Get everybody knowing what's. I'd like to get Retro Cheat on here because, like, I mean, he he has done so much support, and I don't even know for sure if it's a he. It could be a female
Yeah,
for all I know.
yeah.
Right, you never know.
It's like when people are anonymous, you really don't know much about them.
Yeah. But that person, I mean, has done so much since I freaking got involved in like the Mind Plus and stuff. And I like, man, I'll get a comment every once in a while, but that's usually when I tag his name and freaking he answers back. But he's faithful on responding to freaking shares and stuff and tags. Like, that's the amazing part about him.
Yep.
But
Cool.
I'll be right back. I gotta run, take care of my business.
All right.
Well, I guess we're gonna go or what's he's how you been, John?
Doing well. So
Yeah. Guess we'll take over the stream.
yeah, so yeah, just did like a short vacation last weekend. Went up Michigan's Upper Peninsula with my boys, 2 boys and stuff. Been posting a couple pictures like on Minds Plus and stuff there. I did take the drone, but it was like in Pictured Rocks National Lakeshore, and for some reason they wouldn't allow the drones in the park. So
Yeah, they're crazy
yeah,
about drones, the different areas, and it's probably not even like a rule. It's just like somebody told somebody, and then they're like, "Yeah, fuck those drones, man."
yeah, probably. It might disturb the wildlife or something. I don't have.
Yeah.
It's just, and like the other thing that pissed me off with that is like I went to like the FAA website or whatever that is, where you can look at the maps, where you can fly the drones, and it was clear there. It was I was like, God, it's like these old government agencies don't talk to each other, obviously. I mean, it's a national park or a national lakeshore.
Right.
No,
Doesn't make sense.
you guys are talking about drones and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, using drones. What gets me annoyed about it is like a lot of these people that are pushing like supposed drones that are actually like remote control RCs, I had this one guy that straight out got in an argument with me when I told him my nephew's freaking helicopter RC could do the same functions that freaking the drone I got over the internet did, and it was one of those cheap $35 ones,
Right.
and he's like, well, this is a drone. I'm like, no, it's not, dude. I'm telling you, it's freaking RC. Like, it doesn't get up and go wherever you want it. Like, I can take a drone and I can program it to go around my house and then sit right back down in a certain area and do it over and over again. On my phone. Like, if it can't do that, then it's not a freaking drone.
Yeah.
Right.
So he's trying to tell me, well, you get what you paid for. Yeah, I paid for a freaking RC. It's
A radio controlled 4 propeller flyer.
Yeah. My God. That's the only thing that annoys me about them. I got into my my drone thing back when I was wanting to do reviews and stuff, and found out I wasn't good at that. But I am gonna do reviews on these games though, the emulators. I was telling those guys about that. Have you guys gotten into emulators?
No.
You mean like flight emulators or something?
No, like game emulators.
No, I'm not sure what you mean.
Like, you can play the old Mario Brothers games and stuff on
I
an
thought that
emulator.
was what you was talking
Yeah.
about. Yeah, like old 80s and stuff. Yeah, gotcha. Classics.
And then you got like Xbox 360 games, and
Yeah,
I think
all
they
the
can.
different games. You can emulate them on different platforms. So
when
you
I-
could play it on Windows computer or
Yeah.
Linux or whatever.
Yeah.
transfer like your games that are on hard drive or what discs and stuff. You can transfer them onto a ROM, and then take that ROM and put it on an emulator.
Gotcha.
That's the legal way you're supposed to do it. But people don't want to hear that. Like, you get on all those websites and they're like, let me make it clear, I do not condone piracy. You know, like, yeah, right, motherfucker. You, if you want to get this game, go to this website. But I do not condone piracy.
Yeah, I don't really play games. I might play to learn something. Like they had a mechanic game. Not now, of course. But before I was a mechanic, it'd be cool to play a game to learn mechanic type stuff. And then maybe to flight simulator. Yeah, I might play that. Learn how to fly.
Now I do the train simulators, and
cool.
I tried to do what's the other one? Farm simulator.
Yeah.
Right.
And they had one on Steam that was kind of cool. It was kind of like what you're talking about, but it was in beta, and you had to like drive a logging truck and go through like muddy terrain and stuff, and then if you broke down, you had to like open the hood and build the
Find what's
frickin'
going
motor.
on.
Yeah, and that was
Nice.
cool. But they even had it down by the wheel where you had to take the freaking
Yeah,
wheel
when I
off.
was in truck driving, they had a simulator or whatever you want to call it, where you could sit in a mock seat, kind of like an actual, seat in a truck with the big steering wheel and everything, and screens all around you. So
I got
that was
mine in Paducah, Kentucky, and they didn't have all that fancy stuff. Them idiots actually let me behind the wheel of a freaking semi truck, man. Okay. And so I'm sitting there and I'm getting off the overpass, and you know those little white sticks that stick up on the side of the freaking interstate?
Yeah.
There's a couple of them that aren't there anymore. My trainer's sitting next to me, and she goes, "Do you realize what you just did?" And I was like, "No."
I might have done something similar, but kind of on purpose. I would go whenever I would be bored, and whenever I'd see the big, huge cones, the big barrel-looking deals,
Yeah.
I would wag the trailer and. So the back tire would clip a barrel, maybe 2 or 3. It was hilarious because you'd see the barrels flying off to the side and rolling down.
No wonder why cops don't like truck drivers.
I never did that though.
Yeah.
I would never do anything like that.
I always, I ended up having to give it up because my dad was the truck driver and my brother-in-law was, but I could not handle the long hours. And it's amazing how long a truck driver can stay awake. And they always say, we sleep we sleep. But I've seen truck drivers go 5 days straight without closing their eyes.
That's called meth.
Yeah. Well, they like to call it freaking energy.
Yeah, right.
These are energy
If they're
pills.
staying up 5 days, they're on something.
Yeah.
They're hitting that energy pills and stuff that they got hidden in their glove compartment, you know. And
Yeah, even with energy pills, they're not staying up 5 days, or they're having
I'm
some
like,
fucking
I'm using
serious.
my fingers as parenthesis points. Okay, so
Okay, got
energy.
Yeah, gotcha.
Guys come walking up at you and their eyes are like bulging out and crazy. You know something's up.
Right.
I know they've been over the road for a while, but I had an easier time driving taxi than when I did driving a semi truck, and I hated driving taxi because nobody likes taxi drivers. Nobody.
Right.
I mean, waitresses get paid more than taxi drivers, and they get a lot more respect. You know, that's crazy.
Yeah. Taxi drivers got it bad too, man.
Yeah.
They get stabbed and shit.
Yeah.
Robbed.
Like in bad neighborhoods, they won't even get out of the car. They'll call you and tell you need to come out to the car on your own.
But folks are starting to try to rob truck drivers more often nowadays too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Crazy.
They used to do it in New York like it was nobody's business.
Oh, they still do scams, all kind of crazy scams.
Like truck drivers get
lumper scams, and
yeah.
I heard of a boot scam lately. There are people going around putting boots on trucks, and
they've got one where you get off on the interstate and you're on the interpass when you're getting ready to turn off onto a road. They will literally run up behind the back of the truck with freaking the breaker or the
bolt cutters and stuff,
and just break it off. Start climbing up on the back and throwing shit out the back while you're driving on the road.
Right.
Don't even know it's happening.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Real crazy.
That's what they started doing in Chicago.
They got some crazy locks.
So
some of them bolt cutters won't help.
Yeah.
You ain't get to it with a bolt cutter. You better bring a grinder.
I've seen some like videos like in San Francisco, like people doing that to trains, even when they're moving and stuff. Jumping on them and throwing shit out and stuff.
I don't understand how they can get away with that. You'd think that they'd have better security on all that with the trains and stuff, but I've actually seen that too.
Yeah.
And they'll have guys that are literally driving right next to where the train track is, and they'll go and pick it up and put it in vehicles. I've seen them use trucks. I think I've seen a couple of them use station wagons.
Yeah.
It's crazy. You got to be into that whole type of video genre, I guess you call it. Like my dad's real big on the ones where the scammers, when they try to call you up.
Right.
They got these guys on YouTube where they freaking scam the scammers or some stupid stuff like that. He just
my younger son has watched a bunch of those videos. Yeah,
he loves them.
He likes that. I can hear him in his room laughing all the time.
I can't get into all that. That's a little bit too entertaining for me, man.
Yeah. I haven't really watched much of it, but it's just.
They got this one guy. He drives around staking out hookers and stuff on the street, and then he says this ain't a good neighborhood. Like, well, what the hell are you doing there? Freaking filming freaking hookers on the side of the street, you know? I mean, come on. Like, if you're in a bad neighborhood, what are you gonna see? You're gonna see hookers. But he'll go down there with video camera and just sit there and film that stuff all day long.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I hope to be doing a lot more live streaming, but I'm wanting to see a better streaming situation on mines.
well, I'd like to at least see how many people are seeing the video.
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
Like look right on the stream. If there's freaking 4 or 5 viewers, even 2, I'd like to know.
Yeah.
I mean,
Right.
You can comment. Find my post, or I'll tag you,
right.
and
You
you can
just-
comment about that on top of what I've said needs to be done with the live streaming.
Yeah. I've noticed you subscribe to me. I'll go subscribe back.
No, that's
Cool.
Yeah, because I mean, one thing I can do is like if I get the alert that you're streaming and I'm going to join, I can remind it because I think I have somewhere around like 2,500 subscribers now or something. So getting up there at least.
With me, I mean, it's like I said, you know, I just post, and that's how I've been basically making my money off of the Mines Plus. I don't get caught up in all that other stuff. Like, I gave up on that whole liquidation stuff that Moose was talking about because
Yeah, I never tried that myself. I mean, I looked into it for a while and was looking like, you know, it seemed kind of complicated to get into it. Like, you know, because I do have something connected to that, you know, with, you know, like $15 of like Ethereum or something there, but I don't think that was enough, would have been enough to get anything out.
Yeah.
But, yeah, and I think it was closer to 30 when I put it in there. You know, it's, you know, with everything.
First of all, I'm not gonna be like that and put like $500 into liquidation on mines.
Well, the only reason I did that is like I had the 15 or like the 30 or whatever is because I think you needed to put that in, and it's like a gas fee or some crap.
Yeah.
And so you need to put money in to be able to get it out. And I never really got around to it. And then before I did anything, you know, the tokens tanked and kind of gave up.
Yeah, that's kind of what's keeping me around, is hoping that the token goes up and I can cash out and then maybe find another platform.
It's like I said, I just went straight for the cash. I don't even play around with the tokens anymore. Like, instead of asking for tokens, I ask for a cash payout.
Yeah.
And that's it. It's better than waiting. You know what I mean? Because
yeah, that's something I'm gonna start messing with too. Is making a website and funneling people to my website.
Yeah.
To actually buy physical products, digital products, stuff like that.
Yeah.
I know a guy on YouTube. He's kind of weird, but he goes. His channel goes by Leak Project.
Yeah, I know. Rust. Is it starts with R.
Yeah.
Ross.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, he did the same thing, and from what I've heard, or from what I've heard,
No, it's Rex. It's
Rex. Yeah.
Yes, yeah, Rex.
And he did real good with that too. And then he was also able to get affiliations with cryptocurrency and the people that help you manage them. So, and buying and selling gold and shit like that. You always see their commercials on TV. That it sounds like he did pretty good doing it that route with the website.
Yeah. He's got a good channel. A lot of followers.
Well, he busted his ass, and like he doesn't tell people lies. He tells you straight up. I mean, the most he's ever made off of YouTube is like $25,000 a year, and that's it. Out of all the people he's gotten, he's made maybe 25,000, and he just took his money, put it into his website, and then started doing everything through his website, and
awesome.
That's how he actually makes a living. Now he travels all over the country and shit.
Yeah.
He's doing good.
He's doing well.
I used to pick on him.
He deserves it though. He's really cool channel. Brings a lot of knowledge. Some weird shit that is like kind of far fetched. But
remember what did he say about freaking aliens? Like, you know what causes UFO sightings?
What's that?
It's freaking swamp gas that forms out of Uranus.
Yep.
And he said that, dude, and I was like, that's cool as hell. So I've always liked him. He's a pretty good guy.
Yep.
But the only thing that he kind of gets crazy about is those vitamins and stuff, like the energy drinks and nutritional stuff. But I see a lot of people in his area of videos and stuff go that direction too, where they're big on the health drugs.
Yeah. I mean, you got to do something. You gotta find some kind of income somewhere.
I mean, he really gets into that stuff.
At least he's not shilling a bunch of unnatural bullshit. Like, he's actually trying to look for things that are more helpful.
Yeah.
So, and not that he's perfect, but
he'll even tell you that.
Right.
I mean, Rex will tell you. I mean, well, all the time that he's been on the air, man, people freaking have made him out like he was a crazy psychopath. But I mean, he's pulling his channel together, and he's actually doing good for himself. So how can you call him crazy if he's actually getting it right?
Right.
You know, he just sits with comic book characters posted back behind him, and so people can see it on posters, and he just talks. That's what he does. He does a good job.
Yeah, he does a really good job. Yeah.
Well,
good on him.
I probably should put a little bit more effort into what I've been doing. I got caught up in my video games. And
are you streaming to any other platforms than mine?
I'm doing this one. I'm doing YouTube. I gave up on Facebook, and I don't do the whole Twitch. And sometimes I'll stream on Twitch, but not on a regular basis. Just whenever I want to make a video and download it for editing. But other than that, because I can't live stream on freaking, this is the way I think, I can't live stream on freaking Minds, for example, even though I can't download it. But just say you can, you know what I mean? Like I can't stream on here and then download it and turn it into an upload.
Right.
In my mind, that's just not right.
Yeah.
Not yet anyway.
Yeah, but I think they have playback now, I believe, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
right, but it's not downloadable.
Yeah,
that's the issue.
That'll probably be another step that they'll need to add at some point.
Right. Which I guess you could make a copy through OBS.
I do that.
Or whatever.
Yeah, I'm streaming.
Screen grab it or whatever you call it there.
Yeah, I'll just hit record on my
OBS.
OBS.
Screen record or while you're streaming, just record it.
Yeah.
Now, if you guys want a copy of this, I can send it to you too. Like I've got
Cool.
a copy of it. I'll post up my my Google Drive account, and if you want it, I can set up
Well,
a thing for it. So,
Nice.
and that's what I tell everybody when I do it. If you guys want a copy of it to put on yours, go for it.
I think you might, if it's under like 10, I want to say 10 gigabytes is the file size for sharing within the Minds chat.
Uh huh.
So
Well,
you
download
can also,
though.
right, you could share files
That's
within
what I'm
Minds
saying.
chat. That
Oh.
way you could just download it from Minds chat.
Yeah.
You could just share it in a room. That way everybody has access to it. That way you don't have to. Or Google Drive works too.
You
But,
put it on Google Drive and just let you download it straight from there.
right.
I think with Google Drive, it might limit the number of people that can download it. But
Yeah.
Right, and I was gonna say, yeah, some people don't do mess with Google at all. So
Yeah.
maybe the Minds chat
I'd
might be
love
better.
I'd love to give that up, but like the closest thing I've seen that can compete with that is freaking a chat thing that they have available on the internet, and I just took it off my computer, I believe, but it's called Rainbow,
okay.
and like you can actually share files back and forth. And other than that, I've I think they took Dropbox off of Google too. Like you can't use that anymore.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
No more
I've-
Dropbox, huh?
I looked at that the other day. I think it was.
I know there's Mega Upload.
Yeah, I've heard of that. I think that's based in like Australia or something, I believe.
And but yeah, I'll share it with you guys if you want it. Just
Sweet.
let me know
Sure.
on there. And
I'm
I'll-
good on it, but yeah. Thanks for that. I'll let you know if I ever do need one.
Okay.
I probably don't need a copy, but
And on my topics, I usually post what topic I'm doing each week on my profile on the general chat.
Yep.
Sometimes I do it, and then I have my own chat room for it, which is
Right.
streaming with Roger Hanson.
Yeah, I'm on that.
And if you guys want to, stop in and talk about that topic, it's usually every day at 5. So,
okay.
and
Cool.
I try to keep it as balanced as I can, because I don't want, to have an entire week of talking about paranormal stuff or, I've been trying to get the whole history thing going on, where people are into history and want to do that.
Yeah, unfortunately, like, the algorithms are more tuned to niche type genres.
Yeah.
So, if you can figure out a niche, that will probably work to your advantage until we find a way to break that cycle.
Well, the one thing about niches is that I've learned with YouTube. You know what my gaming YouTube is really good at? It's just going in and killing a lot of shit. Okay. So what I do is I make a video of a video game, and all I show is, like, if I'm in a group of zombies, I show myself just chopping these zombies up into little pieces. If I'm doing Call of Duty, the only thing they see is me killing a whole bunch of freaking enemies, and they focus on that stuff and they like it. So, and then what I found out too is, like, fail videos. People love fail videos, like where I actually die. They love that more than the actual game. Like,
wow.
just seeing somebody die over and over again. Like,
Weird.
yeah, it's just that's the closest I could get when it comes to a niche or niche. They're really hard to pick up on.
Yeah.
Other than I'm trying to make it more of a variety channel than focused. I don't want like gaming on just, you know, Call of Duty or Minecraft or anything like that. I want it
Right.
variety.
Yeah, I'm the same way. So I haven't found my niche either. So, because I don't really want a niche. I want to be doing what I do, and
Right.
that's what I do. It's not because, you know, I don't want to be put
Classified.
into a box. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But
Because they'll do that. They'll do that quick as shit. All of a sudden, you're the guy who freaking knows everything about freaking Blender.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is not what I expected with my life.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Like,
Okay.
have you ever gotten into Blender?
I've used both.
I little tried it, and I don't have the operating system for it, or the hardware.
I've used Blender and TAS 3D to create some of the book covers for some of my novels and that.
Yeah.
So
There's a
I know enough to get around and do what I need to do. I'm not that great. I think my 16-year-old son has probably done a lot more with it. He's made some videos and that kind of stuff. But
Have you ever heard of the donut guy?
The donut guy?
Yeah.
Mm.
He regrets it to this day because his biggest hit on Blender was teaching people how to make a donut.
Right, I got you. Yeah.
That was like that was like
That's a
7
sweet
years
donut,
ago,
bro.
Yeah, 7 years ago, and he's known as the donut guy.
Yeah, there are a lot of good videos on YouTube for how to use Blender. I've been watching a bunch of those. I haven't done it for a while, but yeah, kind of fun. I mean, I had to upgrade my PC when I started working on that stuff because I needed to add a video card and stuff like that because I couldn't even run it. But
yeah, I just got Blender back again, and I needed to have a GPU, and my CPU has to be 8 cores. Like, I can't use a quad core to do it like I used to do before. And
next time I come up with around $3 or $4 grand, I'm gonna get me a nice rig. See what I can do with some computing skills. I've never ever had a actual computer beyond like my capability.
Yeah. Well, I'll be satisfied with a 36 core CPU if I can. You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure.
I was satisfied with like 24, but 36 would be great. Yeah,
that'd be great. Just do it like that. Maybe that's it. Don't have to worry about it. You know.
Yeah.
And because if you get that, you're good to go. I mean,
well, I mean, a good graphics card would be good to have too, but
yeah.
But
you can split up, like on Blender, they have a capability now where you can split up each task to each separate core.
Right.
You know what I mean? And that's some pretty cool shit. Yeah, I really want to check that out someday.
Yeah.
I'm excited. I feel like a new.
But yeah, around $3 to $4 grand, I think would be a good rig to last me 3, 4, 5 years, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hopefully, Jesus.
Oh, they keep increasing everything like pretty quickly there.
Yeah.
Like, as I said, like younger son was in the blender, and I think there's even like some graphic cards that are sitting around here that are better than the one I have in here, but they're just sitting around. So he's got a better one in his computer.
My
I
son.
mean, the thing that's holding me back is I don't have a power supply to use it and stuff, and it doesn't have all the other connections, so I'd have to get a whole new box and stuff to use it. But.
Yeah. My son, he thought he was like the shit and everything, moved back in with me. He had his computer and everything. He started talking up about I need to do this and I need to do that. I started breaking down the chastity and freaking putting this new computer together, and his freaking jaw just dropped. He's like, "Oh my God, you're like 50 years old. How do you know this shit?" Yeah. I'm like, dude, come on, because around him, most I've ever done was like take the older, regular computers and just like fix them and stuff like that. But he didn't think I could do like 8-core CPU with a GPU. I even wanted, he got mad at me because I didn't want to overclock it. I ain't doing that shit.
Yeah.
I'm not a freaking teenager. I'm gonna overclock it. And he's got games where, like, they'll screw up on him, and it's because his computer's overclocked and it keeps freaking leaving freaking graphics out. So, like, the characters in his games have like black bodies, and you can still see the clothes, but no, like a shadow. And I'm like, you know what that's caused from, don't you? And he goes, shut up. That's overclocking right there.
Mm.
And they all think.
Yeah, you gotta be careful with that overclocking stuff, though.
Yeah, I know. My son was looking into that. I think even when he was 14 and stuff like that. I mean, he's like built his own PCs and stuff like that, where he like put the processor on the motherboard and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I had
all that crap. I mean,
I
he's
had mine.
gone beyond what I would do myself.
I had a mining rig, and I would overclock it, and it would do better for a little while, but it would be more unstable and break down a lot more frequently. So I just stopped overclocking it, and it puts a lot more stress and power on it. So it's not worth it, really.
I don't feel like hurting my computer like that, because like you literally do like gain a relationship between you and your computer. You know what I mean? I tried not to admit that, but after a while you have to admit it. I mean, if something was to happen to my computer, I'd have a heart attack. I'd fall to pieces, because we've been through a lot, Yeah. And I couldn't do that to it.
Well, man, it's been real cool talking to him.
That's what I was getting ready to say too. It's
Good
getting
sound.
out there.
It was great talking to you guys, and
good catching up with you,
talking
John.
with you, Roger and Chris.
I'm
Good to
glad
meet
that
you,
you
Roger.
guys stuck it
Glad we
out.
brought into here.
If you're gonna keep doing this, I'll stop by more often.
All right.
Yeah, I would too.
All right.
Fun.
I appreciate you guys being here. I mean, this was a big surprise to me. I was surprised we filled up the room like we did.
Yeah.
This is pretty amazing.
Yeah, Moose tagged me. I was like, I got
Same
time.
here.
I'll check it out. I actually been wanting to stop by here anyway, so sweet.
We got to get
Glad I got to know
Robot.
you.
We got to get Robot in here, man.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
He just stopped showing up. He came in for a couple, but I'd love to have him in here talking with us, because he gets crazy.
Yeah, y'all tag me if anybody's like mentioning me or wanting to have a chat or whatever.
All right.
I wouldn't mind jumping in.
Okay.
Sweet.
Sounds good, guys.
Talk to you guys later.
Peace.
See ya.
There we go. That was excellent. I will end this now. This is Infamous OG1973, and today I have a special event, I guess I could say. It's my, actually, this is my first interview that I'm doing, and I'm privileged enough to be able to do it with my son, who's actually been on YouTube and does actually do YouTube videos. His gamer name is Slash Gamer. Isn't it? That's right, Slash Gamer?
Yeah, it's Slash Gamer.
Slash Gamer. And he is here tonight to tell us a little bit about what he does and the things that he enjoys when it comes to gaming and how he does his own personal streaming. So, with that, I'm going to first, before I ask him any questions, I'm going to first let him tell you a little bit about himself. The first question that freaking I have concerned that, but I'm going to let him do the talking. So, I'll give it to you.
Alright, so I'm Slash Gamer. I do a series of video games where I play VR mainly, or I just do random games with a bunch of my friends. We do a lot of skits, or we can just have fun playing a game with all of us and, you know, just basically have fun and post it on YouTube and, you know, see if people like it or not. But it's mainly based on humor, and, yeah, pretty much. It's not really serious or anything. It's mainly just humor.
Just kicking back, having a good time.
Yeah, pretty much. So.
Okay, now, before we get started and everything, I'd like to ask you, where did you come up with the gamer name Slash Gamer?
So the gamer name Slash Gamer originated when I was in first grade. A bunch of my friends were sitting up in the bleachers and we were pretty much just like, oh wow, I want to be a YouTuber. And we're just like talking about a bunch of other YouTubers, and finally we got on the subject of like thinking of different YouTube names we'd have. And for some reason, I just overthought and thought of Slash Gamer for some reason. It just popped in my head, so that's how that started. But when I first started, it never actually began as Slash Gamer. It was usually just my regular name, but when I first actually got serious into making videos, I changed it back to Slash Gamer because I could never think of anything else.
Could you tell us some of your previous gamer names?
Yeah, I could. So, one was called The Animator. I tried animating stuff, but it didn't go well. Another one was called, like, Toilet something. I forgot what it was. It was weird. I, like, changed my profile picture as a toilet, and it was weird. I couldn't...
Now, where did you get the toilet idea from?
I don't know. I had a picture on I had a picture of a toilet on my gallery, so, like, that's all I had to work with at the time. Didn't know how that did.
Can I mention something?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
I remember back when you were younger, you used to like this childhood book about a kid. He was a little bitty baby and he was in diapers and he was obsessed with toilets. Do you remember that game? Or that book?
I do not remember that at all.
You kept telling me that you wanted me to buy the books for you.
Oh my god.
So,
what was I doing?
Yeah, I just figured I'd put that out there. Okay, now.
Yeah.
What other names have you gone by?
I gotta think. Just my regular name and just those two are the only ones I can remember, to be honest.
Okay.
But
that's the reason why I wanted to bring up the gamer name thing because there's so many interesting things. You can just pull out so much fast. You know what I mean? Like,
Oh yeah.
it's just it makes
One simple question.
Yep.
This brings you a little bit.
Okay, so go.
Stay hydrated. Alright. I don't know. Wait, are we doing another question or are we just going along with the same question?
Yeah, go on with what you were doing when you.
About staying hydrated?
Yeah, that too.
So, water's.
I can ask you another question though.
Sure, let's go for it.
Okay, now every time I get on the internet, me and you talk, I notice how insanely cool your freaking headphones are. Okay. Every time you take them headphones off, it's like everything goes blank. There's no noise whatsoever. Okay. So what I want to know is what kind of headphones are those and what's the setup on it? I mean, like.
Well, the headphones, I think what brand they are. Okay, so the brand are called Cowan. It's like Cowin. It's not sponsored, by the way, but it's called Cowan headphones, I guess. They do have a microphone on them, but they only work on a phone. You have them like wireless and stuff. But I don't use the microphone on this because I haven't figured out how they got them to work on here. But I got this little stand-up microphone I use right here.
Yeah, and that's what that right there is. What's the bread basket? I mean, that's the butter on the bread.
It's the butter on the bread.
Yeah.
The croissant.
So tell us a little bit about that microphone and everything, because that's pretty cool.
Okay, so the microphone. It is a. I'm gonna get my camera and like grab me by the throat. So the microphone. It is a Razer microphone. It's just got like a little mute button here. So if I keep talking and stuff. The wire did keep getting bended, so my brother got like a rubber band, wrapped it around there, and kind of held him in place. Besides that, I mean, it's pretty good. But yeah. I've had it for a while now. I just kept buying microphones because every time I got one, it wouldn't work. So I finally got this one, and it worked out pretty good. So that's the main one I use.
It's pretty amazing. I mean, whenever I'm having conversations with you, the sound on it is just completely amazing.
Oh yeah.
When you get on the phone and talk to somebody, it automatically, I can't hear nothing.
Oh yeah, it's a lot different. Yeah, but most of my videos, the microphone that mainly the viewers see is. Oh, alright. So mainly my viewers see what they hear in my videos are mainly the headset microphone that I use on this thing. So usually it's got like a little microphone under it that it's filled into. But it's not the best microphone, but I mean it sounds alright.
Let's see what your equipment is, man. Pull that up here and let's take a look at it.
So
do like you did with your microphone.
Yeah, so I got this thing. It's the VR headset that I use all the time. The wire kept falling off, so I had to get some duct tape and put it on there. But pretty much you just put it on and, you know, you got it working. And it's got a little dot right here. I don't know if you can see that on there or not too good, but it's got a little dot down there, and that's pretty much that microphone. That's you always hear. But this one right here I rarely use in any of my videos.
Now, when it comes to using that those VR goggles, I mean, what kind of experience is it? I mean, does it?
I mean, it's pretty much just you putting yourself into the game, and I mean, you just have full control over it. I mean, you got moving arms, hands. I mean, you can pretty much do whatever you want. Like, if you ever heard of the movie Ready Player One? It's pretty much the exact same thing. Yeah, it's pretty much the exact same thing as that movie called Ready Player One, if anyone's ever seen it. Oh, you froze up for me. I don't know what's going on right now. Oh, yeah, now you're good.
Okay, what made you start your YouTube channel?
So when I started my YouTube channel, it's same thing with a bunch of my friends just sitting up in the bleachers, but kind of originates with that story still. But pretty much there was always these big YouTubers out there that were just getting popular, and it was just one after another. So pretty much we and a group of my friends just thought, hey, we want to be like that too. So we just started making a bunch of stupid videos that was just like no editing whatsoever. It was just a raw video of us just running around being dumb, pretty much what it was. But there is a channel that contains all those videos on it, but I'm not going to tell what that channel is because I forgot the password and I can't delete it. So you're not going to find out that channel. If you do, and if you do, I don't know what to say.
That's okay. I mean, later on when you're, you know, rich and famous, people are looking back, they're going to say, oh my goodness, that's Slash Gamer, do you see that video? So that'll just make it even better for you.
Yeah, but I've started back in like 2017, so it was like weird, sounded different, looked different. It was just like we were like really small, so it was just, we were all being idiots. I didn't even know how to edit at the time, so it was just a raw video.
But still, you're having fun, you know, and you
oh yeah, it's pretty fun.
Come to where you're at now because you started somewhere, you know what I mean? You guys were having fun.
Yeah.
How many of your friends from back then are still doing it with you?
Well, some of them haven't been in video in a while because, you know, 2020 stuff's going on, but I mean, still, most of them are still in it, but I've got more and more people that are doing videos with me along the way. But people from, like, back then, like, when I first started, was someone by the name of Charbar2245, and he's, like, one of my best friends right now. And he was in a video that I made a game called Human Fall Flat, and pretty much he was in that video, and in a Minecraft video that we made. But that's about, that's who he is that I can remember that's been in my channel the longest right now.
And he's the only one?
Not the only one, but I mean, that's when I first started. He's the only one from when I first started. But when I first, like, started getting real serious into it, it was mainly just, like, people following me, and then I finally started making videos with them.
That's pretty cool. But originally, the ones who actually started with you was just Charbar.
Yeah, pretty much.
Now, that is a topic that I wanted to ask you later on, but I want to hold off on getting more into that because I have other questions that I want to get to. Like, do you think you could take time to let people know what platforms you stream on?
Yeah, so I've been getting into Twitch a little bit. I usually don't live stream on Twitch, but getting into it a little bit, so follow on Twitch, I guess. I have to find the name, but if I find it, you'll probably just edit into it. But I do it on Twitch, mainly YouTube, and Discord is about the only other thing that I use that I'm social on.
Now, after I'm done with getting this video set up and ready to go, I'll add those links for you down in the description so that people will be able to go to your channel and check you out and see what you got. So with Twitch, when you were talking about, what's your general opinion when it comes to streaming on Twitch?
I mean, it's alright. I mean, just the fact that you can't, you know, edit it, but if you say something or something happens, I mean, it's pretty much always going to be there unless you delete it on Twitch. But I mean, like, you can never edit anything out, so it's a little risky going on Twitch. But I mean, if you're like not doing anything risky, I mean, you're fine. But I mean, it's pretty fun streaming on Twitch. But it's even funnier if you got people watching you because they can post and like comments and live chat. But when it's just by yourself, I mean, it's alright. But once you get people watching you, it's a lot funner.
I tried to give the platform a try. I had issues when it came to like library. You know what I mean? They have different library, video library, and after a certain amount of time, it's just deleting them. Because see, that's why I love YouTube, because they keep your videos.
Yeah, they're pretty chilled out.
I'm okay with all that. Okay, now, what do you think about YouTube?
YouTube's pretty fun. I mean, as long as you don't hit... A lot of people complain because their videos are getting taken down or something, but that's just like what they add into it. They never think about what you're putting into it while editing. So whenever it goes out, you gotta think, hey, is this gonna be like, you know, inappropriate? Is this gonna like offend people? But whenever you're joking about stuff, you gotta make sure you joke about stuff that are just like non-offensive or just like people are just gonna hate for it. So when you're just having fun with a group of people, you gotta make sure no one spits out something that's bad. Besides that, I mean, YouTube's pretty good. I mean, unless you're, you know, like I just said, if you're sitting there saying a bunch of racist stuff or offending people, I mean, obviously, people are just gonna hate you and you're gonna get your channel taken down or something. But YouTube's pretty fun.
Okay. So we've gotten YouTube taken care of, we've got Twitch taken care of. What about when you make your videos, what content do you use? Like, do you use like your? I know that you're on VR chat and everything.
Oh yeah. VR chat is probably like one of the main things that I do.
Now, do you use people's? Do you create your own?
I create my own server usually, and a group of my friends will hop on there, or we just get in, you know, like a just like group call with each other, and we'll usually play either VR chat or just a bunch of other games. We play VR chat, Beat Saber. Beat Saber is another game that I play, and just many other games. And there's some games that I don't do that's on VR, but that's just like, you know, Minecraft or just some other games that everyone hears about.
Yeah, see, I didn't even know they had Minecraft on VR chat. That is pretty crazy.
Yeah, but VR chat's been one of the main things that I've been doing.
Yeah. What kind of platforms do you use, or what kind of worlds? I'm sorry, I keep calling them platforms and servers, but they're actually. What kind of worlds are that you're going into and making videos with?
Well, whenever I go on a world, it depends on the subject of the video that you're making. Like, I've made Star Wars videos where we recreated certain scenes from the Star Wars movie. So we would get the avatars from Star Wars, and if you don't know what VR chat is, you can pretty much get any avatar you want and play around in it. It's just like Ready Player One. And you can find worlds from a certain movie. Like, let's say you wanted to watch like Star Wars, you can literally find a world from Star Wars on there. So what we did was we just got everything put together and just recreated a scene from a movie. And we've done that quite a few times. But going on worlds, it usually just depends on what you want and where you want to go.
Yeah, I seen the one that you guys had where you were on Starship. You guys were all sitting down inside of the consoles and stuff, and you were trying to fly it, crashed into a ship.
Oh god.
It's pretty cool. I thought that was pretty nice. Okay, now after we talked about that, I'd like to also ask you, how has your YouTube channel, you know, affected you and how you are today? What kind of changes did it help you through?
Well, I mean, it changed a lot of my personality, how I would act towards people, or how I just act towards myself, how I would think, or just how I would talk. Because when you're playing games, I do a lot of commentary over it, so I mean, it usually changes the way you speak. You're talking a little bit more, and it kind of helps you in social situations since you're online all the time playing games. You kind of actually talk a little bit more. But it mostly changed my personality and stuff, probably. Actually being a little bit more social.
So how much playtime would you say that you've had on the internet on a given week? Like within a week, how many hours did you?
I'd have to say at least, like... That's hard to think about. I have no idea. VR chat and all has about 300 hours right now. But besides that, I cannot think.
Within a week?
Not within a week. I mean, in all time. Like my whole entire time ever playing VR chat has to be about 300 hours. Because I checked on Steam, and usually it'll tell you how long you played that game for.
About how long have you been playing?
About 300 hours now. Like, how long ever since I had it.
So you don't know when you first started VR chat? you know?
I started VR chat. I probably started VR chat at least like 2 years ago, but I just haven't really played it that much. But like whenever I make videos and stuff, that's usually when I play.
That's pretty cool. But I mean, I had to put it out there. It's like 2 years, man. It's like 300 hours isn't really all that much when you think about it. If you've been able to get it.
Well, like I'm not one of those people that just play it 24/7. So if I played it 24/7, then yeah, it could be a lot of hours, but I'm not on it constantly.
Well, I mean, there's nothing wrong with playing video games 24/7. You know what I mean? Just.
Oh yeah, I mean it's not bad.
It's just. I get where you're coming from there. It's perfect.
Oh yeah, it's fine. I mean, it just depends like how you are and stuff. But I mean, if it ever affects you, how you can like push people away or something, just be like on it 24/7 and just don't forget about like the outside world.
You're becoming a mushroom. Just sitting there and growing you on your freaking forehead. Yeah, I understand. Okay, so that being said, let's move on to the next question. Okay, do you see yourself learning more as you go on with creating content on the internet?
Yeah, if I stuck to it. Like, if I stuck to it how I am right now, posting often and keeping up with it, I think I would get more of a following and maybe actually be successful with it. But like, it helps me learn a lot of stuff, but I learn more stuff that when I do it.
Okay, now, like, when you sit down and you actually make your videos, okay, what's the process that you have to go through?
It's like, well, for me, it's about more than 4 hours, because when you're recording, you gotta sit there and think about like what you're gonna do. You gotta get all the plan out, and that usually take about an hour or more. But that's usually me being like there on the spot, like free, but not all the time. But usually when you're with a group of people, like I usually am, we have to, hurry up and get it right then and there, because people are leaving, so you have to hurry up and get it done. So we're sitting there just thinking what we want to do, and then actually start filming. So filming would probably take about an hour or so, and then editing takes at least like more than 2 hours, and then thumbnail, not counting the thumbnail, and then posting.
Now, when it comes to your editing and everything, what do you use for your editing?
Whenever I edit, I use Filmora 9. It is Wondershare Filmora 9. It's pretty good. I got a lot of practice with it, but if I ever change editing software, I